Games, Paris 2024.
With Mark Chapman.
On BBC Radio 5 Live.
And so far today, on day 2 of the Olympics, Helen Glover and her crew are through to the final of the women's 4 in the rowing. It's been another good day for Team GB at the cross country. Sonia McLaughlin.
Well, technically at the minute, the leading 3 nations are Ireland, Canada, Germany, but that is because Britain's third rider, Ros Cantor, hasn't been yet. If she can go clear, Britain will go back into gold medal position. But Michael Young leads the individual order, knocking Laura Collette into silver medal position.
Simone Biles has made her return in gymnastics at the Games, currently top of the standings in the all-round qualifying. There was a shock in the boxing for Great Britain with Rosie Eccles out of the women's 66 kg. Also an unexpected defeat in the judo, that for Chelsea Giles. And in the hockey, Great Britain's women are down at half-time against Spain. Sarah Orchard.
It has been a tight affair. It's been a high-scoring affair, but it's Spain, the Red Sticks, who have come out and they are swinging. They lead 2-1 against Great Britain's women.
We should have some fun in the next hour with the chaos of the mountain biking, and all the action is on the BBC Sport website and app, and you can watch some of the sports on BBC One and iPlayer.
The Olympic Games, Paris 2024.
With Mark Chapman.
On BBC Radio 5 Live.
Yes, we've got the mountain bike to come in a little while. We'll be with the eventing team, with the final rider to go in the cross country, as Sonia was just explaining to us there. Keep an eye on the women's hockey. We've got the canoeing and the kayaking later on. Women's rugby sevens gets underway as well today. And then later this evening, Kelly will be back poolside. Adam Peaty going for his third consecutive men's 100 metres Olympic title in the breaststroke. You'll also get medals in the men's 400 metres individual medley and the women's 100 metres butterfly. Also this evening, you've got hockey with Britain's men in action against South Africa. We've got early rounds of the boxing. And it should at the tennis see Andy Murray in action as well. So all of that's come here in Paris. Let's just go to Edgbaston. Lunch of day 3 of the third test. Henry Moran.
West Indies 151 for 5. They lead by 57 runs, 3 wickets falling in a morning session that saw plenty of runs, but also England making the breakthroughs that will surely see them towards victory and a 3-0 series win. Mark Ramprakash, former England batter, has been watching on, and England making steady progress towards winning this game.
Yes, they got 3 wickets in the session. I think there's been some entertaining cricket on show, actually. Glorious conditions for batting. The sun's out and a good pitch, still playing very well. For the West Indies, Louis got his best test match score of 57, the opening batsman. He looked pretty good and secure, and he was dismissed by a very good Ben Stokes delivery, caught at second, slipped by Crawley. But at the other end, Hodge, he got to the crease and he was establishing himself, and he's 52 not out, and he's played beautifully. He really looks a find for the West Indies. He backed up that 100 that he made at Trent Bridge, and he's backed it up with another good performance here. Holder out LBW to Atkinson, that one sort of trapped him neither forward nor back. So he has come and gone. And I mean, really, from an England point of view, I think the England captain seems to be sharing the overs around. Bashir bowled for well over an hour this morning, bowled very well, bowled accurately, subtle variations, bowling over the wicket, round the wicket, and he dismissed the left-handed Mackenzie. But only 2 overs from Wokes and Atkinson, so that's been a touch surprising.
22 wickets in the series now for Gus Atkinson. West Indies at lunch, 151 for 5. They lead by 57.
As ever, ball-by-ball commentary on Sports Extra, and that will get back underway after lunch. Also got the Belgian Grand Prix later. Updates with Charles Leclerc starting on pole. That gets underway at 2 o'clock. Full uninterrupted commentary will be on the BBC Sport website and app, and getting underway any moment now, maybe in the next couple of minutes or so here at the Olympics. We've got the women's mountain bike cross country. Jonathan Overend and Olympic gold medalist Victoria Pendleton are watching this. Before I bring Jonathan in for all the rules and how it works, are you looking forward to this, Victoria? It's always entertaining, is this?
Oh, it is. I mean, very different tyres to the ones that I'm used to. A little bit more hilly as well, but I absolutely love mountain biking. I appreciate the skill and the technical element of these riders and also their massive aerobic capacity. So I really enjoy watching this one, and I'm glad to be back and being involved.
Good. And also, I mean, you will have seen the time trial yesterday. Thank goodness the weather is different for this. I mean, it is a glorious day here in Paris today, not under torrential rain like yesterday.
Maybe a little bit too glorious, though. It's a mighty hot time of day to be doing an endurance event, but I think these guys have got better tyres to deal with any weather conditions, so they would have been fine with the rain. They probably would have enjoyed it.
Weather-wise then, maybe less carnage than yesterday, Jonathan, but there could be carnage in other ways.
Yes, because it's unlike yesterday when the riders went off at 90-second intervals. This is a mass start. 36 riders setting up a bit like a Formula One grid. So it's arranged by world ranking. And Great Britain have a contender here in Evie Richards, a former world champion. Richards, who has had health issues over the last few years, which has disrupted this Olympic cycle, but there's no doubt that she will fancy her chances of at least being in contention, perhaps for one of the minor medals, who knows. But it is cross country. It's on the Alencourt mountain, just to the west of the city, the highest point in the Paris region, and it's rugged terrain. It's up and down, it's multiple laps, it's rough, it's tumble, and away they go. The mass start, the 36 riders, and you can hear the crowds are out in force at this brilliant mountainous venue, a former sandstone quarry, and already we're getting a look at the field just splitting up a little bit. Some are going round the inside of the first bend, some wide down the outside. They're going to head up towards the first big climb, and this is a huge climb. It's a really testing section right at the very start, and Victoria Pendleton will expect this field to really disperse quite rapidly on this opening lap, won't we?
We will. I mean, you always see them go so fast out the start, into a sprint position out of the saddle to try and get an advantage, especially where the course narrows. They want to get ahead of the field and get a good position, because if you're caught in amongst the peloton, as it were, it really makes it difficult for you to overtake, make manoeuvres and set the pace at the front.
But then once they get to the top of that first initial climb, it's then down steep over these rocks and boulders, and then they're winding their way, slaloming in and out of trees. I mean, it's a thrilling spectacle. It really is. Maybe many of you listening will be used to single track rides out in country parks or in forests, and that's exactly what we're dealing with here at Elancourt, because this will be turned into a public space from next year with cycle trails, mountain walks. It's going to be a brilliant facility for the people of Paris. The leading bunch is quite tight, Victoria, and Evie Richards is in there. She's towards the back of the leading bunch. She's really struggling to get round a tight corner and up a fierce climb, and they're almost barely any pace at all. This particular hill section is so steep, but I reckon Evie Richards for Great Britain in around about 8th or 9th place at the moment, very much in contention. The leading bunch is not getting dispersed as much as we perhaps expected. Lorna Lecomte from France is currently leading. There are 2 riders from each nation, well, a maximum of 2 from each nation, and as well as Evie Richards for Great Britain, we also have the teenager and quite a prospect she is, Ella McLean Howe, who perhaps has been selected for this for experience with LA in mind, but from what I hear, she is such a precocious talent that she might even surprise us today. Just taking the lead is Pauline Ferrand-Prévot, who's a multiple world champion from France, and in many people's eyes, the favourite for this race today. But Ferrand-Prévot, Victoria, is quite a story, because for all her domination of this discipline in the world game, this is her 4th Olympics, and she hasn't come close to a medal previously.
She hasn't, and I think she'll be really... This will be a great way to end your career on a high, and I think she'll be really disappointed. I mean, Switzerland, the Swiss women dominated gold, silver and bronze at the last Olympics, so she wants to get in on this one.
Into a much faster section of the course now, and into a section called the Rock Step Down, and it does what it says on the tin. You're on one layer and then there are heavy rocks and you're down onto the next layer and down you go again, and then you've got these horizontal logs like fallen trees that you've got to cycle over. I mean, this is arduous, it's really tough, but the riders are used to it, of course. And the interesting thing is we're seeing some riders go one way round a tree and others round another way. Evie Richards still around about 8th, I reckon, just by the naked eye. But as they continue to wind their way around one of the single track sections, very few overtaking opportunities, Victoria. That's another key issue here in this mountain bike course. Multiple laps, 4.4 kilometres. But if you do want to overtake, you've got to choose your moment.
You have. I mean, there's opportunities and the riders will know very well where those chances are, but you see the decision making, trying to take the fastest line, taking different routes to try and gain as much advantage and space as you can now, but not being caught behind any sort of groups of riders, because you can see that it can get quite bunched up on the corners, and really if you're at the back you get slowed down.
So they're just heading down the final descent marker after the first lap, multiple laps of this course. As I say, Evie Richards, we're just taking sight of her now as she comes over one of the jumps on this final descent before they come into the technical area. Really exciting start to this race, and Evie Richards certainly in the leading bunch, around about 8th position.
It's a brutal start, that, isn't it, Victoria?
It is. I mean, for an endurance event to usually start with a sprint, when we see the road riders, they roll off gently and work into a sprint at the end. But these guys, they have to go flat out. They have to be warmed up, ready to go, and it's just full gas, 100%.
And then in the build-up to an event like this, how many opportunities would they get to ride the course?
I mean, not many, probably. They've probably done a lot of research on the course. They've probably replicated sections of it in training. I mean, not everybody can have access to it. And this is a public space as well in many ways. So it would be difficult to go race pace and have the ability to even try until a few laps maybe prior to the event. So the research would have done probably by practice and sort of calibration at home of what's necessary.
Evie Richards' 9th mark at the first split after the first lap. That's only 8 seconds off the lead, which is currently being held by one of the Austrian riders. So that's a good position, I think, for Evie to be in.
But also, as Jonathan was saying as well, Victoria, you've got to bide your time and know where the overtaking points are, because what have you seen?
Yeah, sorry, a French rider just cut the corner over a really rocky section to nip in front of some other riders. So just as you were saying that, someone was taking a short but technical route in order to gain advantage.
I did the U about 4 seconds after you, because because I'm watching on a delay in my Parisian cafe. But that partly it follows up what I was saying about how tactical this is when you might want to overtake or where you think certain opportunities may be for you, because in some areas this course looks quite wide, but then in other areas you couldn't get more than one bike down the track, and then as you've just highlighted there with that French woman, you might try and cut a corner if you think there's a benefit.
Well, these riders will definitely have researched the course to a point where they know exactly when those opportunities may strike and the level of risk required. So if it's like we need to make a swift move, this is where we do it. We'll go for an aggressive climb. We'll climb over some more technical obstacles. We'll take a bit more risk. So it's all like a balance of risk and exertion. Very exciting. I wish I could do it. I wish I was that good.
Do you wish you were there now, being able to give it a go? I bet you do.
I'd be way off that, mate.
Pauline Ferrand-Provence, the French favourite who you've spoken about, Jonathan, she won the world title in Glasgow last year by over a minute.
Yeah.
Which is that is some distance, isn't it?
Really
when
is.
you look at how close they are bunched up.
Absolutely, and one thing we haven't said so far is how long this race. Well, they basically decide the number of laps to make sure that it's a race of around about an hour and a half. So this is a long race we're talking about. It's arduous, it's an endurance race, but with all these bumps. So to win, as you say, by that distance is incredible. And for all her World Championship titles, Ferrand-Provence, 5 of them, this is her fourth Olympic Games. She finished 25th in London. She failed to finish in Rio and was 10th after a crash in Tokyo. So with that sort of track record, you can feel how much that's going to mean for her today at her home Olympics in her final year of competition. A bit like Grace Brown yesterday in the time trial. She won gold in her final year. It might be the same with Prevost today. Evie Richards still in 9th position for Great Britain at the second split.
It's a hell of a lot of pressure on the French woman's shoulders, just individual pressure, isn't it, Victoria, when you think of, she's never delivered in an Olympics, she's in front of a home crowd, she's going to retire from doing this and move over to road racing at the end of the season. There's an awful lot of things coming together here for her.
There are. As you say that, it gives me goose pimples, just the idea of being under that much kind of personal pressure and expectation to deliver, but also just that desire when you've put so much into a sport and wanting to reach the pinnacle, and a sport like mountain biking, the Olympic Games is the pinnacle. So it's just getting it right on that one day, and as you can see, it's treacherous out there. The obstacles, these are obviously very experienced riders. They would have practiced things very, thousands of times, but on race day, you never know. It could just be a small error, a mechanical, anything like that could just kind of get in the way, and it doesn't bear thinking about. It makes you feel all anxious.
Right. Well, you've still got 90 minutes to go, Victoria.
It's going to feel like I've ridden it myself.
And the other thing to throw into all of this, if you weren't listening yesterday, there were 2 medals for Great Britain yesterday, and Jonathan was the commentator on both. So
he's been warming up for that, I tell you.
Let's keep an eye on our British women then in the mountain biking this afternoon. We'll be back with Jonathan and Victoria a little bit later on. Let's go to the Palace of Versailles now, where it is looking splendid in the July sunshine. Sonia McLaughlin and Nicola Wilson are watching the cross country in the eventing. What's the latest, Sonia?
Yes, well, we are just watching Ros Cantor, the final athlete from Britain to go. She is on Lordship's Gruffalo, this fantastic horse that burst onto the scene when he was finished second at Badminton in 2022. Then he won it the following year with a record score. She's also the reigning European champion. So we can get that kind of form from Ros Cantor and Lordship's Gruffalo here. It will do the British team no end of good. At the minute, we have the Swiss in gold medal position in the team, Ireland second, USA third. But if I tell you the Swiss are on 102.4 penalties, Britain down at the minute, because they're still waiting for Ros Cantor to finish, I have just 67.5 penalties after clear rounds for both Laura Collette and Tom McEwen. So the pressure is on Ros Cantor here to bring it home for Britain. How's she looking, Nicola?
She's looking fabulous. Lordship Gruffalo is really eating up the ground, but the pair of them look so relaxed, so focused, but so steely determined. And so far, so good. She's putting in a fabulous performance and really looking good. And you just saw her a moment ago checking her watch. As we said earlier, the riders will have their minute markers. They're galloping at 570 metres per minute. They will know where their minute markers, and once she looked at her watch, she looked as if she was happily confident that she was where she wanted to be.
Yeah, the optimum time for this course is 9:02, and as we saw earlier, Laura Collette was just 2 seconds outside the optimum time, and it's cost her an individual position because she's dropped from gold till silver because of those time penalties. So time will be crucial if Laura Collette wants to stay in that silver medal position. It may be an issue going forward, but at the minute it's about the team, and Ros Cantor is doing exceptionally well on Lordship's Gruffalo. Just give us a sense of this horse, Nicola, because he is such a good, he's 17 hands, bay gelding. He seems like he was born for this job.
Absolutely, and she has trained him so beautifully from such a young age to this top level. But last year at the European Championships, when she became individual European champion, she she was last to go for the team. The course was very wet, the ground, and it was really causing sort of trouble throughout the whole course. And also the time looked almost impossible to achieve. And honestly, she just set off, unleashed the beast that is Lordship Graffalo, and she was so comfortably clear inside the time. So the quality that their partnership is, but we all know that things can go wrong at the drop of a hat. She's just jumped through that final water as she turns to push for the final few fences of this course, and it's looking very solid at the moment.
I was watching some of this on French television earlier. Well, I'd manage about 4 fences, and then they'd cut off to the judo, because they always cut off to the judo at some point on French television. At the moment, the water parts of this course are absolutely spectacular, Sonia, aren't they?
Yeah, and they like a water jump here because there are 3 different water combinations on this course. I mean, look, there's a lot of water here because we have a grand canal in the middle that runs right through the park here in the Palace of Versailles. And the course designer has decided to be organic about it. He's used all of this water. And, the crowd love a water jump. That's where if you're at badminton, if you're here, you naturally gravitate to the water jumps because they are spectacular. And we should be having Ros Cantor and Lordship's Graffalo coming home pretty soon. Here she is. She's on 8:48. 9:02 is the optimum time. She is heading over the last fence, and she is comfortably inside the time. She punches the air, the final fence that says Liberté, Égalité, Fraternité, the famous French motto. And we can say Ros Cantor, Mark, is home and hosed. She's not only gone clear, she has gone clear inside the optimum time. How impressed, Nicola?
Very impressed. It just looks so professional, polished. It was a beautiful performance. All 3 team members have put in fantastic performances today. They have stood out. They've been in a class of their own, and have demonstrated amazing cross-country riding ability. It's that feel and partnership between horse and rider. They've been totally in tune with their horses and have really put on the most beautiful show of horsemanship here.
Is that going to give them a big lead then, Sonia?
Do you know what?
You said what Switzerland were on and where Britain were.
Yeah. I have just literally, as you were doing it, I thought, well, Nicola's talking, I'll get my phone out and my calculator, and I literally punched the numbers in. Britain, 67.50. Switzerland, 102.4. That's a margin of 34.9. Nicola, put that into context. That is a massive lead ahead of the show jumping.
Isn't it just? It is incredible. They were favourites coming into the games, and so far they are more than delivering. It is so exciting. And just to put it in context for tomorrow...
Is it about 8 fences in hand?
Yeah, a fence down is 4 penalties. Yeah. But equally, we mustn't rest on their laurels.
No.
They'll be wanting to jump clear rounds and finish on the best possible finishing score that they can. But first 2 phases safely under their belt, and wow.
I've got the score. I mean, I've just looked at the team scores in front of me, and
Mark, it's like winning 4-0 in a football match. It's massive margin.
I mean, as you say, that gap is 35 or whatever, 34 point whatever.
Yeah, you divide it by 4, which is 8.7. That's 4 faults for a fence. There's 8 fences in hand across the 3 riders.
But compared to then any other gap within the top 6, it's massive. There's 18 between Switzerland and Sweden. There's 1 between Sweden and Ireland, 7 between Ireland and the US.
Mark, this team are the defending champions. Let's put it into context. And 2 of the members, Laura Collette and Tom McEwen, are returning athletes. They won the gold last time out. They are red-hot favourites to win. Now, what they've done is go out and at the very highest level, under that enormous pressure of being expected to win, because we have this golden generation in Britain right now of eventers, they have gone out and they have delivered, and some. It is quite remarkable. And just put it into context, because only one British eventing team has ever gone back-to-back in Olympic Games, and that was 1972 when Richard Meade was still riding. So if they could come out and do that, that is history.
talk more with Sonia and Nicola in a little while. There's been a breakaway at the mountain biking. Jonathan.
Yes, on the second lap of 7, it is that Frenchwoman Pauline Ferrand-Prévot who we were talking about, who is now clear and well clear. She's established an 18-second lead. I mean, that's how quickly things can change, Victoria Pendleton. It was tight with the opening bunch, but now we've got 3 well clear. France, Netherlands, France. Ferrand-Prévot 18 seconds clear of Lecomte, her teammate, and Evie Richards down in 8th position at the moment, but 40 seconds behind the leader. So how has Ferrand-Prévot managed to pull clear of such exceptional opposition?
Do you know what? Did you see her face? There was a close-up of her face as she was coming through the feed zone there. She was, and she looked cool, calm, and absolutely focused. I think she's trying to basically stake her claim on this race and do it in the safest way possible, which is staying out of trouble with everyone else, taking a lead and giving it everything she's got. Her expression looked like one that wasn't going to I wasn't going to let anything go. This is my last chance.
She seemed to really accelerate up one of the steepest climbs as well. It was like she had it in mind that was going to be the time when she was going to put her foot down and pull clear. There's quite a battle going on for the silver medal position with Puck Pites from the Netherlands currently holding second place, but right behind her on her back wheel actually is Léoma Lecomte from France, silver medalist at the World Championships in Glasgow last year. That's the real excitement on the course at the moment between them for second and third. As we say, Evie Richards has gone up a place into 8th, but even at this relative early stage of this marathon race, as we look at a nasty fall by the Estonian rider, but she quickly picks up and she's back on the bike. What's clear is this is a marathon, not a sprint, Victoria, but Evie Richards, is she too far behind now to contest for the medals?
It's 40 seconds at the moment off the leader, which it does seem like quite a long gap, but you've just seen accidents happen. That Estonian rider, she just toppled over. I mean, she picked herself up, but you could lose, easily 40 seconds in an accident. So a lot can still happen, but it is a very big gap to close to the leader.
Mark, the blue, white and red is being waved all around this course, and what a story they could have if Pauline Ferrand-Prévot hangs on for what has been so far an elusive Olympic medal. Not just a gold medal, but any medal for her. She is on course for gold as things stand with this comfortable lead.
Well, I mean, if she feeds off that crowd, by the sounds of it, she'll win another one by over a minute, won't she?
She will. I mean, there's 15,000 people here watching, and I think the majority are wearing red, white and blue, and not our red, white and blue.
Not our red, white and blue this time round. Jonathan, Victoria, thank you very much. Britain's women got a bit of a struggle on their hands in the hockey. Sarah Orchard.
Yeah, welcome to the Yves de Manoir Hockey Stadium, where it's Great Britain 1, Spain 2. We're on 13 minutes left of the entire match now. We're into the fourth quarter. There have been no goals in Q2 or Q3. It was all about how strong the Spanish started early on in the match. There was a goal for GB through Giselle Ansley from a penalty corner. But watching with me here is Rio 2016 gold medalist Helen Richardson-Walsh. Penalty corners, Helen, when we talk about them in hockey, it's a little bit like the best equivalent would be getting a corner in football, where you've got that opportunity to try and get the ball in the hockey net. It's when the defenders from the other side all go and put on the face mask and they stand inside the net, they get to rush out as the ball is injected in. These routines for GB just don't seem to be working.
Yeah, it's even better chance than a corner in football, to be honest with you. You've only got 5 defenders allowed behind that goal, so you've got a real upper hand, and they're just not going well at all. We've had enough chances to score. That third quarter was pretty equal, but as you say, Sarah, the chances are coming from penalty corners and they're not looking good. The umpires are getting a bit whistle happy and they're giving corners, and I'm now thinking, please don't blow the whistle and let us try and score an open play goal.
Well, there's been 17 circle penetrations for GB compared to Spain just having 8. I mean, that in itself, that is a concern for Great Britain. As much as I'm saying this concern, though, Helen, I know this is early days in the competition.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it's great that they are creating chances, and they've just got to keep going with that kind of that mentality of going for it. I just want them to slow down a little bit when they get in and around that circle, stay much more composed and be a little bit more deliberate And when they have a chance to really just put everything through it, put their body through it, put the defender through it if they need to get something in that goal.
Well, arguably Great Britain's women, they are in the better side of the draw in the hockey. They've also got Australia and Argentina, along with USA and South Africa in their side, whilst on the other side, that's perhaps where you wouldn't want to be, because you've got the likes of the Netherlands, Belgium and Germany. But we've got a Great Britain player down. It's Laura Roper, who you might know better as Laura Unsworth from previous games. She's now using her married name. She's just going to receive a little bit of treatment on the match. They're going to stop and just have a break here. So here we go. We've still got about 10 minutes to play here at the Yves de Manoir Stadium, and at the moment it's Great Britain's women 1, Spain 2.
Do you think it's just the adrenaline, Helen, of why they're not sort of slowing it down, as you said, opening match of the Olympics and everything that comes with that?
Yeah, I think, to be honest with you, it's kind of how they've been playing over the last few years. I was hoping that a bit more quality would turn up today, but when you're only relying on hope, then that's not always a good thing. But yeah, I mean, the pressure of the first game of an Olympic Games is always going to be, it just gives that little bit of extra adrenaline, like you say. And whatever happens in this game, obviously there's still a long way to go, and they'll review how they have been in and around the circle today, and I'm sure they'll come back much better.
Okay, we'll come back to you in a little while with Britain's women. Still 2-1 down to the Spanish. Let's go to Maz Faruqi, who's watching the tennis. Andy Murray in action later this evening. Probably expecting that doubles match with Dan Evans to be around 7 o'clock, something like that. Aren't we, Maz?
Yeah, and Dan Evans hoping then to wrap up his singles match, which he's playing at the moment, in quick time so he can prepare for that doubles match, Mark. He's a set-up against Moise Chargi, the world number 384 from Tunisia, in his first round match. But that temper, that fire we're used to seeing from him, fully on display. He went berserk at a photographer when he was serving breakpoint down at the start of the second set. I think the photographer clicked his shutter to take his picture at precisely the wrong moment, and Evans made sure to let him know precisely what he thought of that. It's 2 games all in the second set, but Evans with the first set on the ball. Just a reminder of that news that's emerged in the last hour as well, that Cam Norrie has withdrawn from the singles. He was due to play next on this court after Evans. We're still waiting for news of exactly why Norrie has decided to withdraw. The British number 1, Jack Draper, meanwhile, over on court 12. He dropped just a game in the first set to Japan's Kei Nishikori. So is that an omen, of course, given that Nishikori is part of the Japan doubles pair facing Evans and Murray later? And, of course, a reminder, we have Katie Bolter to come out onto court shortly as well.
OK, Maz, thank you very much. So we'll keep you up to date with the tennis throughout the course of the afternoon. Away from the Olympics, we've got the Grand Prix. We'll bring you plenty of that from Belgium. We'll keep updating you on the cricket at Edgbaston with the West Indies 5 wickets down in their second innings. Let's go back to the eventing, cross-country stage with Sonia McLaughlin and Nicola Wilson. Nicola, how impressed are you by all 3 British riders then in what they've achieved today?
Or just could not be any more pleased or proud, or they've come with massive expectations, and with that expectation comes even more pressure. But they have, in the first 2 phases, absolutely delivered in bucket loads. They have been impressive yesterday in the dressage. The horses were expressive. They were elastic. They were working in harmony with the horses, horse and rider. And then the cross country, they've shown stamina. They've shown massive bravery, not only the riders but the horses as well, and again that harmony and skill in their training has really come through, and to command such a massive lead in the first phase, then the second phase is brilliant.
Can I just jump in here, because I'm a bit concerned, because
right.
I'm looking at this scoreboard, and Ros Cantor, because these things can happen, has been given 15 jumping penalties.
Oh, I haven't seen that.
And I'm trying to kind of work out why that might have been. So this is slightly developing issue and story here, because she has now dropped down the individual order to 21.
She has.
And the British team are now still leading, but their lead over Japan is now down to, let me just hang on, because I was doing my maths, so stick with it. 11.3, yes, exactly.
So when she finished, it came up on the scores being clear inside the time, but retrospectively,
correct.
So she was up there 6th or something like that, 5th or 6th.
She was.
But retrospectively, the judge on all these skinnies, they are the judges. Jump judges are judging it. They've also got cameras. The ground jury, who are the judges, the 3 judges throughout the whole competition, they will review the videos and decipher whether horses are deemed to have gone between the flags, over the fence or not. And if part of the horse goes round the fence, then they will get a 15 penalty points.
Can that be appealed?
Which will be appealed by the British team. They will then look at the video evidence with the ground jury members and the technical delegate, and an absolute massive case will be put forward to try and get that removed. But that is not what we were wanting at all.
Breaking story, because our 8 fences in hand has suddenly shrunk if that decision by the ground jury stands.
Right, well, let's keep an eye on that, and whether there are appeals or what happens, and as it updates, we will let you know on that. Let's widen it out then from their performances, just to give us an indication, Nicola, of the preparation that goes into getting ready as a rider with your horse for the cross-country part of the eventing at the Olympics. So as I say, I'm watching it earlier. There are 45 fences. There's water. There's obviously the route that you have to take. But the fences are obviously different in size, in depth of fall as well for the horse on the other side. How far in advance do you begin your preparations for an Olympic cross-country event?
Probably 6 years in advance.
Whoa!
But the training of the horses, it's sort of like putting a child through school. They have to start at the very beginning of their education to then be at the top of their game now, to have all that knowledge, that confidence, that experience. But then fast forward all those years and you've got to top level with a fabulously trained horse, confident partnership. Then it's trying to keep them in absolute top form for the Olympic Games. And when they have walked the course this week, they will have walked with a measuring wheel, so they'll know where their minute markers are throughout the course. But it's a little bit like, I suppose, doing a rally track in a car, that there's, you've got to be in third, second gear if you're doing a tight corner, and then there's spaces where you can times when you can make up time. So they will know which are the slow sections of the course and where they can make up time as well. So they'll have those minute markers clearly in their minds, and also the different options as well. There's so many different options on this course. The course designer has been so clever to test the best without punishing the rest, so that everybody, all nations, can have a good chance of completing.
What? So there are places on that course where if you're maybe better or slightly braver, you can take
a tighter line.
Take a tighter line,
yes, Yes, exactly. So a tighter line would be sort of the most direct route, so therefore would be quicker on the clock. And at the end of the day, you can incur jumping penalties. You can incur penalties for the frangible pin or missing a flag, like we've just talked about with Ros Cantor. And you also get time faults. And it's the lowest score at the end of the day that is the winner, both for team and individual.
When you walk it, do you walk it with your horse?
No, so the riders, they probably will have walked it 4 or 5 times this week. To begin with, they'll walk it with the team, and then they'll very much get into their sort of own mind, walk with the team trainer. But the horse sees it for the very first time when you set off out of that start box.
Oh, wow.
Which is exactly why it takes years. When you said how long in the preparation for something like this, the horse has a mind of its own. It's got its own. They're so intelligent, and they're very trusting animals. And if you train those horses correctly, which at this level they've been so beautifully trained, they trust the rider, that if you say it's fine to jump into this water fence, or it's fine to jump this fence, they'll go, oh yeah, that's fine, I can do that, we can do that. And that's what's so magical, I think, about our sport. It's where two individuals become one, and that is so special.
So how, because that answer follows on from yesterday when we were talking about communicating with your horse during the dressage side of things. So do you have a way, because I was thinking this when I was watching it earlier, there was one of the jumps, there was actually a really big drop on the other side of it into some water. You have a way through your 6 years of training with your horse of letting them know that there's a big drop on the other side.
Yes, so it's about your body language and your position. So you're training the horses to your body language. So for that kind of a fence that you've just said, you wouldn't want to gallop flat out off a big step like that. First of all, it's dangerous. They'll stumble on landing and there's a high chance that horse and rider will fall. Yeah. Definitely not what we want. So then you have to go through your gears as if you were in a car. So go from, say, 6th gear to 3rd gear, but also influence their horse's balance so that they take more weight behind, so they're lighter in their front end, so therefore able to land beautifully balanced. Because at this level, it's not only the drop fence, but the course designer will have put a sneaky corner that you've got to turn to and jump over, or another difficult fence. It's all part of sort of trying to get those silly little mistakes pick up faults around the course. So it's there's a lot to play for.
You must have somebody who competes in this must have a very good memory. I mean, I've got the mountain biking on at the moment. We've got the Grand Prix coming. There may be, I don't know, God knows, 20 odd turns in a Grand Prix. But you're talking 45 jumps and the route and knowing what the layout of each jump. So you've got a lot to store, haven't you?
Yes, of course you do. But there is similarities between perhaps the mountain biking and the horses. The horses have a brain, so you've got two athletes here. You've got two different living beings that can make a decision, make it right, make it wrong. So that would be a major difference. But if you watch the mountain biking, they're always altering their balance, aren't they? The riders, they're always either leaning forward or sitting up, sitting up to rebalance, maybe going down the hills, leaning forward if they're, I don't know, I'm not very good at the technicalities of it all, but there is quite
Nicola,
a lot of similarities.
At least you're good at the technicalities of the horse. I've got no technical experience in either the bikes or the horses, so at least you're ahead of me there. But yes,
Lordship
Graffelo's
is called
Walter,
don't
I do know that, yes, absolutely. But you also have, and this is the same with the bikes, and certainly yesterday, also that psychological side of things of I'm guessing having to put any of your own fear to one side, because as a kid I had a fear of dogs, and I was always told, animals can tell when you're scared. So if you have nerves going into the cross country or are fearful because of a fall at a previous event, you somehow have to park that, don't you?
You do, absolutely. But nerves also have an incredibly important job to play in the cross-country phase. So for the dressage and the show jumping, then you definitely need to park your nerves to one side. For the cross-country, then your nerves and adrenaline gives you that extra speed in your reaction. And I remember riding at London feeling as if I wasn't nervous at all for the dressage and the show jumping. But oh my goodness, for the cross-country, I'd never felt such nerves. But I would, it's a general sort of feeling that if you are not nervous for the cross-country, then it's the time that you must not set off. It is a very dangerous element of our sport, and you have got to be ready to react before even your brain has any idea of what the situation is.
And just the final one, because you can hear the cheers in the background and stuff. How do you prepare the horses for the noise?
I think over time they get used to that, but the horses, like the riders, are so focused and really concentrating on the communication between horse and rider and what they're doing. They love having that support, and the French are really animated. They're always shouting, cheering, clapping, and making a lot of noise in support for everybody, which is lovely. Not just the French, but the horses do enjoy that. They love that. They are generally showmen. They enjoy the sport that they're doing, and that's why they're at top level.
Nicola, thank you for the time being, and thank you to Sonia, and we will be back with both Nicola Wilson and Sonia McLaughlin a little bit later on, just to tidy up what's going on with GB in the sense of the team event there. Last minute or so at the hockey, Sarah Orchard and Helen Richardson-Walsh.
High stress levels far too early on in this Great Britain women's hockey tournament. We're into the last minute and a half here of this pool match against Spain. It's Spain that leads 2-1. Great Britain, I hope they have a penalty corner at the moment, but it's been referred, so we're waiting for that decision. But the big thing here is that Great Britain have pulled off their goalkeeper, so they're playing with an extra player out in the field to try and level this. I mean, just talk us through what happens, Helen Richardson-Walsh, when you pull the goalkeeper, because it means there's no one out there with the big kit on, standing in the goal. There's just one player now who can kick the ball.
Yeah, exactly. So that we've pulled the goalkeeper, and which means we'll have an extra player on the pitch in the outfield. Spain have also had a green card, which means they've lost a player. So we're actually with 2 players up now, with 1 minute and 24 seconds on the clock. The corner has stood, so great chance now for Great Britain.
OK, penalty corner for Great Britain. 1 minute, 24 seconds on the clock. They need to level this one to start their campaign with a draw against Spain. At least Ansley goes in. She's been given another penalty corner. Spain come in. They cause the foul, so they get another attempt to have a go here. We're just watching on the replay. Ansley sends it straight into the body there of the Spanish player, and she'll get another shot. Now, every one of these is going to Ansley, Helen.
Yeah, the majority are. She is the best drag flicker, but also she delivers. On that occasion, she was trying to deliver for French to come in and deflect it on the left-hand side.
Here we go again, second routine. Ansley goes once again. It's blocked by Spain. They get another hit on it, GB. Not to be. It's a loose ball in the D. Time is running out. 1 minute to play. Spain gather. They've been parking the bus in this final quarter, and they're desperately trying to hold on to this ball. They want to hold on to this lead and start their Olympic Games with a win. Great Britain, of course, bronze medalists from Tokyo. Stolen ball again from Spain. Remember, they're flying down the pitch. There is no goalkeeper from GB. The appeal goes up. Spain get the ball back after the block comes in. It was a foul, and I have to say Spain are playing this out brilliantly, Helen.
Yeah, they really are. It's just such a shame from Great Britain. 2 chances from French just to stay composed, but she's thrown the ball away on a couple of occasions. Great Britain have it back now, and it's getting a little bit feisty, which is always the way, with just 25 seconds left on the clock.
When the hooter goes, the hooter goes. That is it, unless it's a foul or a penalty. Spain have played an absolute blinder. All the goals came in the first quarter of this match. Now, it doesn't mean that GB won't progress in this hockey tournament for the women, but it does mean their tournament is going to get a lot more complicated. 6 seconds left to go. It looks like GB are going to open this tournament with a loss. It's Spain who get back on the ball. The hooter's going to go, and that is it. The sticks are in the air from the Spanish players. They have won this game in women's Pool B of this hockey match. It has finished Spain 2, Great Britain 1, and Helen, you have to say, Spain, they earned that win.
Yeah, they did. They came out firing in that first quarter, but I must say, Great Britain in that last quarter looked really good, creating so many chances, just didn't have that final bit. So even though it's a loss, it's obviously a long way to go in a hockey competition. They can take confidence, especially from that last quarter, and creating those chances. However, the fact that we had so many penalty corners, that is my one concern. We didn't convert those, and I think they're going to have to look long and hard at maybe some options that they can move towards rather than going off the top.
Right then, Great Britain's women, they open then the hockey with a loss. They're next up against Australia on Monday, that one at 4 o'clock. But Great Britain's men, they're back in action this evening at 7:15 against South Africa. Mark.
So just going through that British women's group, then I suppose today, if you're just going on the rankings, Helen, and I appreciate the sort of rankings are taken off England, aren't they, rather than Britain? Is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So Britain and Spain are close in rankings in 6 and 7. Australia are ranked 5 and Argentina 2. So they're kind of all. They're a little bit all much of a muchness, are they?
Yeah, they are, to be fair. I think if you look at that pool, Argentina have been the most consistent over the last 3 years or so. They're definitely the best team in that pool. But, yeah, all the other teams, barring maybe South Africa, you can't really pick a winner. So it's going to be a close one. I think today obviously would have been really nice to have got those 3 points. However, it is not the end of their tournament, a long shot.
Just to jump in there though, Mark, the biggest reason this is significant for Great Britain is the fact they've got USA and South Africa in their group who they will be expected to beat. But they've got to pick up another win somewhere, because if not, you're highly likely going to be on a collision course with the Dutch, who will no doubt finish top of their group. They are the ones who dominate the Olympics, the Dutch women. L'Orange, they are just such a force. So that's what they want to avoid. The last thing you want to do is meet the Netherlands in a quarter-final.
And you'd expect the Dutch and the Germans maybe to be the top two in the other group if Britain finished third or fourth, would you?
Yeah, I think the Dutch, Belgium could be up there as well. So yeah, definitely the Dutch number ones. Although I have to say, they didn't look as good yesterday against France. I know they beat them, but they were 2-2 at one point against France, which was very surprising. So yeah, we expect the Dutch to finish top. Germany, Belgium, I kind of think that will go with the world rankings, that pool. But as Sarah said, we qualify for the quarterfinals, but you also don't want to finish fourth.
Yeah. Well, I think I'm going to say goodbye to you, Helen. But Sarah, we're going to switch to rugby sevens in a bit, aren't we?
Yeah, can't wait. Looking forward to it. Great Britain's women, they're in action at 2:30.
Right. So bye, Helen. Talk soon.
Cheers,
and Sarah will be back on the rugby sevens in a little while. Right. Let's try and tidy up what's going on with Team GB at the eventing. Sonia.
Well, we know that the team order as it stands, and Great Britain are still in gold medal position. I should say we are over for the day at the eventing. There are no more horses on the course, and the reason you had all of that noise before, Chappers, was because it was a French horse coming home. I got goosebumps when Nicolas Touzin got his horse over the final fence, because the horse was tired and he did it clear, and that puts France into second, Japan third. And now we were talking previously, because we've got this issue around Ros Canter, that Britain had smashed it and had, ahead of the show jumping, the final phase of this equestrian triathlon, had about 8 fences in hand. They could go in there and kind of, with a real cushion. Now, with the French coming into second place, the cushion in the team event is down to 4.7 because of this issue surrounding Ros Canter. She's been given 15 penalty points. We believe she jumped outside of a white flag towards the end of the course, which is the flag on the left-hand side of the jump, and you have got to have the horse bang inside it. Looks like a shoulder may have just been outside the line. I've just spoken, and I was chatting to Rishi Prasad, who is over in the interview area for the eventing on the cross-country course, and he was saying when Ros Canter came through and she chatted to him, she didn't know. So behind the scenes, this is going to come as a shock to her. I've now spoken to the press officer for British Equestrian, and they obviously have asked for a review, and that review is now pending. So we wait in terms of the team. It means Ros Canter as an individual slid from 6th, where she would have been bang in the mix for an individual medal, all the way down now at the end of the day's play to 24th, which is hugely disappointing.
Sonia, thank you. And if there are appeals and results of appeals, obviously we'll bring them to you throughout the course of the afternoon. We're mixing what's going on here at the Olympics with what's going on elsewhere. We've got the start of the Belgian Grand Prix shortly, but let's go back to the mountain biking. Jonathan?
They're on lap 4 of 7 of this arduous cross-country, up and down mountain biking event. The Brits, first of all, well, Evie Richards is in 7th place for Great Britain. The teenager Ella McLean, Hal McLean, is in 19th. But, Victoria Pendleton, we are watching an absolute procession by Pauline Ferrand-Prévot from France, looking for France's second gold medal of the Games. She leads by 1 minute and 23 seconds at just over the halfway point. This is incredible.
She's just adding and adding more of a gap. And when you watch her on the course, it almost looks like she's riding alone, just enjoying herself. She seems very relaxed, very confident and very calm. It's incredible to see. It looks like she's doing a different event, quite frankly.
Problems for her compatriot, though, Leona Lecomte, who's been in the bronze medal position for a long, long time, but has now gone down to 5th, and it's Jenny Rysveds from Sweden who is in the bronze medal. Oh, a really horrible fall. And yeah, that is Lecomte, I feel, who is down. It is. Wow, that was really nasty on one of the downhill sections, going over boulders and over logs. And this is what can happen in mountain bike if you're not too careful. And that was really nasty. And Lecomte, who was in the bronze medal position, as I say, is now out of the medals.
Oh, that was absolutely, a terrible crash there. There was a really rocky section and people were taking different routes to gain advantage, and she just got thrown over the top of her bike. She seemed to be okay, but we'll have to wait and see. But what a terrible accident to happen.
And in French colours, of course, for a second I thought it could have been the leader, who is a full minute and a half clear, but it's not. Ferrand-Prévot, remembering her 4th Olympic Games, but without a medal so far, looks like she could be bringing down the curtain on her career with the gold medal. Certainly something really unfortunate is going to have to happen to her to deny her that. She leads from Pieterse from the Netherlands and Rysved for Sweden. As I say, Evie Richards for Great Britain is in 7th, but 2 minutes 14 seconds off the lead.
Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you, Victoria. That was a horrible crash for the second French woman in this race, but Ferrand-Prévot is on her way to gold as things stand, with maybe about 40 minutes to go. She's got a lead of 1 minute and 22 seconds. Henry Moran at Edgbaston.
156 for 5, the West Indies score into the afternoon session. The lead is up to 62 runs. England have taken 3 wickets in the day so far. They'll feel confident of wrapping up victory today. But West Indies, if they can build a partnership, Kavem Hodge still there on 54, will be thinking about putting some pressure on England. If they could perhaps get a lead of 150, even 200, could yet have a good game of cricket. 156 for 5, the lead is 62.
We'll go to Belgium for the start of the Grand Prix after the latest BBC News.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
With the BBC News on 5 Live, I'm Alison Hughes. Large crowds have gathered for the funerals of the victims of yesterday's airstrike in the Israeli-occupied territory of Golan Heights. 12 children and young adults were killed when a rocket hit a football pitch. The Lebanese militant group Hezbollah has denied accusations that it is to blame. A woman has died trying to cross the Channel to Britain in an overcrowded migrant boat. The French authorities said 34 people were rescued off the coast near Calais, but others refused help and remained on board. The Environment Secretary Steve Reid has accused the Conservatives of covering up the full extent of the UK's financial pressures. The Tories insist the economy is in better shape than when they inherited it from Labour in 2010. And France's national rail operator says it's finished repairing infrastructure damaged in what's thought to have been a coordinated arson attack on Friday. Hundreds of thousands of people were affected by the disruption ahead of the Olympics opening ceremony.
This is 5 Live Sports at the Olympic Games.
With Mark Chapman.
On 5 Live and BBC Sounds.
Yes, we're in Paris today, gloriously sunny afternoon in Paris, and we're watching the mountain biking. We've been watching the eventing, which has reached the cross-country stage, which still needs just tidying up a little bit. There's tennis going on as well. We've got kayak single later in the women's side of things, and the canoe slalom, so we'll be with that. But plenty of other sport going on as well. The cricket is on Sports Extra. Full uninterrupted coverage of the Belgian Grand Prix will be on the BBC Sport website and app, but we will take bits of it here on 5 Live throughout the afternoon with our F1 team and commentator Harry Benjamin.
Thank you very much, Mark. Indeed, the cars have just set up on their formation lap. Welcome to Belgium. This is round 14 of the Formula One World Championship, the last race before the summer shutdown, when we have a month off before our next race, and storylines up and down the field. Let's just take you through the starting grid. On pole position, it's Charles Leclerc in the Ferrari. Alongside him is Sergio Perez in the Red Bull. Lewis Hamilton is third. Then it's the two McLarens of Lando Norris and Oscar Piastri that round out the top 5. Russell, Sainz, Alonso the top 8. Then it's Esteban Ocon and Alex Albon making up the top 10. Max Verstappen starts from 11th place. He was actually quickest in yesterday's qualifying, but has a 10th-place grid penalty for an additional power unit element, so starts from 11th. Gasly is 12th ahead of Ricciardo. Bottas and Stroll the top 15. Nico Hülkenberg and Kevin Magnussen are 16th and 17th. Then it's Logan Sargent, Joe Guan Yu is 19th, and Yuki Tsunoda 20th and last, after also taking additional power unit elements and getting a grid penalty. They're just making their way now into the final sector. Before we get lights out, let's check in with a cricket update. Henry Moran.
6 wickets down now, West Indies. Josh De Silva out LBW to Mark Wood. 156 for 6, full straight, 90 miles an hour. LBW and he's gone. 156 for 6, the lead 62.
Thanks, Henry. This is Formula One coverage on BBC Radio 5 Live. For uninterrupted coverage, you can listen on the BBC Sport website and app. We are moments away from lights out for the Belgian Grand Prix with myself, Harry Benjamin. Alongside me is the former McLaren mechanic Mark Priestley. Down in the paddock is Rosanna Tennant. Mark, Leclerc starts on pole, Perez alongside, Verstappen going from outside the top 10. What are your predictions in this early part of the race?
Yeah, I think we're going to be looking at Sergio Perez to make a great start. That's what he needs to do. He needs to get in front of that Ferrari alongside him on the grid and start controlling the race. Verstappen has a lot of work to do from P11, but he's got a car very much capable of doing it.
Just pulling through the bus stop chicane now, that final slow chicane that leads you on to the start-finish straight. Just over 7 kilometres this track, the longest on the calendar. 19 turns, 10 to the right and 9 to the left, and the run down to the start-finish straight to turn 1, La Source from pole position, which will be on the left-hand side, 150 metres, or indeed the right-hand side, I should say, as the driver looks at it on the left-hand side as we look at it. But drivers just slotting into their grid positions, giving you an update on the constructors and the driver standings. Max Verstappen leads the way by 76 points, 265 to his name, ahead of Lando Norris. Leclerc, Sainz and Piastri round out the top 5 in the drivers. Then in the Constructors' Championship, it's Red Bull lead the way, 51 points clear of McLaren, Ferrari third, Mercedes, Aston Martin the top 5, and indeed Yuki Tsunoda, the last car on the grid in the RB, just making his way through the bus stop chicane now. We will get this race underway. Rosanna Tennant down in the paddock.
Yeah, it's incredibly warm today, Harry. So different from the conditions we saw for yesterday's qualifying session. Fans are in the grandstand. I hope all's well with the pole sitter, Charles Leclerc. His car was being worked on while I was on the grid. I hope he's okay.
20 cars on the starting grid for the Belgian Grand Prix. Sergio Perez starts second. Charles Leclerc in the Ferrari is on pole position. It's all eyes to the lights and foot to the floor as we go racing in Belgium. It's a good start from Leclerc. Perez is having to fend off Hamilton, who's made a great start down the inside of Perez. Leclerc leads out through La Source. Perez trying to come back at Lewis Hamilton. Lando Norris runs out wide, picks up a bit of gravel on the exit of La Source as they run down through Eau Rouge, a 35-metre elevation change, uphill, over the hill at Radion, down that long Kemmel straight. The slipstream power, so effective. Leclerc leads the way, Hamilton's up to second, but Perez is fighting back in. The Red Bull and Mercedes side by side, and into the breaking point of Les Combes. It's the Mercedes that wins out. Hamilton second, Leclerc leads.
Well, it wasn't quite the start that Sergio Perez needed, but it's not the end of the world for him. He's sitting in third place, but he's got a very quick car, and you can overtake on this circuit. He will now just need to tuck in, get himself under control, and the opportunities are still going to come to him. With Charles Leclerc sitting in front, though, that's exactly what he needed. He wasn't even expecting to stay in the lead by the end of lap 1, and at the moment, that's exactly what he's done.
Good start from George Russell as well, the second Mercedes. He's made a gain up into fifth. Lando Norris did run out wide, coming through La Source, dipped a wheel onto the gravel, and that's costing positions to Russell and Carlos Sainz. Norris now down in 7th, just ahead of Alex Albon, who's also made a great start in that Williams. Max Verstappen, though, from 11th on the grid, is already up and inside the top 10, making his way up into 9th. But towards the end of lap 1 of 44 here at the Spa-Francorchamps circuit for the Belgian Grand Prix, it's the Ferrari of Charles Leclerc, who inherited pole position yesterday, but carries the lead ahead now of Lewis Hamilton in the Mercedes. Then it's Sergio Perez, Oscar Piastri, George Russell the top 5, Carlos Sainz, Lando Norris, Alex Albon the top 8. Then comes Max Verstappen, and Fernando Alonso rounds out the top 10. But that second Red Bull of Max Verstappen hounding the Williams behind him is almost trying to come back. Albon trying to come back at Verstappen through the bus stop chicane. Verstappen fends him off and has the position once again coming through La Source.
Yeah, Max Verstappen looking very, very racy, and of course he has to make these medium-clad tyres, the medium yellow wall tyres that he's got in his car. He's got 2 sets of those, as opposed to most other people having 2 of the new hard tyre, which might be the more preferred tyre. It's going to go longer into the race and have that performance for a much longer time. Max has got to make use of the grip that he's got right now.
DRS now activated, the drag reduction system, the rear wing flap flies open, and Oscar Piastri making a move on the Ferrari Lando Norris, I should say, making a move on the Ferrari of Carlos Sainz towards the end of the Kemmel Straight. Brakes so late, almost takes out the Mercedes of George Russell in front of him, and then Norris has to bail out of the corner, lets the Ferrari back through. Norris fighting with Sainz over 6th place, getting mightily close to a collision there for Lando Norris.
Yeah, amazing stuff. I mean, a real disappointment for the McLaren of Lando Norris. That poor start has really cost him, because now he's tucked back in a pack. He's sat behind the Ferrari of Carlos Sainz, which is not where he wants to be. He's got a faster car than Carlos, and he will now need to get himself calm and under control. He's a little bit, seems like he's a little bit racy at the moment, a little bit sort of frustrated in where he is. You saw him run off just a moment ago, trying to get past the Ferrari. He needs to calm himself down. It is a long race, and he's got a car that's very good on tyre management. They don't tend to go through their tyres at the same rate that the likes of Ferrari will do around them. So the opportunities will come to him. He can afford to be a little bit patient, but he does need to make his way forward, because I think he's got a car capable of winning this race.
Well, he's going to have Verstappen right up behind him shortly, who's now dispatched Fernando Alonso. Verstappen up into 8th at the end of lap 2 as we begin lap 3 of 44 here at the Belgian Grand Prix. It's Charles Leclerc who leads for now, but he cannot shake Lewis Hamilton and the Mercedes, who started 3rd with a fantastic start, is up into 2nd and is hounding the back of the Scarlet Red Ferrari in front of him with the DRS now active, that drag reduction system. The rear wing flap opens when you're within a second of the car in front, gives you an extra 0.6 of a second up the hill, over Eau Rouge, down the Kemmel Straight with DRS. Hamilton breezes past the Ferrari of Leclerc, and Hamilton takes the lead of the Belgian Grand Prix on lap 3. Lewis Hamilton leads for Mercedes, out through Lecon, through Malmedy and down towards Beau Rivage. Hamilton ahead of Leclerc, Perez 3rd, Piastri 4th, Russell 5th.
Yeah, that is not where Lewis Hamilton expected to be today, but he's made an incredible start, and I think he would have even got past the Ferrari without the benefit of DRS. Such was his run up the hill out of Radion, through Eau Rouge and up Radion into the Kemmel Straight. He has so much more speed than the Ferrari in front of him. He's now got the opportunity to break the DRS gap, that 1 second that he needs to be in front of Charles Leclerc. If he can do that, he's then got an opportunity to control things a little bit. Sergio Perez, for me, is the one that I'm most surprised at, because we know how fast that Red Bull is, and yet he's making absolutely no inroads into what is now the Ferrari of Leclerc in front of him. He couldn't do anything about Lewis Hamilton. He's seemingly a little bit stuck.
Oh, and we've got a slow car out on track. It's the Sauber of Zhou Guanyu, who has fallen all the way to the back of the pack. Indeed, he started in 19th. He had made a couple of gains, but he is going very slowly coming through turn 10.
I'm losing power, guys. So losing hydraulic with it. I try to bring it back.
Such a shame for Zhou Guanyu, who sounds like he will be out of this race as we get towards the start now of lap 4. It's Hamilton who leads now by almost a second to Charles Leclerc. Perez is 3rd, Piastri 4th, then comes Russell, Sainz, Norris, who is now having to defend from Verstappen behind. Fernando Alonso is 9th, and Alex Albon rounds out the top 10, and they are your current point scorers. Down in the pit lane for us is Rosanna Tennant.
Harry, there was a huge cheer as Lewis Hamilton made that move on Charles Leclerc. The fans here at Spa-Francorchamps loving that, seeing the Mercedes driver out front. And don't forget, Lewis Hamilton was a little bit apprehensive about this race. They tried some things, changed some things overnight on Friday, but didn't get a chance to try them out yesterday because it was wet. He said it was a race into the unknown. He's proving that it's all going quite nicely for them this afternoon. But hey, we've still got quite a lot of this Grand Prix to go.
Yeah, Lewis Hamilton certainly enjoying himself out there, the man who actually has won around this circuit 4 times, looking at a 5th right now, but there's still a long way to go in this race. We're expecting a 2-stop strategy. Everybody is on the medium tyre with the exception of Carlos Sainz, who started on the harder compound, and Zhou Guanyu, who now looks like he might be out of this race. Daniel Ricciardo started outside of the top 10. He actually elected for the soft tyre, so we'll see how that strategy pans out for Ricciardo, who looked very fast in yesterday's qualifying, frustrated not to get into the top 10, a man who could be in contention for that 2nd Red Bull seat, maybe at the end of the summer break as we enter the 2nd half of the season. This, the final race before that summer break, round 14 of 24, the Belgian Grand Prix. Hamilton leads that gap, almost getting to a 2nd. Perez then another 2nd back from Charles Leclerc, but the closest fight right now is looking between, well, Max Verstappen is ominously closing on to the back of Lando Norris as we get towards the end of lap 4, beginning lap 5, out out through the bus stop chicane. He'll get the first dose of DRS down towards La Source, but I don't think he's close enough on this occasion.
No, not yet. It's a real DRS train at the moment. The gap's not opening up, so everybody in the top 10 pretty much in the DRS zone from the car in front of them. Carlos Sainz on that harder tyre, the hard compound, the only one in the top 10, in fact the only one in the race, I think, apart from Ogier as well, on the hard compound. He's going to be able to run much longer. The first pit stops for the medium-clad runners we would expect to happen around about lap 10, lap 12. The hard compound tyre, of course, will go quite a lot longer, and Carlos Sainz at the moment making really good use of that. Right up underneath the rear wing of George Russell's Mercedes, he could be the next man to make a move.
And just ahead of Russell's Mercedes is the McLaren of Piastri, who had a little dart down the inside of Perez right at the end of the Kemmel straight. Piastri very confident on his brakes at the end of that long straight that leads you towards Les Combes, but had to tuck in behind Perez. Zhou Guanyu is still continuing out there. We're just getting another look at the start of the race, and what a start by Hamilton, but he did force the matter.
Yeah, he had to force the matter, get his elbows out, because the Red Bull of Sergio Perez was very much alongside him. It was the initial launch from Hamilton that pulled him right up level with Sergio Perez's Red Bull. They went wheel to wheel through turn one, nobody giving an inch, but both got through there safely. That was a really good start from Hamilton. It set him up nicely with the lead of this Grand Prix with, 5 laps gone?
Certainly is, and Lando Norris was the McLaren that just went a little bit wide out through La Source. That's the exit of turn one, had the outside and then just dipped a wheel, the left rear, into the gravel, and that allowed both Russell and the Ferrari of Sainz through. Indeed, he was lucky to keep Alonso and Ocon behind him, and along with Alex Albon too. Actually, Ocon made a bit of a poor start for the Frenchman, who did start inside the top 10 in that Alpine. But that was how the start panned out. This is the Belgian Grand Prix. We've also got coverage of the cricket elsewhere. Let's head down to Henry Moran,
where it's 162 for 7. Mark Wood striking again, full and straight and brilliant. Alzari Joseph bowled middle stump out of the ground. West Indies 162 for 7. They lead by just 68.
Thanks, Emery, and coverage continues of the cricket over on Sports Extra right now on BBC Radio 5 Live, and uninterrupted coverage of the Formula 1 Grand Prix from Belgium on the BBC Sport website and app. It's lap 6 of 44 of the Belgian Grand Prix at Spa-Francorchamps, the longest circuit on the calendar, just over 7 kilometres in length, and it's Lewis Hamilton who leads for Mercedes by now over a second, ahead of the Ferrari of Charles Leclerc. Sergio Perez is third. That was Lewis Hamilton on the radio saying, "Something is moving down my legs."
I dread to think what that could be, but it's certainly not the sort of sensation he wants to be feeling while he's leading a Grand Prix, but we'll try and get some more on that when it comes. But what he has done is made a very good start here, because he's broken DRS. Leclerc behind him has also crucially broken DRS to Sergio Perez, and it's Perez who's now has a fast McLaren behind him in the hands of Oscar Piastri, who's still within that DRS zone. Max Verstappen flying up through the field. He's in P8 right now with a very quick car. We talked about Perez having a real opportunity here to bolster his confidence, to give himself that boost, and perhaps even save his career. But what happens if he ends up in a situation where his teammate, who started the race in 11th, finds his way, which he's already on the way to doing, very quickly up behind him, and even overtaking the other Red Bull car of Perez? That could be the opposite effect. That could really kill his confidence and maybe even his career.
It certainly could. Just behind Sergio Perez in third is Oscar Piastri fourth. George Russell rounds out the top 5. Then it's Carlos Sainz holding his own on that harder compound tyre and SIG. Norris 7th, still ahead of Verstappen, who is now half a second behind the British racer. Alonso 9th, Albon 10th. Then comes Ocon, Gasly, Bottas, Ricciardo and Stroll, the top 15. Hulkenberg and Magnussen 16th and 17th. Tsunoda is 18th, ahead of Logan Sargent. And Zhou Guanyu, reporting issues a few laps around, stayed out on track, but has now come into the pits for what looks like a retirement for the Chinese driver. Could be his second retirement of the season for the team that is struggling. 0 points to Sauber's name so far, the only team yet to score a point.
Yeah, Piastri was just shaping up for a move on the back of Perez, but he's actually just dropped out of the DRS zone. He's got a few more corners as they close out the lap to come round and get into that DRS zone for that crucial long run from all the way from turn 1 down through Eau Rouge and up the hill of Radion and onto onto that Kemmel Straight. That's the biggest overtaking opportunity. So he needs to close up now, which he's just trying to do, but the gap's just gradually starting to open out a little bit. We're in this little sort of tyre preservation phase now, because in about 3 or 4 laps' time, we might start seeing the first of those planned 2-stop strategy pit stops for those on the medium tyres.
Yeah, it is certainly going to be a bit of a tyre management race. And I also wonder whether Perez has been doing that from a little bit earlier on, which is why he's not made the massive inroads he has done. Just looking at the lap times now, last lap around for Lewis Hamilton, a 1:49.3. Leclerc, a 1:49.7. Perez, a little bit quicker, a 1:49.6. So Perez slightly quicker than the Ferrari in front of him, but Hamilton has the pace over both of them, indeed extending his advantage out in the lead by almost 2 seconds now.
Yeah, absolutely. Really good stuff from Hamilton. This is exactly what he needed. And it is a real surprise because the higher temperatures that we've got today weren't expected to suit the Mercedes. If we go back over recent races, it's been the cooler climates which have really brought their car alive. Today we've got reasonable temperatures, a track temperature of 42 degrees. And actually, he looks like he's doing very well. Great, the fastest lap of the Grand Prix as well so far. And hanging on nicely to that lead, controlling the race as we get the first pit stop from Nico Hülkenberg.
Yeah, Nico Hülkenberg has come in at the end of lap 7 and put a hard tyre on, so he drops all the way to the back of the grid. 19th place for the German in the Haas. A bit of clear air for him, no doubt, at least, because that second half of the field very much stuck in a bit of a traffic jam, and Joe Bragnew is confirmed as out of this race. So only 19 runners still in this one. Lap 8 of 44 of the Belgian Grand Prix. It's Lewis Hamilton who leads by over 1.5 seconds. Charles Leclerc in the Ferrari, who started on pole position, is second. Perez third. Piastri fourth. Russell fifth. Sainz just behind. Then it's Norris and Verstappen, who started 11th after a 10-place grid penalty. Alonso ninth, and Albon very much holding his own in the Williams in that final points-paying position, but Esteban Ocon on the Alpine is right behind him, along with his teammate Gasly. We know how quick those Alpines are in a straight line with a very skinny rear wing, helping them down that long Kemmel Straight in the first part of this lap.
So just looking at tyres, Daniel Ricciardo is the only man to start the race on the soft tyre. Of course, he was hoping to get a good start off the line with that, the extra performance it gives you. It hasn't really worked for him. He is still hanging on to the tyre, so he's not having to make a dramatically early pit stop, but he hasn't made the gains on track. But the man who started on the hard tyre, Carlos Sainz, that's what everyone's going to be looking at inside the top 10 at least, because Carlos Sainz is on the tyre that we expect most people, particularly those in and around the front, to switch onto at their first pit stop. So everyone getting good information. And if I look at Carlos Sainz's lap times, very respectable on the hard tyre in terms of the comparison to the medium tyre, as we get a few more people peeling into the pits.
Yeah, Daniel Ricciardo's coming to get rid of those soft tyres. Alex Albon in as well, along with Logan Sargent. So Williams doing a double stop there. So those in the second half of the field electing to make those pit stops, because I think they're all a little bit stuck in a traffic jam in that DRS train where everybody is really getting the same advantage, so no one can move forward.
Oscar, plan A or B? What do you think?
I think A.
Sorry, mate, that was Oscar Piastri being told plan A or plan B. He's thinking plan A, which you would expect to be that 2-stop strategy of going the medium tyre that he's on now, that he started the race onto, and then onto the hard tyre, which you know he's got 2 sets of for this Grand Prix. So you'd imagine that would be plan A. The exact stop lap will be what he's exactly referring to, and we of course don't know what that is, but it's expected to be any time around now. We've seen those guys at the back just starting to make their stops. The guys at the front will be hoping for a gap to open up, in which when they do stop, they can drop nicely back into.
Certainly can. It's lap 9 of 44 of the Belgian Grand Prix. Lewis Hamilton leads by 2 seconds. Leclerc second. Sergio Perez is third. Piastri and Russell round out the top 5. Max Verstappen is currently 8th, chasing down Lando Norris. Verstappen having started from outside the top 10. Pit stops currently underway. Live uninterrupted coverage continues of the Belgian Grand Prix over on the BBC Sport website and app. But for now, let's head back to Paris for continued Olympics coverage. Mark.
Thank you very much. Yeah, BBC Sport website and app for uninterrupted coverage. We'll be back in Belgium a little bit later on. So we're not far off the conclusion of the women's mountain bike cross country, which has been dominated by a home favourite, and they are loving it on the course, aren't they, Jonathan Overend? There are French flags everywhere.
Everywhere, and there are the bells, you know, the Swiss ski bells almost, and the cheers and the chants and the hooters, and it's all for Pauline Ferrand-Prévot, multiple world champion, not just in mountain bikes, but on road, on cyclocross, and on gravel as well, but never an Olympic medal, but it's an absolute procession. She has a 3-minute lead in the gold medal position right now, the home favourite. However, since you were last with us, quite a story, because Pak Pieters from the Netherlands, who was clear in silver medal position, got a puncture in her back tyre, and it appeared, Victoria Pendleton, to be a bit of a slow puncture as well. She rode on it for quite some time before changing her bike, but she's now well down the field.
Well, they only are restricted to being able to change and do the mechanical work in a certain part of the course, and we saw her actually take the drop off one of the jumps and land it, and we were all like, ooh, on a flat tyre, and then she had to ride round, and in the meantime she was overtaken by the chasing group, but she got it fixed. The mechanics were a little bit slow. They could do with some lessons off the Formula One, to be honest with them, but she's backing away, but now dropped down to, I think, 7th position.
So that's the rider who was in silver, now down to 7th. And earlier, of course, we had the other French rider, Lecomte, who was in the bronze medal position, that heavy fall, which took her out of the race completely. So we have new medalists in Jenny Rissveds from Sweden, currently in the silver medal position. Hayley Batten from the United States, currently in the bronze medal position. Evie Richards is up into 5th as things stand. So it's a great effort so far from the British number 1, who was 8th for quite some time, then gradually up to 7th. And of course, with these incidents now, Victoria, she's gradually making her way through the field and doesn't need a whole heap to go much wrong for other riders to suddenly be in with a chance of a medal.
I mean, we've just seen 2 of the riders that are in medal contention at the start of the race really have unfortunate luck. That's going into the final lap there. You can hear the crowd going, Pauline, Pauline, Pauline. But it's such a good effort from Evie Richards. She's still a little way off getting into the medals, but who knows what can happen. We've had punches, we've had a wheel breakdown, and we've had a crash.
Well, she's 7 seconds off 4th place, Victoria, at the moment. I mean, that's not much, is it? 7 seconds after this amount of distance, travelling at 20 kilometres per hour. And as we say, should one more thing, if she can get up to 4th, and then if one more thing goes wrong, we could have an unexpected medal here in Evie Richards. Just has to stay upright on 2 wheels and in contention. But certainly in terms of the lead, it is Pauline Ferrand-Prévot all the way as she looks to end her career with her first Olympic medal in her home Olympic Games. And that medal looks almost certain to be gold with this healthy lead of over 3 minutes. So we're close up, in fact, Victoria Pendleton, with the riders at the moment. We're getting some extraordinary camera shots, aren't we? We're actually working out whether they are drone shots, aren't they? There's one section of the course where a drone flies down right behind the riders and then follows them along one section of the course.
Yeah, it's almost like it has to weave in and out of the trees. We were like, it can't be a drone. Is it a drone? But it really gives you a sense of the pace of the riders as well, and really the technicality of the course following them from above.
So it is Ferrand-Prévot with this 3-minute healthy lead. And just to remind you that this is the mountain bike cross country. It's taking place at Colline d'Alincourt, the hill, the highest point in the Paris region at 231 metres above sea level. It's out to the west of Paris, beyond Versailles, a former sandstone quarry, now a green leisure space, but it is up and down. It is rough terrain. It's over rocks, it's over boulders, it's over fallen trees, it's up very, very steep climbs, and then treacherously, Victoria, it's down dicey descents. And that's certainly cost a couple of riders this afternoon, some of those.
It has, and actually this course isn't seen as particularly technical, so a lot of riders would prefer a more technical course, and because this is like a manufactured hill, it's not on a regular mountain, I think it's relentless because they've made the most of going steep up, steep down, and it's like one thing or the other. There's no time to sort of get into rhythm.
And how dangerous is the
don't
risk?
Try it.
No, I'm not 100% not going to try it. But I'm just wondering about this sort of random risk of a puncture. You know, the possibility has got to be quite high, hasn't it, in percentage terms? I know they're big, robust wheels on these mountain bikes and tyres, but you know, going over the terrain that they're going over now.
Anything can happen. It could be a difference of you know, the wheel position of a couple of inches. You catch a rock, maybe get an impact in a certain way, or something hits the side wall of the tyre, then you know, that could easily cause a puncture or another mechanical sort of breakdown.
Just before we pick this up again, I just want to touch base with Maz Faruqi on Dan Evans at the Olympic tennis. What's happening in this Evans match, Maz?
Yes, scary moment for Dan Evans, Jonathan. Remember, Cam Norrie's already withdrawn from the singles for Great Britain today with injury, and Evans has taken a tumble whilst chasing a shot from Tunisia's Miraz Ishaji in his singles match. He scraped down the side of his right-hand side of his body, so his right arm, the right of his side, his knee as well. Remember, he's due to play, of course, in the doubles later with Andy Murray. It could be Murray's last ever match, but Evans certainly not moving freely in this match now. He's lost the second set as well, so it's gone to a decider. He got a bit of treatment on his back, on his leg. Can he recover, Jonathan, and recover his focus to win this match and indeed to play with Andy Murray later?
Could be a little nervous in Andy Murray's world right now, watching a stricken doubles partner. Thank you, Maz. We'll touch base with you here at the mountain bike cross country. Quite an advance from Evie Richards. We were talking about that narrow gap between 5th and 4th. Richards in 5th, but she's right up now with the 4th placed rider, Alessandra Keller from Switzerland, who is the number 1 in the current world rankings. And this is a brilliant effort from Richards, Victoria.
This is. She's just taken her time and she's obviously making gains all the way through the course, and anything can happen at this stage, as we've just talked about. But she seems to have been very consistent, and there's been riders falling back through the field, but she's maintained her pace and momentum.
So there are battles going on for the silver medal, with Rizvets for Sweden and Batten for the United States, basically neck and neck, 2nd and 3rd. And then Keller for Switzerland and Richards for Great Britain in 4th and 5th. They're neck and neck as well. So if Richards can just edge up into 4th place, who knows? Possibly still a medal chance for Great Britain on this final lap of the cross country. 4.4 kilometres is each lap. It's a really tough course. Single track for much of it. At other times they're slaloming around trees that are right in the centre of the track, up and down, as we say, over this rough terrain. And the average speed, Victoria, as well, 20 kilometres per hour for most, 21.6 kilometres per hour for the leader, Pauline Ferrand-Prévot.
And it's rarely flat, is it? It's rarely flat. It's a tough course. It's got some tricky little tight turns. Not particularly technical, as we've said, but it's relentless. I think it would be just sapping your energy at every single point.
One of the problems for Evie Richards is she's not just looking ahead of herself, she's also now looking over her shoulder at Puck Pieters from the Netherlands, who's now back in this race. She was the rider who was in silver medal position when she suffered that rear wheel puncture to send her well down the field, but she's now using some of that early race pace to bridge the gap once more, and she's bearing down on Richards.
She is. You could see Evie Richards just looking over her shoulder there, catching a glimpse when she can. I mean, a lot of the course, it's difficult to get a view behind of who's approaching, but she on a small straight there, she took the chance and could see that she's hot on the heels of Evie Richards.
Let's get a Rugby Sevens update from Sarah Orchard.
Yeah, it's about to get underway once again in the Stade de France. It's the first day now of the Women's Sevens competition. After all that excitement of France winning the gold medal yesterday, it's now the time for the women and the opening match. Great Britain against Ireland. The Irish are on Olympic debut. Great Britain, a little bit of an unknown in coming into this. They've got a few players who've decided to switch from 15s to 7s. It's going to be an exciting one getting underway in the next few minutes. It's going to be Great Britain against Ireland.
Thank you, Sarah. Back with you shortly on that wicket at the Test match. Here's Henry Moran.
It's another wicket for Mark Wood, who's been quite brilliant since the lunch break. It's 171 for 8. He finds the outside edge of Callum Hodge, who was on 55. And England now sensing victory today. The West Indies lead 77 runs. They're 171 for 7. For 8, forgive me.
Thank you, Henry. Evie Richards for Great Britain is trying to hold off Pak Pieters from the Netherlands, who was the bronze medalist at the World Championships last year in Glasgow, and it's quite a battle in the third chase group right now. Those two riders not in medal contention as things stand, but anything could happen as we enter the last few minutes of this mountain bike cross country. It looks like gold is going to be France's for the second time, of course, after their Rugby 7 success yesterday. Pauline Ferrand-Prévot has this lead of over 3 minutes. It's a 3-minute, 12-second lead, which is quite incredible. We're watching Evie Richards now as she goes over a boulder and round a few steep left turns. Victoria Pendleton alongside me. Pak Pieters is right on her back wheel, though.
I think she's really giving it everything she's got now in this final lap, trying to maintain that position. But it's there are some big gaps forming in the front side of this women's race there. So 3 minutes, and then there's another 2 minutes behind to Evie Richards and Pak Pieters.
Has to give it everything, Richards, in the hope that something could happen ahead of her that may open the door to a possible medal. It's a long, long shot. In the meantime, we're with the procession that is Pauline Ferrand-Prévot as she enters the final stages, goes over a big jump, and then she almost has the audacity to cruise around the edge of a boulder that she would otherwise be going over. Because she has such a lead, she can now play it safe. And listen to the French crowd. There are 15,000 of them spread around this hill to the west of Paris city centre, and they are cheering this rider towards a first Olympic medal and a second gold of the Games for the home nation France. What a procession, and what a feeling this must be for her.
This is the kind of feeling that I imagine athletes speak about, that once in a lifetime when everything comes together and you just feel like you're floating. And she looks like she's floating around the course, doesn't she? She looks like it's effortless in some ways, and it's definitely not effortless because it's a tough event. But she's just manoeuvring her way around the course, looking very relaxed. Yeah, this is the moment we all dream of when anything comes together, and that it doesn't feel real anymore.
And 2 days of stories in the cycling events, aren't they? Because Grace Brown for Australia yesterday, winning the women's time trial in her final year of her professional career, and now Pauline Ferrand-Prévot in her final year of mountain biking, looking like she is going to win the gold, ahead of Hayley Batten from the United States, currently in the silver medal position. Jenny Rysveds for Sweden in the bronze medal position. And for both of those riders, that is going to be a huge success story, because they could not have anticipated being second and third. But this has been a race which has seen crashes, it's seen punctures, it's seen trashed wheels as well. Not just a trashed tyre we saw earlier in the race for the South African rider, but the wheel completely snapped.
It disintegrated, hadn't it? And she was nowhere, unfortunately, near the mechanics or where they can have the mechanics step in and help them with new bike parts. It was an immediate race was over within the first or second lap. But this is almost, it seems like two different races. I know I said it before. The way that Pauline Ferrand-Prévot is just cruising around here with such ease, with such finesse.
You feel like she's going to grab a flag at any moment for the final stretch. Pauline Ferrand-Prévot heading towards gold for France. We should say that at this time tomorrow it'll be the men's race on this same course, and Tom Pidcock for Great Britain. What an opportunity. A quick word on him.
Well, I mean, firm favourite at the moment. Definitely one of Great Britain's top gold medal hopes. So, it's going to be exciting watching him tomorrow.
Defending the title that he won in Tokyo 3 years ago. It's been such tough work for these riders, and it is Batten for the United States who's now edged ahead as Rysveds for Sweden. So Batten in the silver medal position, but it's a brilliant battle. Over an hour and 25 minutes of arduous mountain bike hill climbing and descents. There's 2 or 3 bike lengths between them for the silver medal, Victoria?
I know, but I really feel that Hayley Batten has taken a bit of an edge to the lead, taken a little bit of lead here and an opportunity on that climb.
Let's get another update with Sarah Orchard. What's happening, Sarah?
Well, in the Olympic sevens, it's the women's competition. High action early on in this first half between Ireland and Great Britain. It's Ireland 5, Great Britain 7. Amy Lee Murphy-Crowe crashed over for the Irish early on, but it's been equalled in the end by Isla Norman-Bell for Great Britain. The conversion added the extras, so it is Great Britain 7, Ireland 5.
Smile etched across the face of Pauline Ferrand-Prévot here at the mountain bike cross country. She's punching the air as she comes around the final corner towards the finishing line. She looks over her shoulder. I don't know what she's looking for because her opponents are in another country. Pauline Ferrand-Prévot wins gold for France, their second gold of their own Olympic Games. And after trying in London, and after trying in Rio, and after trying in Tokyo, and not coming close, she has finally got her hands on an Olympic medal, and that medal is gold. What a performance, and she's going to win by over 3 minutes. It's going to be a long time until she sees her nearest rival, and she holds her mountain bike high above her head. It looks like she's still got the energy to cycle around that course for the rest of the afternoon. What a performance, what a ride by Pauline Ferrand-Prévot. Victoria Pendleton.
I mean, you can see how much it meant to her there, and the friends and family all embracing her at the finish line. This is going to be one of the stories that lives through cycling, and the French public are going to absolutely adore this story. It couldn't be a more perfect ending to a career, and she did it so beautifully, so dominantly.
The sprint is on, though, for the silver medal position, and this is quite a battle between Hayley Batten of the United States and Jenny Rissveds from Sweden. They are sprinting hard. There's only around about 3 bike lengths between them. Head down. Goodness, it looks like they're on the track. They're pedalling so fast. Wicket at the cricket. Henry.
West Indies all out, 5 wickets after lunch from Mark Wood. He finishes 5 for 40. England will need 82 to win this match and win the series 3-0.
It looks like silver is heading to the United States. Hayley Batten might be celebrating as wildly as Ferrand-Prévot in a few moments' time because unexpectedly she's on course for the silver medal. Jenny Rissveds from Sweden is in bronze, and it looks like Batten is just edging clear through a really knotty, rough section with logs and boulders across the track, and then she weaves her way through the trees as well, slaloming towards the finish line. Evie Richards for Great Britain remains in 5th position, and it does look like it's now way too much to ask for her to get a medal. Ferrand-Prévot is still being serenaded at the finishing line. Her rivals are still in the forest and up the mountain, but the descent is on, and the battle for silver medal is gathering pace. Hayley Batten for the United States, Jenny Rissveds for Sweden. Up and down, more undulations on this incredible track. I mean, it is quite the course, Victoria, isn't it?
It is. They've really created something very unusual here. I mean, the fact that, you know, this is a pretty much a man-made course, that some of the features have completely been added.
It looks like Batten is going to win this silver medal. They come around the final corner. Oh, and she can't believe it. She is punching the air. She's looking to the skies. United States win the silver medal, followed very quickly by Sweden and Jenny Rissveds for bronze, who might be a little disappointed at maybe running out a little bit of energy right at the end there. But what a battle that was for the silver medal. So it is France from the United States, from Sweden for the medals in an incident-filled mountain bike cross-country race for the women, with punctures, with dismantled wheels, and with a heavy fall as well. Evie Richards comes across the line for 5th, and that is a fantastic achievement. She finished 7th in Tokyo, so she's finished 5th here in Paris for Great Britain. Men's race tomorrow, and she is smiling, Evie Richards. She knows that that's a big result for her, Mark, but it is quite a performance, isn't it, from the home favourite, Pauline Ferrand-Prévot, who undoubtedly, thanks to that ride, will be one of the faces of the Games.
She absolutely will, and she is still celebrating, and such was her dominance, such was her margin of victory, that I think the crowd managed to go through that Allez les Bleus and Marseillaise repertoire at least 3 times before the silver medalist Batten crossed the line. And Batten and Rizveds, the silver and bronze medalists, are still embracing now after that tumultuous battle between the two of them for second and third. We'll talk more to Victoria Pendleton about what we've seen there. It's brilliant for the home country. And every gold medal they get just ratchets up the atmosphere here in Paris. But we'll go back there at the conclusion of the Rugby Sevens, because this is tight in the Stade de France. Ireland against Great Britain. Let's join Sarah Orchard and Kat Merchant for this.
Thanks ever so much, Mark. Yes, right, we are closing in on a half-time between Great Britain and Ireland. It's Great Britain who leads 7-5 at the moment. Ireland just had a penalty and they decided to go for a scrum in the middle of the pitch to try and split the GB players as they just go towards this near side. As soon as the ball goes dead, that will be it for the half. There's still another 7 minutes to come in the second half. And we just see a little breakaway opportunity. Amy Lee Murphy-Crowe is about to touch down for Ireland second then in this. We've still got a long way to travel, but that will give Ireland at least a 3-point lead with a conversion to come. Kat Merchant. Well, I think we're just having a few problems at the moment here in Kat, clearly at the moment, so we will just get her. Okay, so we will just get Kat in a few moments' time as we're just watching the replays on the big screen of the Amy Lee Murphy-Crowe try, just going down on the right-hand side out wide there. I mean, she's been an absolute try-scoring machine for the Irish. She scored 7 tries in 8 games against Great Britain before today, and she's gone over for 2 more already here at the Stade de France. And waiting for this conversion to come in now from the near-side touchline. Lucy Mulhall, the captain, she's got that one, so that adds another couple of extra points. So that means Ireland lead at half-time, 12 points to Great Britain's 5. Kat.
Yeah, Ireland just looking so dangerous, and GB are slightly passive with their defence, and they're sitting off, and you can't do that with a team like Ireland because they are so fast. They take their opportunities and they are really stretching Great Britain. So great for Ireland. They're looking dangerous, they're looking sharp, but GB will need to step it up another level in the second half.
Do you think they're being a bit tentative then, Kat?
Yeah, well, they look sharper in attack. They look like they've really got their go forward. They're hitting their breakdown wells. Meg Jones did a really nice break through the middle and a great support line off her. But defensively, yeah, they're obviously not wanting to bite, but they're sitting off too much, and they're inviting Ireland into that space, and it's just something they're going to have to go a bit more aggressive with.
It's very different conditions to yesterday. We were talking about this with the mountain biker. You know, the men reached the conclusion of their Rugby Sevens in fairly cool weather, but with a lot of rain, which brings its own problems. But playing Rugby Sevens in hot sunshine, there aren't many more brutal sports to be doing, are there?
Oh yeah, it's a lung-busting game for anyone who has given it a go. But I'm sure the players out there would much rather be playing in the sun than the rain that the men had to endure. But it does definitely make things feel a bit harder.
Work to be done for Great Britain. They trail at the break. Second half about to get underway. Sarah.
Thanks so much, Mark. Yes, the Rugby Sevens players, they won't be too perturbed by the warmer conditions today. They tend to chase the sunshine around the world, wherever it goes, and that's where the World Series follows. And talking of the World Series, it's been an incredible season for Ireland. They've won their first ever title right at the start of the year down in Perth. They actually beat Australia in their own backyard, which says a lot about the opportunity they have. And this is the first time Ireland have qualified for the Olympic Games, whilst for Great Britain, this is their 3rd time that they're having a nibble at the cherry, and they have finished 4th, the worst place to finish. We see a breakaway from Jazz Joyce, playing in her 3rd Olympic Games, and she touches down, and that will level the Ireland score with a conversion to come. Kat Merchant.
Yeah, if there's one woman you want to get the ball to in a little bit of space, it's Jazz Joyce. She has absolute wheels, and she didn't need much of a gap there. She just took it a lovely out to in line. It wasn't the nicest of passes she received either, but managed to take it, do good footwork, hand off, but she's an out-and-out finisher, and that's what you want in sevens.
Yeah, Jazz Joyce, she is quite the flyer. She's known for her pace. She also performs at the highest level for Wales in the 15s as well, but sevens, she's quite honest about, really is her love, as the conversion comes in as well. So Great Britain are in the lead here. So it's now Great Britain 14, Ireland 12. It is worth saying that Great Britain come into this cat as a little bit of an unknown. That is just because there's been a lot of chopping and changing in this squad. They're not together all the time. They go away, they play 15s, they come back, they play sevens. Meg Jones on the ball now. She's been playing for England in the Six Nations. Ellie Kildunn as well. They don't always get consistency.
Yeah, exactly. And Ellie Kildunn coming in is a real unknown because she's carved up in the 15s. You know, there's chat of her, everyone knows her name, but in sevens we've not seen what she can do yet. So it's definitely an interesting dynamic.
Okay, so Great Britain are on the ball. They're trying to get it into contact. Ireland being told to release on the far side. So this is a Great Britain attack. The women are playing in full red today, red tops, red shorts, travelling from left to right in the second half as Heather Cow comes away with the ball, pops it off back to Jones. Big tackles raining in now by the Irish players as Amy Wilson-Hardy has to try and tidy up a really messy ball on the floor. Cowell is there once again, and Cowell is being tumbled backwards, which is ironic because she actually did a bit of gymnastics tumbling before she became a full-time rugby player, as the ball is now breaking away now through Emma Uren, who's come in. She's the GB captain, and she is scoring. And this is a big moment for GB. I said they were unknown coming in. If they can hold on to this scoreline at 19 points to 12, this will be an upset, Cap.
Yes, definitely, and they've really come at it, and I think Emma really just took her gap there, went for it, and they're playing with a lot more oomph, I think, and looking sharp and dangerous. But this is what we want to see, and they are an unknown, because a lot of players like New Zealand, like Australia, they keep their teams quite similar, they have their go-tos, they click, whereas actually GB haven't had the time to do that with new players coming in. But that said, who knows what they can bring to the table, so it's an exciting opportunity.
Okay, conversion here for GB is good. It is over. So it is now Great Britain 21, Ireland 12. Still work to be done here with 3.5 minutes on the clock for the Irish, but this will be a very strong start for Great Britain and will put them in a really good position to qualify for the quarterfinals as well. It is a tricky group that they've got, Great Britain and Ireland. They've also got South Africa, who are a bit hit and miss, you have to say, on the World Series. But then there's Australia, who will be one of the favourites to win the gold medal. Great Britain play Australia later this evening. We will be following that one as well on 5 Live. Ireland have got South Africa a little bit later. Right, waiting for the restart. Ireland trailing here inside the Stade de France. Ireland 12, Great Britain 21. 3 minutes to go of this opening pool match. Oh, Amy Murphy-Crowe thinks she was going to go in for a hat-trick there. She's eventually dragged down then by the GB players. Ball is spun out towards the middle of the park. Heavy footwork coming in there in the middle of the field this time by Eve Higgins. Another player who plays a lot of 15s rugby. You'll see her in the Six Nations as well. A big handoff comes in this time by Murphy-Crowe. It's Flood who goes down to the floor. She's a good footballer as well. Really good when she gets the boot to ball. You don't see so much of that though in the sevens, and GB once again are on it. Jade Sheckles on the ball, former Worcester player, really been given an opportunity now that she's in this GB7 setup. And GB got a long way to go as they win back the ball inside of their own half. I mean, this is the lung-busting stuff, Cat, where you just have to wait for your opportunity.
Oh yeah, it really is tiring, because when you're defending it's hard enough, but then you want to go for those turnovers like GB managed to do then, and it's just then looking after the ball, because if you choose to go and you get isolated, it's a penalty or it's a turnover. So they have to take their time and really go for it when they do. But yeah, you forget, like, it's been a few years since I've played sevens, but like watching it again, you just remember that pain, the lung pain. It's not your legs, it's your lungs that get you.
Yes, it is one of the most tiring sports and short bursts that you could play. And here we go, GB are on it again, flying away down the field. It's Isla Norman-Bell. She's got support with her as well. It's going to be Sheckles who's on it. Jones has to dive on the ball. They've knocked it on in the process. That was a great 50-metre run there by Great Britain, but it ends up being an Ireland scrum. And we've got a few subs coming on. And with 1.5 minutes to play, Jade, this is, Kat, this is all about getting the players on the field with the fresh legs to finish on a high.
100%, and that's where sevens is really tactical, and you have to, we used to say, keep your gas on ice. So you'd have your wingers. You don't want to, if you've just made a 90-metre line break, you've done a big run, that's the time to actually get you off, get someone else on, because there's a lot of games to be playing, and it's important they win this one, but they've got an eye on the next games, and Australia coming up, they're going to need their legs fresh.
Okay, so ball was knocked on by Great Britain, and so it's an Irish scrum. But they're just stopping play because our referee, Kat Roach of America, is just having a little bit of a word with both front rows. Remember, only 3 inside of a scrum when it comes to sevens, as Meg Jones is just playing a little bit of mind games with her opposite number. She keeps on flicking her leg, the opposite scrum half, just to annoy her. Not sure if it worked because Ireland have come away with the ball. Oh, we do like it when there's a bit of sportswomanship out there. Right then, ball on the floor. It's still Ireland's, and it comes away. I mean, Meg Jones, she's quite the character, isn't she, Kat?
A real character. There was a great clip where they were asked who's the funniest on the team, and everybody said Meg Jones, but they said they also didn't want to say Meg because they didn't want her to get a big head. Yeah.
She is that character. She is the one you go to. Right then, Bevan Parsons, who has some of the best biceps you will ever see on the sevens circuit, manages to break away down the left. Then they redistribute back towards the right-hand side of the field. This is strong from Ireland. Oh, there was an opportunity out there. They couldn't get the ball into the hands of Murphy Crowe. She was slowed down there in her pomp, as we see Kildunn is now on for GB. 20 seconds left to go. This is going to be too little time now, unless there is a succession of penalties and a quick try for Ireland to get a win here. And this is going to be an incredible start for GB. They will be delighted with this scoreline. They lead 21-12. They've got to hold on for 10 seconds. Was that knocked on by Ireland? Referee says no. They're holding on, but the hooter is about to go. Once this ball has gone dead, GB have played an absolute blinder in this opening match then of the sevens. Kildunn has it. They just need to get it off the field, and that's what Jones does. What a start for Great Britain in the sevens. They've won their opening pool match 21 points to 12, and Kat, they could not have asked for any more.
No, dream start for them, because Ireland have peaked at the right time. You know, they won in Perth, and there's a lot of chat about how well they've been doing of late. So, you know, would have been a little bit of a nervous time for GB to come out, but, you know, could have gone either way, but GB really took their opportunity and they look sharp, which is the most important thing.
Okay, good start then for GB. Not the Olympic debut that Ireland would have wanted. Final score then in that opening match, Mark. It is GB 21, Ireland 12.
And a good start when you have Australia to come later on this evening for the women. And also, Kat, maybe the fact that they are a surprise package might work in their favour, actually.
Yeah, I think so, because you get used to playing teams and you know what they bring, and you have strategies, you have like game plans against it, and so actually for GB there is that unknown, and for teams having to play them, they're going to have to do a lot of guesswork as well.
How hard will it be for Meg Jones and Ellie Kildunn, though? I know Ellie Kildunn only came on later on in the second half. You know, you look at it from the men's side point of view, and Antoine Dupont, who basically took 8 months, really, I think, if I counted them up, 8 months to leave 15 alone and come to sevens. And what we're asking Jones and Kildunn to do is switch it, in a month, 6 weeks, something like that?
Yeah, well, I think Meg Jones is a sevens girl. Like, she's an out-and-out sevens, and actually 15's borrowed her, if so it was the other way around, I think. So actually in there, and she's such a class player, it's fine. For Kildunn, it is a very, very different game. I played both codes, so I played in a Sevens World Cup, then the next year you're playing in 15s World Cup, and it is it sounds silly, but it just seems like there's no one around you, and there is so much space, and then you go back to 15s and you're like, who are all these people in the way? Which
is the easier way to go?
I think going to sevens is a better way round, because you're like, oh, loads of space, like this is great. Going back to 15s, especially for me as a winger, I was like, well, this is awful, there's too many people in the way. So yeah, I think this way round's the better way.
Okay, good start then for Great Britain. They've beaten Ireland. They play Australia later. Who do Ireland play later, Sarah?
Ireland have got South Africa. That one will be at 6 o'clock. Kat and I'll be watching that one as well for you.
Okay, good stuff. Thank you, Kat and Sarah. More from them a little bit later on 5 Live Sport. Next, let's go to John Akers. We've reached the women's kayak single semi-finals. Team GB's Kimberley Woods will be hoping for a medal here. She came 10th in Tokyo. She had 2 heats yesterday, and that got her into this semi-final where she qualified in 11th, didn't she, John?
Yeah, she looked really good. She had some really good speed yesterday and said she was really happy with how she paddled. She's a great story. She's 28. She's really likeable. Bullied in school, got into the sport very young, developed big arms and shoulders, and people teased her for it. Froze in the final that you've just mentioned there, Mark, in Tokyo, and came 10th out of 10. But she's qualified for this semi-final. She's going in about 3 or 4 minutes' time. I, for one, am really rooting for this talented young woman. She's shown she's got the pace to win if she can go clean down this course, but she'll have to outpace the best in the world to take the gold. Jess Fox, the Australian flag bearer, her 4th Olympics, was quickest in qualifying. 22 in the semi-final, and 12 go through to the final. You only get one shot at it this semi.
That's what I was going to say to you then. The difference yesterday is that you get a couple of goes, don't you? Whereas this is one go, and it's you're in or out.
You miss a gate, you don't qualify for the final. It's a 50-second penalty, as we're just watching Satilla of Brazil go quickest ahead of Luca Jones of New Zealand. So we've got one more competitor and then Kimberley Woods. You get one go at it. She's got to finish in the top 12 in this to go through to the final. She clipped a couple of gates in her second run yesterday, and as you pointed out, you watched it, struggled in the back section of the course, so just struggled on that second section. She's definitely got the pace though to challenge.
Yeah, well, that was the only place she lost time, wasn't it? Both runs, she was quickest going into the final section.
She'll have looked at that with her coaches last night, where she was losing time. There was a really fast bit of water with a green downstream gate where you have to then transition straight away into a reverse gate, so an upstream gate, a red gate, and that's where she lost the time on both runs. Let's see if she can put that right in this run.
Okay, so we've got one more to go, and then it will be Kimberley Woods, and we can just see her just preparing herself at the moment, just taking a few deep breaths before she is brought to the start line. She's got a Spanish woman going ahead of her first, so as that kayaker gets underway, let's go to Edgbaston. Henry Moran.
England are on course for a victory, and in double quick time as well. 59 runs required to get over the line. West Indies 175 all out. A devastating spell after lunch from Mark Wood. 5 wickets for just 9 runs. Mark Ramprakash, it was some exceptional bowling.
Yeah, box office stuff from Mark Wood. I can't remember seeing a spell like that for a very, very long time. He bowled a 94-mile-an-hour Yorker to get rid of Jaden Seals. It was nose and toes, either at your head or at your toes, and he hit the stumps, and it was a brilliant, ruthless display of getting rid of the tail.
Yeah, and England are opening with Ben Stokes, the captain. Zach Crawley has gone to hospital for a check on a finger injury. It means Stokes is out there in the middle. He's already smashed 17 off 10 balls, and England chasing a small target, require 59 runs to win with 10 wickets in hand.
Henry, Mark, thank you very much. Sports Extra to hear England, you would have thought, get to that target before the close of play this evening. 12 qualify for the final then, do they, John, as we wait for Kimberley Woods?
12 qualify for the final out of 22, so avoid the bottom 10 in this one. So the leading time at the moment is 102.23 from Satilla, the Brazilian. But just to give you an idea, Kimberley Woods, that is, of Great Britain, rugby she's from, she paddled 95 seconds yesterday, and that was with 2 penalties, and you get 2 seconds if you clip a gate. So she clipped 2 gates on her way round. So she's paddled a 91, which isn't actually that far away from the best in the world, Jessica Fox, who is the golden girl of this sport. She could end up winning 3 gold medals. It's her 4th Olympic Games. She's a supreme talent, but that just shows you that she has got the pace to be up there on the podium and to compete. She really believes it as well. She's great at the kayak cross. She's number 1 in the world in that, which you're going to see a bit later this week. That's where they all go at the same time, and it's a bit of a street fight to the bottom. It's chaos, it's carnage, it's new to these Olympic Games. She's great at that. She's got that fighting spirit. So we look forward to seeing her. She's about to go now.
She is. What she does is she makes paper copies of medals before events, does Kimberley Woods, and then uses that as inspiration so that during the course of the event she can replace those paper copies with the real thing. She did that at the Worlds and won 4 medals. So if it worked there, let's hope for her that it works here at the Olympics in Paris. She's about to go any second. John Akers.
Welcome to this brilliant venue built in 2019, the Vers-sur-Marne Nautical Stadium. 12,000 packed in and plenty of GB flags fluttering as we're about to see the number 9, Kimberley Woods of Great Britain, as she powers away through the start. They're straight down a drop in her purple canoe and into a reverse gate, and she's through it cleanly and she's through it well. Then she rides the stopper, the white water, into a downstream gate, and then another, and then another. She's clean so far. 17 seconds into her run. Here Kimberley Woods trying to get something around 95 seconds would maybe qualify her for the final. She's fastest so far. She's 1.5 seconds quicker than the Brazilian, and she's going really well. Really has to limbo around that reverse upstream gate, the red one, and now she powers down into a stopper again, off a little ridge, and then just bobs her head to one side through another gate. It's only your head that has to go through. Her ponytail hanging behind her in this seated event in the kayak. You're sitting for this one and you're kneeling in the canoe, and she's 3.28 seconds quicker on this first section of the course, as she just maybe loses a little bit of time there, and she's clipped a gate, I think, has she? Just going over to an upstream gate. It hasn't appeared as a penalty yet, but she is backwards through that gate and then up towards another upstream gate. Kimberley Woods here, 75 seconds. Is she quicker through this checkpoint? She's 2 seconds quicker, so she has lost a little bit of time in that section, but I think she's still clean through 2 more green gates. Powers down into an upstream gate. She's taken that really, really well. And now across the course, 2 more gates to go here for Kimberley Woods. She only gets 1 shot at this. She needs to put the power down now, Kimberley Woods. Can she be quicker? She is quickest. 2.37 seconds. She's faster than Satilla, 2.36. The Union Jacks waving in the crowd. She punches her paddle in front of her, then punches the air. She's done enough, we hope. She puts her hands in her face, to her face, bangs her helmet with her purple nail varnish. She thinks by that reaction she's done enough for the final. A clean run. It was beautiful from Kimberley Woods.
It was, wasn't it? And she was her reaction at the end, John, and we've watched all 3 of her runs now, and she's got happier in her reaction at the end of each one, as she crossed the finishing line there in the time that she did, and she sort of mimed pummeling the water and her kayak as she came through, and she's pumping her fists and screaming in joy. And I think she knows that she goes top, and there are another 11 to come, and the top 12 go through. So by my maths, she's through.
But she's done it. Yeah, and I think she knew that as soon as she saw it. She knew that if she came top, she was fastest with 11 to go. Obviously, she is through to the final. So that is the major... She's got a free shot at it now, hasn't she? She's in the final. The final's later, by the way. 4:45, that start. So we'll have commentary, of course, here on 5 Live. She knows now that she's got a free shot to go for it. She's had a look at this course as well, as Tuchel of Slovenia just clips a gate as she goes through on her next run. She knows now that she's seen this course because they've moved the gates from yesterday. Only a very small amount, but they've moved the gates from yesterday. She's seen the course once now, and now she'll get a free shot at the final, trying not to come last, trying to get herself on the podium, but that's going to be great for her confidence.
Yeah, but the reason I didn't pick up straight from when you finish your commentary is I was actually counting on my fingers whether she was safe and through to the final. and I got up to about 9 on my fingers, so that was why I was slightly late picking up. Brilliant. Right, we'll keep you up to date with how other people do, how the other women go in this. But from mine and John's maths, Kimberley Woods will be in the final of the kayak single, which is at 4:45 UK time. Mas Faruqi at the tennis.
Britain have 2 victories, Mark, at the tennis on the board at these Olympics. A straight sets win for Jack Draper over Japan's Kei Nishikori, and Dan Evans has finally got over the line against Mouaz Ishaji of Tunisia, but it took 3 sets and over 2.5 hours, and he certainly wasn't moving freely after he took that tumble, chasing a shot, scraping his right side in the second set. And clearly it's not just about his fitness going forward now in the singles, it's about how quickly now he can recover over the next couple of hours to get ready for that doubles match later with Andy Murray, what could be Murray's last ever match, because obvious statement, this match far from ideal preparation. A word on Katie Bolter as well, GB's lone representative in the women's draw. She has lost the first set in her first round match to Anna Karolina Schmidlova of Slovakia.
Maz, thank you. So Andy Murray later on, you'll hear that with us here on 5 Live. Kimberley Woods still leads in the kayak. The women's rugby sevens continue. Britain beat Ireland earlier, also in this group, Australia and South Africa. As they come to the end of that first half, Australia are leading South Africa by 12 points to 0. Let's go back to Jonathan Overend and Victoria Pendleton, who have been watching the mountain bike cross. If anybody wasn't with us earlier, Jonathan, do you just want to round up how it finished?
Yes, well, the scene at the moment up on the hill to the west of Paris, Mark, is quite incredible, because the 15,000 spectators who, of course, lined this undulating route have now all gathered down by the finish line. It looks like it's a public holiday out there. Looks like it's a national festival, because the flags of France are waving for Pauline Ferrand-Prévot, who at the 4th attempt has won her first Olympic medal, and it's a gold medal, and she won by 3 whole minutes. She absolutely blitzed the field, and what a scene it is at the finish line, because no one's going anywhere until that gold medal is hung around Ferrand-Prévot's neck. Victory for France. Hayley Batten second for the United States. Jenny Rissved's third for Sweden. Brilliant performance from Great Britain's Evie Richards, who after finishing 7th in Tokyo finished 5th in Paris, and some great scenes as she embraced her family. Clearly delighted with that. And a mention as well for 19-year-old Ella McLean-Howell, the other British rider in this race, the Welsh teenager who finished 23rd. Great experience, great preparation, because I know the target for her will be LA in 4 years' time.
Been very lucky the last 2 days, haven't we, Jonathan, in seeing two women who are calling time on their respective careers in what they're doing at the moment, at the end of this season, who have absolutely gone out and dominated everybody else. We saw it with Grace Brown yesterday in the time trial, the Australian, and now we've seen it today with Ferrand-Prévot.
We have, and Ferrand-Prévot is a cyclist who is involved in so many disciplines of the sport: mountain bike, road racing, cyclocross, gravel racing as well. But in the cross country, her previous Olympic attempts, 25th at London 2012. She failed to finish at Rio 2016, and she came 10th at Tokyo 3 years ago after crashing in one of the rocky sections of the Tokyo track. So, a far from glitzy Olympic CV, but goodness me, she's put that right today with the gold medal.
As she built her lead up, Victoria, there's in several sports you could probably think, once you built your lead up to such a huge margin, you can relax, and you most definitely can't in this sport.
No, I mean, she created that. The first couple of laps were really ferocious. Like, she really tried to put as much time between herself and her other competitors. But then it gave her a bit of time and space to really negotiate all the obstacles with such elegance. Like, she didn't take any risks. She did it so well. Obviously, she's an experienced rider. She knows exactly what to do and when to do it. And you could just see the style of riding. It was almost like she was riding a race with no pressure. She was so focused. Her face was like calm, and she was just floating through every technical element of the course. Even going uphill, she seemed to make it look easy. It was such a wonderful thing to watch, like an athlete in absolute prime. And it's almost sad to think this is her last race, because, to be honest, she looks like she's got a lot more to give, quite frankly.
You must have such admiration for that, giving the impression that she was riding without any pressure, particularly when we spoke 10 minutes into the race about all the pressure that she could really be under.
Exactly.
Home favourite, never having delivered as an Olympics, retiring at the end of the year from mountain bike cross. All of that as a fellow athlete, you must look at that and think, God, that is so impressive.
It is. The fact that, you know, there was expectation from herself, probably most of all, because she, you know, this is an elusive Olympic medal, and to do it on such a huge stage. These mountain bike riders, they're not in the same league as some other road racing or, you know, men's road racing and things like that. It's a very, very different existence. And this Olympic medal will make such a difference to, you know, her profile, her earning potential, her life, her experience. Like, this is a really, really big deal. And on home turf, with such incredible support, she just stayed cool, calm, and delivered exactly what was necessary. I'm a huge fan. Like, this performance was a thing of beauty.
And a word on Evie Richards. The battle for second and third was a joy to watch as well in this. And Evie Richards of Great Britain was involved in a battle for fourth and fifth, and she finished fifth. She was seventh in Tokyo. She was the world champion in 2021, but she's had so many concussion issues, hasn't she, really, that for her to get herself into a position to come fifth deserves a lot of praise.
Yes, I mean, definitely felt like, in terms of, she had a debilitating lower back issue, and then followed by some serious concussion, and she even mentioned that she didn't realise how difficult it would be to come back from a concussion injury, and I think, you know, you have to take your time, you can't rush that sort of thing. So she's had a lot of things go against her in terms of being in peak physical condition for this race, but I think a sort of triumphant performance there. She definitely picked up a few places throughout the race. You know, she kept on, and ultimately she was 3 minutes 27 off the leader, and the second place was 2 minutes 57 off the leader. So actually, she wasn't far from being there, in my humble opinion.
And just to say, Mark, that Pauline Ferrand-Ferrand has just come out onto the home finishing line to receive her gold medal. She is in floods of tears. I think she is completely overwhelmed by the ovation that she has received by the thousands of people who have remained half an hour after she crossed the finishing line. They're all still here to cheer their home hero, and she looks completely overwhelmed by it all, and she's about to receive her first gold medal.
Great stuff. Jonathan, Victoria, for the time being, thank you very much. Britain beat Ireland in the rugby sevens earlier in the women's side of things, but this is a sport that is dominated really by Australia and New Zealand. They've got one Olympic gold each. They're the countries that always win the World Series competitions, and just to highlight the strength of the Australians, they're 29-0 up on South Africa, still with 5 minutes to go. 3 more kayakers have gone since Kimberley Woods, and Kimberley Woods still leads. So the 3 that followed her were all slower. Semi-finals this, remember the final is at 4:45, but it's looking good for Kimberley Woods. She's qualified for the final, and of course the higher up she is on that list going into the final, the further back she will start, knowing exactly what time she has to set if she's going to get a medal. We'll go to Belgium for the Grand Prix very shortly. First to Henry Moran at Edgbaston,
where England are cruising towards victory, 52 without loss, chasing a target of just 82. Ben Stokes looked on course possibly for the quickest 50 in Test history. He won't quite break that record, but he is 42 from 20 deliveries and playing brilliantly, opening the batting in place of the injured Zach Crawley. England require 30 runs to win and seal a 3-0 series victory.
Sports Extra for the final few runs that England require there. To the conclusion of the Belgian Grand Prix then next, 13 minutes past 3. Here's Harry Benjamin.
Thanks, Mark, and it has been a fascinating Grand Prix so far. You do close us you find us in the closing stages of this Grand Prix. It's lap 39 of 44. George Russell leads this race by just under 2 seconds in his Mercedes, ahead of his teammate Lewis Hamilton. This win is now between the 2 Mercedes drivers, and we didn't expect that at the start of this Grand Prix. Russell has got there by only stopping once, but he is managing his hard compounder tyre, whereas Lewis Hamilton has stopped twice and is closing rapidly in on his teammate. Oscar Piastri is a further 5 seconds down the road in third. Charles Leclerc put up a valiant fight, but is now fading in fourth. Max Verstappen has recovered from 11th on the grid to 5th in a fierce fight now with Leclerc and Lando Norris behind. The McLaren driver cannot find a way through, though, on Max Verstappen. Sergio Perez, meanwhile, having started this race in second, a race where he really needed to prove that he was still the man for Red Bull, still the man to be in that number 2 seat alongside Max Verstappen, but he has just been passed for 7th place now. Carlos Sainz swept round the outside of them at the end of the Kemmel Straight. The Ferrari driver now in 7th. Perez down to 8th, with Alonso and Ricciardo rounding out the top 10. They are your point scorers, that 39 of 44, and the gap out front, Mark, is now 1.3 seconds. Mark Preece, the former McLaren mechanic, joins me.
Yeah, exactly. Just over 4 laps to go now, 5 laps to go, and that is the gap that Lewis Hamilton has to close down. 1.3 seconds in those 5 laps. He can do it because he's got a much younger tyre. They're both on the hard compound, but George Russell been nursing his set for a very long period of time. They do go a long way in these Grand Prix. They're very robust tyre, but now Lewis Hamilton within distance. He is just behind the sister Mercedes as they come down past the start-finish straight, past the pits, into the first corner. Lewis Hamilton, is he close enough as they come down through Eau Rouge and up into Raidillon and onto that Kemmel Straight? Is he close enough to make use of DRS and make a move on his teammate?
5 laps to go, Mark. Is this really going to be a fight? Because Hamilton has the advantage of fresher rubber.
Yes, if you can get close enough to him, you'd expect with DRS and with the long slipstream you get that he'll be able to get past. But we're seeing a hard tyre here that's very robust.
It's a good lap, Oscar. Hamilton's catching Russell ahead. There's going to be action ahead. We want to be there.
Yeah, so that's Oscar Piastri, who's currently in 3rd in the McLaren, being told that when these 2 Mercedes up front get into a fight, anything could happen. They could go off the road, they could make a mistake, and Piastri needs to start closing up to take advantage of anything like that. But I think, yes, the fight is on between the 2 Mercedes. Yes, it should be a relatively straightforward pass, but he's only eking away at that gap. It's not like he can drive up to him with ease. He's chipping away at it, and he has been doing so now for quite a few laps, so it is still going to be close.
Just outside of the top 10, by the way, is Esteban Ocon in 11th. Then it's Lance Stroll in the Aston Martin. Albon, Magnussen and Gasly make up the top 15. Bottas, Tsunoda, Hulkenberg and Sargent is 19th and last. No Joe Guanyu in the Sauber. He retired due to suspected hydraulic issues and was out early doors. So just 19 drivers left in this race, where we haven't even had any kind of safety car intervention either. We've jinxed it now, haven't we? There was an 80% chance over the last 5 rounds if you calculate it up. But so far, we've had some brilliant racing, some fascinating strategy plays, and a race that we really did not know which way it was going to go.
Just make sure you give each other plenty of space.
And a fair radio message there from Peter Bonington, Lewis Hamilton's race engineer. Just give each other plenty of space. Hamilton is now within the DRS zone. That's the drag reduction system where the rear wing flies open at the press of a button in the allocated zones. One of them coming up now, the Kemmel Straight, when you are within a second of the car in front. It gives the car behind around about a 6/10 of a second advantage. It's enough for Lewis Hamilton to close right up to the back of George Russell, but they reach the braking zone into Lecombe, the right-hander, followed by the left. Then it's another sweeping right-hander out through Malmedy, the gravel to your left, downhill braking through the right-hander of Beau Rivage towards the corner with no name. Tough to overtake in this middle part of the lap, but Hamilton is poised and ready.
Yeah, and Hamilton's got to be patient here. He's still got 3 or 4 laps in which to do this. Now that he's got into that DRS zone, he's now close enough. If he can stay there, manage his pace, manage his tyres, it'll be next time around. He's now very, very close, and I suspect when they come back round along that Kemmel Straight next time, Lewis with the DRS there will be able to get past. This is going to be an impressive day for Mercedes, assuming they can get past each other without any trouble. This will be an unbelievably good result that they were not expecting today. No one was expecting today, but a really great sign that this is a team well on its way back to top performance.
Their last 1-2 finish for Mercedes was back in 2022. It's been a long road for Mercedes, but the last few rounds have seen them really up their game. game, with Lewis Hamilton leaving the team at the end of the season to join Ferrari, but teammates have been allowed to battle it out front. But Russell, with the advantage of track position, leads this race with 3 laps to go, but he's on older tyres, having only stopped once. Hamilton, who has led the majority of this race in the early stages, has pitted an additional time and is now within half a second of his teammate. But while they do battle, the McLaren of Oscar Piastri is just lurking in the wings, a couple of seconds behind. Up over the hill, through Au Rivage and through Radion, down onto the Kemmel Straight. The DRS flap flies open for Hamilton. Russell looking at his mirrors. Hamilton moves to the inside, has a little look down the inside, but he's not close enough, and Russell doesn't get caught out by any kind of dummy attempts from his teammate. Russell holding firm in the lead.
Yeah, and that was very close, but Hamilton again just got to be patient. He's got time. He's still got another 3 laps to do this, and he just needs to stay close, get a good run out of Eau Rouge and up the hill, and then he gets close enough. It was very, very close that time, but of course they can't risk a great big lunge like you might do if it was another competitor from a different team. They've got to be respectful of each other, they've got to be respectful of the team, and that perhaps makes the overtake a little bit harder to do, and maybe for George Russell a little bit easier to defend.
Just behind this battle as well, Charles Leclerc is 4th, but he has got Verstappen and Lando Norris now right on his rear wing. The Ferrari driver struggling out there. Verstappen within DRS, still keeping Lando Norris at bay. Then it's Sainz in 7th, ahead of Sergio Perez. Alonso and Ocon round out the top 10. But on lap 42, as we approach the end of it, out of 44 laps around this, the longest circuit on the Formula One calendar here at Spa-Francorchamps in Belgium, in the Ardennes forest. The sun is shining down and the battle is well and truly on for the win. It's George Russell with the advantage for the time being, but Hamilton is faster. Hamilton is closing right up through La Source, and actually Piastri in the Papaya McLaren has really made inroads on these two as they continue to battle. I wouldn't rule out Piastri too much, but will there be enough time in this race? What are we going to see in the next lap and a half? Half a second splits the two Mercedes onto the Kemmel Straight, the first of the really easy overtaking opportunities with that aid of the drag reduction system, but Hamilton still can't get through on Russell.
Still not close enough. It's going to be frustrating for Hamilton. Piastri doing exactly the right thing as Sergio Perez takes advantage of a great big gap behind him and jumps into the pits, I guess, for a run at the fastest lap. He'll probably put on let's just see, probably a soft set of tyres, I would imagine, on perhaps a medium. I don't know what he's got. A soft set of tyres on the car of Sergio Perez. So that's just a desperate hope to see if he can do anything about regaining something from this race. He's down in 8th place, having started on the front row. Massively disappointing. It could even be the final race that Sergio Perez drives in Formula One, certainly for Red Bull. We don't know. We'll wait and see. Decisions being made over the summer break, but this could be his last shot to do something impressive and try and drag a great lap time out of that car.
Yeah, he would have done that to get the fastest lap, which gets you an extra bonus point if you finish within the top 10 of the race. So Sergio Perez at the moment on course for 8th place. That would give you 4 points. With the additional fastest lap, he would get 5. It's small crumbs, but it's something for Red Bull in what is now a battle on for the Constructors' title, with McLaren on course to finish ahead and outscore them, with McLaren 3rd, with Piastri, Norris in 6th for the time being. Final lap of the race for the Belgian Grand Prix, and the winner still yet to be decided. Half a second between the two Mercedes drivers. George Russell leads, Lewis Hamilton leads Oscar Piastri, who might well just have gotten within the DRS zone of Hamilton as they make their way up the 35-metre elevation change through Eau Rouge, at the top of the hill, through Radion, onto the Kemmel Straight. This is when Hamilton needs to find the way through here. Can Hamilton regain the lead of the Belgian Grand Prix? He has a look, but it's no dice. Russell holds on.
What an unbelievable drive from George Russell this is shaping up to be, nursing tyres for more than half the race and keeping the performance alive. His teammate Lewis Hamilton getting so frustrated he's just locked a tyre going into that corner, with Piastri now right underneath the rear wing of the second Mercedes. So Hamilton needs to just be a little bit careful that he doesn't make a mistake that costs him that vital second place, because a 1-2 finish for Mercedes will be an unbelievable result. And by the way, a really strong result in that it'll be the first time in a while they have managed managed to get consistently the Works team cars in front of a McLaren using that same engine that a lot of people have been talking about as being the fastest car in Formula 1 right now.
Came into the weekend with an upgrade, did Mercedes, but there were too many question marks over it, so they decided to abandon ship on that one and revert back to a previous spec, and that seems to have been a stroke of genius by a team who have languished in no man's land over the last couple of years, but seem to have found their form once more. Now, with 2 race wins so far this season, looking at getting a third, looking at getting their first 1-2 finish since 2022. Out of the final corner, it's going to be to the line, but it goes the way of George Russell, who wins the Belgian Grand Prix. It's a British 1-2 with Lewis Hamilton following in second, and Oscar Piastri follows up his first Grand Prix victory from last weekend with another podium finish in third. What a mighty end to the Belgian Grand Prix, but for George Russell it is a second win of the season and a fantastically driven race from both Mercedes drivers.
Unbelievable stuff. And don't forget, it was George Russell who made the call on strategy.
Boys and girls, what a performance! Whoa, well done. Awesome work. Oh! Mercedes. Oh, yes! Amazing strategy, guys.
Amazing strategy, amazing call by George Russell, who wins the Belgian Grand Prix. Hamilton second, Piastri third. Let's do a quick check-in with how the cricket is going. Henry Moran.
England have won this game by 10 wickets. Mark Woods 5 for 9, a special spell after lunch, setting up a chase of 82. Ben Stokes 24 ball 50, the fastest in England Test history, enough to see England to a 10-wicket win. He finished the job with a 6-over fine leg. England win the series 3-0.
Thanks, Henry. A great day for England then so far. Hopefully we might be able to do that in more of the Olympic action later on this afternoon for Team GB. But also it's a British 1-2 in the Belgian Grand Prix. George Russell out of the car, runs over to his team. He is elated, Mark Priestley. That was a fantastic win. And Lewis Hamilton actually gets out of the car rather slowly, a little bit forlornly.
Well, he did say there was something moving in the cockpit, didn't he? Right at the beginning of the race, something down where his legs were in the cockpit. I wonder if that's causing some discomfort, because he's very gingerly stepped out the car. Looks a little bit, well, he looks worn out, doesn't he? I mean, it was a tough old Grand Prix, but what a fantastic result. And George Russell, it needs to take a lot of credit there, because we heard the radio call. What do you think about the one stop? Do you think we can make it work? It was his idea. I'm sure they've talked about it before, but it wasn't the most the predicted fastest way around this racetrack and to complete this race, but he's made it work. And he made it work still with a considerable amount of performance left at the end of that race to be able to hold off his teammate and Oscar Piastri. Great stuff.
He started this race down in 6th position, did George Russell, and he's sort of fallen to the floor a bit just to take his helmet off. He looks exhausted. There is sweat dripping off of his hair onto his brow. That was probably one of the hardest earned wins of George Russell's career, and there haven't been that many of them, but that was a hard earned win. Fantastic work. Hamilton second, Piastri third, Charles Leclerc ended up fourth. He did stay ahead of Max Verstappen, who did beat Lando Norris to the line. The McLaren driver couldn't find a way through. Carlos Sainz, for all his might, the strategy didn't quite work out for him. He finishes where he started in 7th, and Sergio Perez, big questions over his future remain, having started this race on the front row, finishing down in 8th. He did get that extra point for the fastest lap. Fernando Alonso picks up 2 points in 9th, and Esteban Ocon saves the day for Alpine with 1 point for the Frenchman, rounding out the top 10. And then it's Ricciardo, Stroll, Albon, Gasly, Magnussen the top 15, Bottas ahead of Tsunoda, Sargent 18th, Nico Hulkenberg 19th, and last Zhou Guanyu for Sauber, the only retirement for him, and the Sauber team continue with 0 points to their name, the only team yet to get off the mark. But smiles all round at the front of the field for George Russell. What confidence must that give him going into the summer break at a time when he now needs to show that he is the number one, he is the team leader, he is the man to move Mercedes forward in their post-Hamilton era. Here he is first.
Amazing strategy. You guys are the best. Come on.
It's a pretty good drive.
Yeah, that was right. Yes! Woohoo!
Hi,
oh, Tyre Whisperer. Tyre Whisperer.
It was all right. It was better than all right. It was absolutely brilliant. He doesn't yet know who his teammate is going to be in that Mercedes team next year, but he's staking a very good claim for whoever it is going to be, is that he is the man. He's the man who's in there at the moment. He's the incumbent, and he is staking a claim for being a team leader, as you said. That was a real team leader's drive today. It's not a young driver's drive. It was someone with experience, which of course he's got now, making decisions or suggesting things for strategy, questioning, here on the radio, talking to his engineers, and he's confident enough now to put his own opinions forward about how the team should move forward, in which direction, and those are the kind of things that you need when someone's leading a team. So great stuff.
Let's head down to Rosanna Tennant.
Toto Wolff, congratulations. What a result. Did you see that coming?
No, it wasn't expected. Friday was so difficult. And then we did the right things overnight, and here we are. We're finishing 1 and 2.
The strategy call was exemplary, but that came from George, didn't it? Tyre Whisperer, as you called him.
Yeah, it was at the moment. We had no choice. Both planners said P5, and then we said, we're just going to keep it out there. Nothing to lose.
Does that little upgrade go in the bin now? Are we back to the old spec for the second half of the season?
No, there's no such thing as bin. We're learning from race to race.
Enjoy your holidays. What a way to go into them.
Thank you.
Rosanna Tennant speaking to Toto Wolff, the team principal of Mercedes. Right, we're a bit late, but let's hear from Oscar Piastri, who finished third, talking to Gunther Steiner.
Happy with the result. I think we managed the race very well. I think that's the second or third time this year we've tried to run over the front jack, so I'll try not to do that next time. But no, very happy with the result, and I don't think we could have done too much more.
What was missing in the end not to get to P1? What do you think? Was it strategy? Was it the speed? What was it?
I think just not quite enough speed. I think it took me a couple of laps to get past Charles, and I really overheated the tyres doing that. But yeah, I mean, clearly the pace for George staying out there on one set of hards was the right thing to do. So we just didn't quite have enough pace to mow him down. Even Lewis, didn't quite have enough. So I think we did a lot of things right, gave ourselves the best opportunities we could, but in the end, wasn't quite enough.
It must be a good feeling to go into the summer break with a podium and getting ready for afterwards. How do you feel about the next races coming up?
Positive. Yeah, I mean, it's been a really good couple of weeks for myself and the whole team, of course. A lot of points. We still made inroads on Red Bull today, and that's a really positive thing going into the break. I think everyone's looking forward to a bit of a break. I know I am, so I can heal up a little bit. But no, it's been a fun couple of weeks, and looking forward to some time relaxing and coming back even stronger in the second half.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Enjoy the summer break, Oscar.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
I'll go on.
Yes.
What's the name?
Sorry?
Hi, Luis. Congratulations to P2. It's a fantastic result for Mercedes. I want to. I mean, did you expect this starting the race or starting the weekend?
No, we definitely didn't. And first I have to say congratulations to George and to the team. No, we had such a disaster on Friday. The car was really nowhere, and we made some changes. Hard to see what it was going to feel like, obviously, because of the wet yesterday. But the car was fantastic today, and we really owe it to everyone both here doing a solid job through the pit stops and strategy, and and the guys back at the factory.
Yeah, as I said, it's a fantastic race. How tough were the last laps behind George? How much were you tempted to attack and to try to do it?
I mean, I was trying to get closer, obviously, but George did a great job on going long on the tyres. Every stint I had tyres left, but the team pulled me in. So, unfortunate, but it is one of those days.
You for sure must be pumped up now for what is coming after the summer break, because your team is performing very good in the moment, not only now, but the last races. So do you think you can go for the championship?
No.
You never know.
High hopes. It would be high hopes. But if we can continue this kind of performance as we've had the last few races, which has been fantastic, I think if we can start our weekends off a little bit better, hopefully we can continue. I think obviously the McLaren was very strong today, but we were just a bit further ahead early on. We just got to keep pushing.
Congratulations and enjoy the summer break.
Lewis Hamilton there speaking to the former Haas team principal, Gunther Steiner. Here's your race winner.
I'm almost speechless, from your race. I mean, that takes a lot. But anyway, a race with 3 cars at the end in 1.1 second, fighting every little bit. So how tough was it in the end to hold off Lewis?
Yeah, amazing result. We definitely didn't predict this win this morning in our strategy meeting, but the car was feeling really awesome, and we made a lot of changes from Friday night, and the tyres just felt great, and I just kept saying, I think we can do the one stop, and the strategy did a really great job, and also, well done to Lewis, because he really controlled that race, and circumstances were slightly different. I'm sure he would have got the victory, but 1-2 for the team was such an awesome result and such a great way to go into the break.
So who was the genius behind this one stop? Who was the genius behind that one?
I mean, I was focusing a lot during the race, so I'll have to listen to the radio comments back, but it was, it was a team effort. Joey, Leo, all the strategy guys did an amazing job, and always it's that team effort. So we rolled the dice, but it was only possible because the car was feeling really great and the pace was there. So 1-2, such a good result.
Yeah, I'm sure now you cannot wait to get if the summer break over and go to Zandvoort to the next race. I think because I think you are pretty hyped up to go to the next race, because I think Mercedes as a team now is in a good position to win more. I mean, Absolutely. It's your third one this year, but
absolutely, yeah, it's three wins in 6. I think it is for us now. I'd want another race next weekend, to be honest. Just feeling so good. The team have been working so hard, and so well deserved for everybody back at Brackley and Brixworth.
Perfect. Congratulations again.
Much.
Enjoy the summer break.
Thank
see you in Zandvoort.
Well, at the track where he achieved his first Formula One podium, George Russell takes a win for Mercedes, his second win of the season. Fantastic work from him. We didn't predict it, but that's Formula One at the moment. It continues to be unpredictable in 2024. He wins the race ahead of Lewis Hamilton, and Oscar Piastri rounds out the top 3. That is it from us for the time being. My thanks to Mark Priestley, to Rosanna Tennant, to Andrew Benson as well. We're going to digest all of that action in the BBC F1 Checkered Flag podcast, which will be out later today in a couple of hours' time for all of the post-Belgium wrap-up. It's the summer break now. Formula One next appears in Zandvoort in the Netherlands, in Max Verstappen's hometown. But for now, from Belgium, it's back to you, Mark, in Paris.
And we'll keep combining everything that's going on here in Paris at the Olympics with all the sport that's happening domestically as well. England's men have wrapped up a series win over West Indies. They've won the series 3-0. They've won the test at Edgbaston on day 3 by 10 wickets against the West Indies. We'll talk to Mark Ramprakash in just a moment. But what a run Kimberley Woods has had in the women's kayak single. All the semi-finalists have now gone, and John Akers, she'll go into the final in an hour's time as the 3rd fastest woman.
It was a brilliant run from Kimberley Woods, who is in line for a medal. You take that as the final, she would be taking the bronze. She'll also, importantly, know exactly what she'll have to do when she goes out 3rd last. She knows that if she's quickest, she's guaranteed a medal. So it is a brilliant... She couldn't have hoped for any better. The paddlers ahead of her, well, Ricarda Funk, who's ranked number 2 in the world of Germany, she was quickest, but she was only quicker than Woods by 0.6 seconds, something like that, with the pole, Zwolinska in second, who put down a really good run, did Claudia Zwolinska. And then the big surprise, really, Jess Fox, the number 1 in the world, the flag bearer from Australia, the pin-up girl, 4th Olympics. She qualified in 8th. And it looked just for a second like she might not get there with a late penalty at gate 19. She picked up a 2-second penalty, but she qualifies 8th quickest. So expecting the final in an hour's time for Jess Fox to lay down of these 12 finalists a really quick time, and then for the rest of them to try and catch her. That will be what we'll have in the final. But Kimberley Woods, let's see if she can get herself a medal.
She's done brilliantly. So that final gets underway in just over an hour's time. You'll, of course, hear it with us here on 5 Live. You'll hear Andy Murray's doubles match later on as well at Roland Garros. Mas Faruqi's keeping an eye on all the singles that are taking place at the moment.
Yeah, and Great Britain have lost their only representative in the women's singles, Mark. Katie Bolter, she's lost in straight sets, 6-4, 6-2 in the first round to Anna Karolina Schmidlova of Slovakia over on court 11. Quite a flat performance, in truth, at times. We've already had Cam Norrie withdraw today because of injury. Bolter looked very tired at times in her defeat. Wins earlier, though, for Jack Draper, for Dan Evans, eventually, although he appeared to injure himself in a four. So we will see, but all being well, as you say, from a GB perspective, we still have Evans and Andy Murray to come in the doubles later.
Let's go to Edgbaston then. England have thrashed the West Indies by 10 wickets to secure a 3-0 series win. Mark Woods 5 for 40, helping bowl the tourists out for 175. England knocked off the 82 to win in 7.2 overs. Ben Stokes hit 57 off 28 balls, which I think Henry said, Mark Ramprakash, is that right? Is that the fastest Test 50 by an England man about fastest 50 in Test cricket by an England man? Is that right?
Yes, that's right. Yes, it was brutal stuff. It was, I suppose, the problem was with Zach Crawley is that he's hurt his hand. We're dropping a chance off Mark Wood, so he was, I think he's off to hospital, so we're not sure quite what the diagnosis is on him, but as a result, Ben Stokes as captain, fantastic. He said, right, I'll go and open. 57 off 28 balls, 9 fours, 2 sixes, and it was brutal stuff, quite demoralising for West Indies.
In the second test, spent a long time talking to Alistair Cook about what it's like to face a 90-mile-an-hour plus bowler. But actually, what we didn't talk about is what it's like to be in the slips if you've got a bowler coming in at 90 miles an hour, which is obviously what it's done for Zach Crawley, is it?
Yes, that's right. I mean, look, off any bowler, slip catching,
sure.
You have to stand close enough for the ball to carry to you. But coming at that speed, I mean, it's just pure reactions. And we've watched every day, actually, England, they've done slip catching every day, about 15 minutes. Each player gets in there and they do their practice, because you have to take your chances in any sort of cricket, but definitely Test cricket. And you've got to have your wits about you. If Mark Wood is bowling at 94 miles an hour, which he was today, slip catching is no mean feat. Harry Brook took a very smart catch. He stepped in for Crawley at second slip when he went off. And you need to take your chances. So good for England. I mean, Mark Wood was outstanding. It was truly box office stuff. Very, very quick. He got his rewards. He's been a bit unlucky throughout this series, but it was a case of the West Indian tail in particular. They copped some short balls, and then when he pitched it up, it had a little bit of swing, and he knocked the stumps over. Very, very exciting stuff for the crowd.
You look at England this series, you look at the positives. Virtually all of them have delivered something at some stage, haven't they? I mean, look, the odd batter may have missed out, but most of them have contributed a big score and stood up when needed. And the bowling attack has also spread it about a bit, whether that be Gus Atkinson in the first test, or Bashir in the second, or now Mark Wood. They've all contributed in some way.
Yeah, I think they have. I mean, approaching this series, England were looking to refine, I suppose, their approach, perhaps in the last 18 months in particular. They have created a pretty stable top six. Crawley, Duckett, Ollie Pope in there, Root, Brook, Stokes. They all sort of pretty much pick themselves, and they've also got a number of games in them, which means that they're familiar with Test cricket and they're becoming more and more experienced as a group. The question marks were probably over the compilation of the bowling attack, and can they push people on? Bashir has bowled well today. He opened the bowling, bowled for over an hour and bowled accurately, subtle changes of pace, so he's got more experience. Atkinson, introduced in this series, he's been outstanding, probably player of this series from an England point of view, so that's a massive plus for England. Mark Wood, of course, we know about, and we all hope that he'll, at 34 years old, that he will be fit enough to make that trip down under and play in the Ashes. And then, of course, there's the wicket-keeping position. Jamie Smith, 3 games in, he's looked every inch a Test cricketer. We knew he was a very good batsman, but he's looked more than competent with the gloves, and he seems to have settled on the big stage very, very well.
But for all of that, no, and that is all good, isn't it? But the West Indies have been competitive in sessions. They maybe even had an odd day. The second Test certainly had more competition to it, but we've had 2 tests done inside 3 days, and it's been a whitewash.
Yes, I mean, I think England will be very happy with the progress of players like Bashir, Atkinson, Smith. But you're right, they've introduced them into a series where the West Indies, in terms of world rankings, they're obviously lower down the rankings, and they themselves are, searching really for some players who can be consistent on the international stage. So it's been a good time to bring in new players and bed them in. And have, I mean, look, from a West Indian point of view, in this match, Mikael Louis, the opening batsman, he got his highest test score of 57. Hodge, backed up his 100 at Trent Bridge with a good 50 today. And Jayden Seales, who played for Sussex earlier in the year, he's led the attack quite well. But unfortunately, it's a familiar tale for the West Indies in recent years that they've just they have got some talent, but they cannot quite string it together as a team to be consistent enough to win a test match. And look, there's no hiding place. That's the great thing about T20 cricket. Of course, it's a bit hit and miss and it's all on the night, whereas Test cricket, there's no hiding place. The team with superior skill will come out on top.
Mark, thank you. Talk soon. Mark Rampekesh with us on 5 Live. More reaction on the TMS pod, which you'll be able to download later, and I'm sure we'll play you some over the course of the rest of the afternoon. Day 2 of the Paris Olympics, a real contrast to the opening ceremony day and day 1, which took place in terrible weather, pouring rain the majority of the time. But today has been a glorious day in the sunshine in the French capital. It has made for some stunning scenery. If you get a chance to watch some of this on BBC One or on the iPlayer, the kayak slalom course is looking glorious in the sunshine. The cross country at the Palace of Versailles earlier was just beautiful. Even the Stade de France is bathed in sunshine and just looks the perfect venue for everything that is going to take place there. And that's got the women's rugby sevens on at the moment. Alison Kirbishley, part of our team. It's glorious, isn't it?
It's beautiful. I've done a fair set of kilometres on the bike today. I cycled out to Stade de France just to do the recce along the canal. Had my lunch on a boat. It was beautiful. Yeah,
very nice.
Really nice.
Very, very nice. And you've been making notes that are sitting opposite me for the last half hour, so I don't know what you think I'm going to ask you.
No, I'm doing my prep. I'm doing my prep for the triathlon. Don't worry. There's a lot to write about this triathlon,
Well, there is. And we'll come on to that and the quality of the water in the Seine and what's going on there in just a moment. And what have you been out and seen stuff as well as...
Yeah, I mean, this morning was familiarisation, and obviously that's hit the headlines because they couldn't do one of the 3, which is swimming in the Seine. Yes. So, yeah, I mean, a lot of them were out. The pontoon position's been announced, and a lot of the triathletes were out on the bike route, which is stunning. A lot of the time trial route that we saw yesterday, and obviously on the run route as well, which is the bike route. So, yeah, I mean, the triathletes are out there, but I think everyone's just sitting and waiting for the water test results to see if they can get another familiarisation tomorrow, and hopefully it's a triathlon and not a duathlon.
Well, yeah. Just one on the venues. When you went to the Stade de France, did you get goosebumps thinking about what's going to take place there?
I mean, obviously it's in rugby mode right now, but it's one of my favourite stadiums in the world. I'd put the Bird's Nest up there from Beijing, London 2012 without doubt, but I just love Stade de France, and I haven't been in it for quite a few number of years because they moved the Diamond League out to another smaller venue. So for probably the last 5 or 6 years, we haven't been in there, but it's the purple track. We're all waiting to see that. At the moment, it's covered, ready for the rugby this evening, but for the next 2 days. But yeah, it's such a stunning stadium.
It is. It's impossible not to get goosebumps when the Marseillaise goes in there. As I've been there for football and Six Nations, so when this happens at the Olympics, it is impossible not to get goosebumps.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a spaceship's landed, isn't it? Just walking into it. But, there's so many fans already. I mean, it was a good 2 or 3 hours before anything was going to happen in there, and there's so many fans around it. So, and I got my mascot. I bought the mascot. You've done that before it, because you always leave it till the last couple of days and then you realise they've sold out. So I've done that. I've got my mask on.
The sort of little red hat thing. Yeah. We've got those on the settee for the highlights, and just find myself sort of fiddling with it halfway through. Well, just playing with a cuddly toy.
So you're all right. You could pinch it from there. I can't do that.
No, it's probably itemised. If everybody will know if it goes missing. Let's talk about the triathlon then, and the pollution in the Seine. I'll read the statement from Paris 2024 and World Triathlon. The test carried out in the Seine on Saturday revealed water quality levels that, in the view of the International Federation, World Triathlon, did not provide sufficient guarantees to allow the event to be held. Now that's two days out from them about to start. There is every danger that bit might not happen then.
I mean, there is, but I think the weather forecast now leading into the triathlon on Tuesday and Wednesday is much better. It's looking to top sort of 34, 35 degrees. So, I mean, it's exactly what they wanted. But these last 2 days of rain are exactly what's meant that the E. coli levels are just too high. Certainly as of Tuesday last week, and the daily water tests were pretty good, and everything was pointing in the right direction. But I think that 2 days of rain hasn't helped. I've been searching and ringing a lot of colleagues that I know in the triathlon world, and there are still a lot of confidence that it will be a triathlon. I think whether we get the familiarisation swim, that's the one thing which could be key, because the Seine is apparently, particularly in the centre of the river, very strong currents. And that's where the triathletes would want to get in and have that familiarisation, have that, kind of sighting of the line, working out, because they've picked their pontoon positions. They're looking at the buoys. They want to know, what's the best line. And obviously the best line is often where the strongest current is.
Right.
So it does affect how they approach it. And it's such a key discipline that can really set the rest of the race.
Would they go ahead with it without a familiarisation swim?
They can still.
There's no danger in that.
No, there isn't. But I mean, you've got a lot of the athletes. I think there's at least half were in the test event last year, and the test event was a little bit later. I think 2 or 3 weeks later. And there were no problems. There were no athletes getting sick. I mean, obviously, my concern was because pretty much all of them that are taking part that have got a mixed relay are in the mixed relay as well. So if you are going to be sick, you're going to be sick after your individual. Yeah. And then that does impact the mixed relay, because, we've only got 2 guys in the team, and those 2 guys need to be in the mixed relay. And, you come here and you want medals, it could have an impact on that. But I think, look, all of the quotes that I've seen, and I think the British team have been kept away from media. They've been asked not to comment on this. The Americans did a press conference yesterday, and Taylor Spivey came out and said, they're taking as many precautions as possible to protect themselves, whatever that is, drinking lots of Coke. Yeah. But I think, they're all saying they don't do the amount of swimming training to then go and do the duathlon at the biggest competition that they're ever going to be in. No. So I think a lot of them are, fingers crossed, hoping that the right decision will be made. But it'll be so embarrassing, not just for...
Would it actually go ahead as a duathlon?
It has to, because the plan B, if you look across all media outlets, the plan B is there for the swim, the 10K swim. They can move that to the rowing venue, the canoeing venue. They can't move the triathlon, so the only plan B for triathlon would be a duathlon, a run, bike, run. And that would be embarrassing, not just for the organising committee, for the sport, for the IOC, but also for France. The amount they've spent, 1.4 billion euros on cleaning up the Seine.
Julien Laurent's just looking suitably ashamed. Next,
I know, he's got a big grin on his face.
I'm holding him responsible for anything that goes right or wrong. It's like, and he is with us. Can you not sort the Seine out? What's wrong with it?
Tried for the last 2 years or so. I've tried, but I agree. I think the weather and the sun. I told you yesterday it would be sunny.
You did, absolutely. Yeah. I didn't doubt you.
Can that burn off bacteria in the space of 3 days?
It helps, doesn't it?
It's got to.
Yeah, it has to help. So fingers crossed.
Psychologically, it must be quite difficult for the competitors here, because partly the familiarisation thing that you were talking about, but then also they don't quite know what their final preparations are going to be for at the moment. And then there's also I wouldn't like to jump in the Seine at the moment, would you?
I think a lot of I think in being in the periphery of triathlon over the last 8-10 years and knowing many triathletes, they're pretty mad. They throw themselves into anything and swim and don't think about it.
So they just accept it.
I think we as onlookers and spectators and fans of the sport think more of it than they actually do. You know, I had it in Sunderland last year, you know, when I was working on the World Triathlon Series there, and it came out afterwards that there'd been, actually there was two versions, whether it was the quality of the water in the sea or a stomach bug that went around the hotel. You know, believe who you'd like to believe. But I think it's part of the course. It's what they're used to doing, and like I say, drinking an awful lot of Coke afterwards seems to be what they do.
I mean, the mayor here has done her best, hasn't she, to try and calm fears, mainly by jumping in it herself.
She did herself with a full wetsuit, and then they tried to get a journalist.
A mask, snorkel.
Everything. So there was no skin that touched the water. And she tried. Funnily enough, they wanted journalists to go with her. And they could not convince anybody in the in the news desk or sports coverage.
Well, that's journalists for you.
So
we're particularly cowardly when we want to be.
Would you have gone with her?
Not a chance. Would you?
Definitely not.
Exactly.
But it does highlight. I mean, obviously, there's deeper issues in that. It highlights some environmental issues worldwide.
Of course,
I know that back in our own country, you know, there's huge amount. Everybody post-COVID was swimming, open water swimming. But actually, it was only when I started downloading certain apps when, you know, I live on the North Sea and it's a beautiful coastline. But then when you start going, actually, today's not the day you really want to dive in the North Sea. And that, I think it really is a bigger issue.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I know we're taking the mick out of Jules in the Seine, but it's the case with any, I would imagine, with any European river.
Yeah. I'm not sure if the Thames, you can swim in the Thames right now.
No, I think the Thames is getting worse as well. I mean, I wouldn't know, but I think they want it, and you know, if we do, and fingers crossed we do get the triathlon, it will be one of the most spectacular. I know right now we've got to compete with beach volleyball, but I think it will be one of the most.
That's why they wanted it there. But it was always going to be a massive risk and a big gamble.
Yeah, but that to a certain extent has been their philosophy of this games, that risk, and it's, I have to say, it is incredibly refreshing that I find it so, particularly in the sporting environment. Go, do you know what? We are gonna give this a go. We talk loads about the opening ceremony, but we are gonna take a risk with that, and we will set the cross country through the gardens of the Palace of Versailles and stuff, and we will want to make it look spectacular. But there comes an element of, crikey, let's hope we can pull this off. Yeah,
completely. I mean, I guess the biggest one really was the triathlon and the swimming in the Seine, because boats on the Seine, we see them every day. So the security was the big part, but this could have been done. The Versailles cross-country, dressage, all of that, it makes a lot of sense too. But for them to swim in the Seine where nobody has swum for years,
century or something,
wasn't
exactly.
It? Yeah. That was the one really that everybody thought, right, okay,
but
let's have a plan B.
And looking ahead, that's what the mayor and the president and everybody else wants to create again, that beach on the Seine.
Exactly,
I mean, I know when I've visited Paris many times, I love that Sunday feel where they shut the Seine and you can't drive down it and everyone's there on the inline skates and the bikes and the scooters. I love that, you know. So making it kind of these beach, you know, bathing, whether we'll come back in 10 years and that's happening, I don't know.
Is that what is the big plan?
That's the massive plan. But President Macron, who said he would swim in the Seine, still hasn't done so. He said after the Olympics, which nobody really believes him, but yeah, that's the idea, is at some point for people to go on a Sunday or on certain days maybe, and you check before and you know that day is a good day for you to go and swim in it, that families go and enjoy the Seine.
So are they treating it?
No, you can't. You can't. It's the. I guess the water means that, you know, the rain that we've had the last 2 days. It just means that.
Right.
I mean, I don't probably need to spell it out.
No, you don't.
The drains have emptied into the Seine.
Yeah.
So I think that the heat is the main thing. That will, I'm no geologist, but I think the heat helps massively, and having 3 days now up to Tuesday of increased heat will burn off.
If you listen yesterday, we were doing GCSE physics with the effect of wind through the spokes of a bike wheel.
Well, that comes into triathlon as well.
Yeah, well, and today we're doing the sort of
and I failed
geography side of things, and the effect of that on this. If it was to change to a duathlon, which obviously everybody hopes that it doesn't, so it would then go run, bike, run.
Yeah, and I presume, and I don't know for definite, I've been trying to get confirmation of this, it would fall to an Olympic distance duathlon, which is a 10k run, 40k bike, 5k run,
right?
Rather than the 1500 metre swim, 40k bike, and obviously 10k run.
And then presumably the issue with that, of course, is that it probably shakes up the field as to who are your favourites and who aren't. Because, if you get off to a good start and you are a swimmer, you have a bit of a lead.
Yeah, I mean, I think had we had the team that we had in Tokyo with Jess Learmonth, then you've got a stronger swimmer there. I think now, looking at it and speaking to a lot of people in the triathlon world, it's a pan-flat course. It's not a technical, in the same way that we saw the time trial bike yesterday, it's not a technical course. So actually getting away on the bike is really, really difficult, which means that it turns into a running race. It turns into that third discipline, and also the undeclared fourth discipline, which is your transition. And all of our British athletes, Beth Potter probably would top that. I think she's one of the quickest across male and female athletes in the transition. So and Beth is obviously a former runner. In Rio she was in the 10k, so I think on both counts it helps, because Alex Yee, Beth Potter are both favourites and both great strong runners.
Alison Kirbishley is with us and will stay with us for the next hour or so. Julien Laurent is with us as well. We'll talk good things about France. I know you've won some golds, right? So we'll do. Yes, we'll talk about those as well over the next hour. We also have Kimberley Woods in the kayak single final that gets underway at 4:45 UK time, so in 45 minutes time. She qualified third fastest in the semi-final, so she goes third from the end. Does Kimberley Woods a little bit later on, exactly 4 o'clock. Here's the latest BBC News.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live. Listen on BBC Sounds.
Thanks, Mark. Lebanon's militant group Hezbollah says it's carried out 2 attacks on Israeli forces today in support of the Palestinians. The statement comes as the Israeli government considers its response to yesterday's strike, in which 12 people, almost all of them children, were killed by a rocket in the Israeli-occupied Golan Heights. Israel has blamed Hezbollah for that attack, but the group denies responsibility. The French authorities say a woman died overnight while trying to reach British shores in an overcrowded migrant boat. The statement said 34 people were rescued off the coast of Calais, but others on board the dinghy refused help and continued their journey. North Yorkshire police say 2 men in their 20s have died in a 2-seater plane which crashed in a field near Selby. It's believed they are the pilot and the passenger. And the Environment Secretary, Steve Reid, is accusing the previous Conservative government of covering up the full extent of the UK's financial pressures. The Tories say they've left a better legacy than the Labour government did in 2010.
Order in the court. Stacey Dooley, you may address the jury.
I call your attention to the brand new podcast, Famously on Trial. Celeb scandals will be scrutinised, A-list antics analysed, and influencer indictments investigated. No case is off limits.
Stacey Dooley will present the evidence.
Larry Dean will be the judge.
And I declare this podcast guilty of sounding criminally brilliant.
Famously on Trial.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
I rest my case.
The Olympic Games, Paris 2024.
With Mark Chapman.
On BBC Radio 5 Live.
Hello, welcome to Paris just after 5 o'clock here in the French capital. So far today at the Olympics, double Olympic champion Helen Glover helped Team GB's women's fours team to reach the final of their event, a feat matched by their male counterpart. Simone Biles has made her return in gymnastics at the Games, topping the all-around standings. There was a shock in the boxing, though. Great Britain's Rosie Eccles has gone out of the women's 66 kg. Also in the judo, Chelsea Giles is out, but in this hour we'll bring you the women's kayak single final with Kimberley Woods going for gold. John Akers will be watching.
The 28-year-old from rugby qualified third quickest in the semi-final with a brilliant clear run. Can that give her the confidence to get on the podium after finishing last in the final in Tokyo? The final's off at 4:45.
Our plan is to bring you every Team GB medal live here on 5 Live over the next couple of weeks. You can also follow the action on the BBC Sport website and app, and you can watch it on BBC One and the iPlayer.
Paris 2024, the Olympic Games.
With Mark Chapman.
On BBC Radio 5 Live.
It feels like it's been a bit of a tough day at times for Team GB. Ben Lane and Sean Vendy's Olympic hopes are over after losing to China's top seeds Liang Weikeng and Wang Chang in 3 sets. They lost their opening match yesterday, and that meant they needed to win today to have any chance of qualifying from their group. Team GB's eventers are in gold medal position after the cross country, although there was some controversy about the final ride today, but they are in first place going into tomorrow's show jumping. So yeah, Teresa, slightly confused. So my producer here in the in the cafe in Paris tried to do a demonstration of what I think was show jumping. Let's talk about all things France then. Julien Laurent is with us. Alison Kirbishley is with us too. It's going very well, isn't it?
It's going great so far. Yesterday was fantastic, finishing off with the Rugby 7. Obviously, the first time that France got so many medals since 1984 on day one. So a very long time since we've had such a great start of some games. So it was fantastic. I guess for Dupont and the rugby boys, really, to win that in the Stade de France in an incredible atmosphere was fantastic.
I mean, that atmosphere last night was absolutely bouncing for them.
It was incredible, and we were at the Euros here in 2016, for example. Even before the football final against Portugal, it was not like that. And
no, it wasn't.
It was not like that at all. And I've been to this stadium for so many times in my life for everything, and yesterday felt very, very special. And I guess Dupont is the X factor here, and Le Parisien's front page today is the first star. He's really the first star of these Olympics, certainly for us, from our point of view. But yeah, it was just, the whole thing was just fantastic.
I mean, he already was a superstar, wasn't he? But I suppose it just adds extra if somebody very well known and already a superstar sportsman in his own right then adds Olympic gold to everything. I mean, it elevates them. We've probably got several examples, haven't we, Alison, from a British point of view, elevates them to the next level.
And that's what he said straight after the ceremony with the medals. He said, like, I can't believe I'm holding this medal in my hands, because I guess when you start a rugby 15 career, as good as you might be, you just never thought that you could go to the Olympics one day. And even rugby 7 is quite a young sport in terms of the Olympic Games, so he probably never thought he would get a gold medal from any Olympic Games, let alone in France. And for him, you're right, he's a massive star already, but this, I guess, will take his legacy even further.
I suppose actually Wiggins is a prime example in 2012, actually, who was a star in his own right with the Tour de France or whatever, and then he was part of setting everything rolling back then.
Yeah, and I remember when Justin Rose won. I was of that. I'm still quite traditional in that. I think if it's the pinnacle of your sport, that's when it should be in the Olympics. But rugby 7's another level. So when Dupont is able to transfer across, and I was chatting to Andrew Cotter about this, because Andrew Cotter, who obviously normally does rugby, and he said he didn't know many of the French guys because
sure,
they're not in the 15.
Yeah.
They don't, so Dupont being able to transfer across, and his dancing wasn't too bad as well. I was quite impressed with that.
Well, but also Dupont not just transferring across, but Dupont going, do you know what? I'm actually this is how dedicated I care.
Yeah.
I'm going to take 8 months off playing 15s. I'm not going to play the Six Nations. The World Cup was disappointing. I am going to focus on this now because Olympic gold matters.
And I tried to think yesterday of somebody, not even just the caliber of Dupont, but just a sportsman changing sports. Okay, this is still the same kind of sport, but changing sport. I think Ray Rutherford, who won the long jump gold medal in 2012, tried bobsleigh.
He did. Yeah, he tried bobsleigh for the last winters.
Yeah, so maybe something like that. But for Dupont to do it, to be the best player in rugby 15, and then switched over to rugby 7, and arguably, he won that medal for the French yesterday because he came on and then changed the game massively. I don't think we've ever seen anything like that.
They did the dance on the pitch afterwards.
Yeah.
I think they celebrated in France House or whatever.
Yes,
they
they
so
went
you've
to
got where they have what looks like this massive stage and a catwalk.
Yes, exactly.
And so they all kept going, dancing down this catwalk.
Incredible.
And the place was rammed. It was just like a club, basically.
Yeah.
It was rammed. They were dancing. And I was watching French TV this morning, and 2 of them appeared on French TV. One of them with proper wraparound mirrored glasses on.
So like Freddie Flintoff the day after the Ashes.
Yeah,
he didn't contribute much to the interview in that, but they looked like they'd had a good night.
I think when you see what it means to them, and it is different, winning the Six Nations or whatever else, Rugby World Cup or whatever, but when you're into a multi-sport and you see how much they embrace it, we've seen it with Andy Murray, I saw it with Greg Rosetsky. I remember in Sydney when we saw him walking around the village and we were all like, he is loving being here. They embrace it because and I've been loving watching Shalien Fraser-Price, the Jamaican sprinter, the amount of athletes or just other sports people. I think there's a Aussie rugby girl just going mental when she sees her in the village. Bolt used to see it, and I that's what makes the Olympics so special.
And I think Dupont just wanted a bit of that Olympic magic, really.
And now the golds are starting to roll in for the French. So the men's rugby 7s last night. And then in the cross-country mountain biking this afternoon, on the women's side of things, Pauline Ferrand-Prévot won by nearly 3 minutes. She absolutely smashed it. It was her first Olympic medal of any kind. She's had plenty of disappointments in previous Olympics. She's going to retire from this discipline at the end of this season. She was the home favourite. She had all that pressure on her, and here she is speaking afterwards.
On the bike I was feeling like a robot, like I had no emotion and I was so focused that, I didn't hear anyone. Even the coaches, I was not really I didn't really hear what they was saying. So when I crossed the finish line, I said, well, okay, what's happening now? And now with the medal, and it just, became real. And I had so much emotion, and it's a bit crazy for sure. And I think all the emotion I hold back, now it will come out, and I think I'm going to cry a lot tonight.
You have achieved so much. 12 rainbow jerseys. I remember 10 years ago talking to you in Ponferrada when you won the road title. Everything apart from this Olympic medal. Is it more special to do it at the 4th time of asking here in France?
For sure, if I had to win one Olympic title, it's better to win it here in France. So, No, it's really the goal of my life and of my career to have this Olympic title. And I work so hard for it that, it's just unbelievable. It's like, I put everything to be ready for that day, and I did it. And, wow, crazy.
Well, crazy. The crowd have been going absolutely crazy all afternoon. I don't think any of them are going home. It must just be amazing to be here amongst them all.
Yeah, for sure. All these people, would like to thank them. And
nothing to say. It's amazing. Go and enjoy it, Pauline. Thank you so much. Well done.
Wow, the atmosphere is incredible. Pauline Ferrand-Prévot there talking to Jill Douglas, although as I unfortunately called her on the highlight show last night, Dill Juggless. So then you can't get yourself out of that, Ali. Really, it's just like just run the tape, just run the tape. The atmosphere there was sensational, and it has been at so many events as well. Actually,
yeah.
I don't know why I wasn't expecting that, but
everywhere. I watched the archery this morning on television, and at the Invalides, sorry. Yes. So the Palace of the Invalides, and the scenery was amazing, but the atmosphere was incredible for archery again. And today at the mountain bike, it was just something else, really. And she was cursed. I think she felt cursed, Pauline, for the last 2 Olympic Games, where she felt, despite being the massive favourite, she's won everything. She's a multiple times world champion. She's maybe the greatest ever in her sport, in the women's side of it. And that medal just never came. And for it to happen, like you said, just before she retires, she's 32 years old, here in France today, was just a dream come true, really. And the fans were there in numbers because they also knew this was the last chance that she had, and she needed all that support.
We were talking yesterday about one of the delights, Ali, when you come to a different games and put on local media or sit in a cafe and see what they've got on the television, is the sports that matter to them, and not necessarily the sports that, if you think of us with cycling's probably shared it, but cycling or rowing or the swimming, the ones that have been big for us over recent years. But here, load of judo, load of
handballs,
load of fencing, handball, volleyball, because the men,
archery this morning. I got a lot of archery this morning on my telly. The French team looked nervous this morning.
And they lost.
She had a nightmare, bless her. And aren't they one of the best as well?
Yeah, they were.
She looked like the pressure really did get to her.
And I guess that's the other side of being at home, is maybe that pressure, for some of them, you don't cope with it well.
So as far as the teams, team sports are big for the French, aren't they? So volleyball, obviously, with the men, who are the Olympic champions. Handball, as Ali has mentioned.
Men and women, yeah.
Water polo?
Yeah, they finished 4th in the recent World Championships, and this is quite new for us, water polo, but they're hoping that with the home support in that new aquatic centre near the Stade de France, in the north of the city, that they can maybe inspire this generation and get this sport a bit more known as well, because this is also the beauty of the Olympics, is that, like we were saying yesterday, a lot of people would know nothing about water polo, and then maybe a new generation can come through with it.
So is it popular here?
No.
Oh, no. Right.
But they did really well.
Right, okay. Right.
It might be if they win.
Yeah, it will be for sure if they win. I think the final is on the last day of the Olympics as well, the men's final, maybe. Right. Yeah, I think so. So yeah, but I think the good thing when your collective, like your team sport, do so well, I think they inspire other team sport to try to get into that momentum. So volleyball, handball especially, has been historically very, very good for us.
So have you got football teams?
And football teams as well, yeah. Both with ambition, yeah. Thierry Henry is the head coach of the men's team, and Hervé Renard of the women's team that played tonight against Canada, who obviously didn't start well their competition. But yeah, so we hope that water polo can follow into the steps of volleyball, handball, football, and even rugby 7, because the men, as we said, did really well, and the women have a big chance of a medal too. And
that is France-Hungary tonight in that water polo match, who are going for their 10th Olympic gold.
Yes, so that's tough.
Yeah, so that's
it is a group stage to start with. So
there is a good thing on social media if you're having a look at the Greek water polo team, whose bus was blocked by a badly, I mean, how unusual is this? A badly parked car in the French capital.
Really?
Yeah, I know. It's astonishing, isn't it? And so the Greek water polo team got off the bus and lifted up the car and moved it so the bus could get through. You can see that on social media. And then the other sort of Franco-Hungarian battle is in the fencing.
Yes.
Which is Hungaria's Grigeli Skilozzi is the world number 1, but France's Romain Canon beat Skilozzi in the 2021 Olympic final.
Yes, that's right.
And Canon is one of your faces of the games?
He was, yeah, although he's lost quite early in the competition today, actually quite disappointing in the last 16, but Yannick Borel...
So he's gone?
He's gone,
right.
He's gone.
Well, there we go.
Right.
I mean, you
it sounded so good. You built him up so well.
I mean, your prep was great until the fact that he's already...
Until I actually haven't watched the bit where he got out. I knew who he was, didn't care what he did.
Which is good, but let's say that his mate, Yannick Borel, kind of carrying the French through, and he's in the semi-final in, I guess, an hour maybe, or half an hour. So Borel is the latest medal hope for the French. Yesterday we got one in épée, and today this is in fleuret. So I'm not sure how you say fleuret, but... Because in fencing you've got 3 different disciplines.
I think we'd probably just say fleuret.
Yeah, probably.
Now this is popular. I mean, this is on television a lot. Is the fencing?
Yeah, and the World Championships, the European Championships, everything is always on television. People watch it. It's a noble sport, obviously, a very old sport as well. Remember the Musketeers and all that kind of stuff. Yeah.
I was trying not to ask a question that linked it to the Musketeers because I didn't want to be going down a very stereotypical route.
It's fine.
But I was. My question would have been along the lines of: Do all French kids watch the Musketeers and then think, I want to be D'Artagnan?
Yeah, but it's a bit of that. And fencing in school, as I said to you yesterday, we don't really do sports in school outside of just the PE lessons. But in the PE lessons, you do handball, for example, which helps, and also you do fencing. So this is also part of very much of the culture, really.
Wow, so fencing is one of the few school sports.
Yeah, in your PE lessons. So you don't have sports after school here in France, but during your PE lessons, you can do fencing. And then there's a lot of grassroots club all around, especially in the big cities, where you just learn the sport. It's a great sport, really. For your footwork is great, for your cardio is great, and you have to be really smart.
And technology has completely changed that sport, hasn't it? As a spectator sport, you get what's happening with the lights and everything else now. I know there's a Durham University up where I live. It's a huge fencing centre there, centre of excellence, and it is impressive to watch it.
It's interesting you say it because they have made it more visually attractive.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously it's elegant and so on and so forth, but you talk about the lights and therefore that's kind of a little bit easier to understand. But even here at the Olympics with the masks and how they have the flag,
they light up,
and they have the flag of the country on.
Yeah.
And they are slightly futuristic. And in an era where all sport is thinking, well, how do we come across on television? Or social media, because that is how we're going to get people following us.
Yeah.
That has worked.
Absolutely. And they made it before the first to 15 would win basically. Now they made it 3 minutes kind of like time periods. And after those 9 minutes, whoever is ahead just wins to make it more, because before people would take their time, so sometimes it would take forever to get to 15. Now it's 3 minutes, then you have a little pause, 3 minutes again, and then 3 minutes again, which makes it far more, like they have to attack, it's just more lively really, it's a great sport. It looks like, to go back to D'Artagnan and your love for the Musketeers, it's just very much like, it feels like that, so yeah, it's great.
So do schools compete against each other?
No, still we're not to that point. But at least you get a feel for it at school, and then if you like it, you can go to your local club and start.
And then when there are European Championships or World Championships, then they're on French television
on
as well.
TV, on France Television. So what you would watch the Olympics here on, they showcase. And I think I said to you the other day, the most athletes with medals in the history of French sports are fencers. So some go back 1920 and 30s, but some even more recently with 5, 6. Laura Flessel, who we saw at the end of the ceremony with the torches, she's got 5 medals. She's the most decorated women athlete in French sports history, and she was one of the greatest fencers we had.
And as we said off air, I imagined you were a fencer as a boy. I imagine you were quite,
It was good
quite
for my
agile.
Quite an elegant,
handsome. Yeah, I was.
You've got a mask on.
Yeah.
You could still see through.
He was so good. He just took the mask off just to have an air.
I've got a scar. This scar is a small scar, but when I was little, I refused to wear a glove. Where you have to now, and I got the side of the fleuret. Yeah, but it was good, and it's great for your footwork.
Long hair? Did you have long
long hair, and my mum loved it. And you're all in white, and it's just so beautiful. It's great.
My son is a fencer. I couldn't be more proud. Alison has a theory that the Olympics don't really get going until the athletics starts, because it winds up everybody else on.
But there's no swimmers here to annoy.
It's
only when Karen Pickering and Steve Parry's here that
I'll tell them tonight when I see them.
When we get to the Stade de France and the athletics, are there enough French hopes to have everything going, or is it thin on the ground?
It's still fairly thin on the ground. I mean, they're still not quite there with the track and field. They've had sprint hurdlers in the past, obviously Perec. I mean, no one's been as big as Perec. But I think they are big athletic fans. They understand athletics. The Diamond League here always sells out, and it's 2 weeks ago we saw world record from Faith Kipyegon, and so the fans come out and support it. But I mean, I'm just trying to think back. I mean, you've put me on the spot now. I don't even think some of their sprinters, obviously the likes of Jimmy Vico, and I mean he's had his time now. There isn't really a huge amount.
Lemaire, remember?
And Renaud Lavillenie, obviously we saw him, and he's been trying to get back for the games, but he's at kind of the wrong end of his career.
Were you
now.
there in Rio when he lost the gold medal in that incredible atmosphere? Very rare for.
The Brazilian beat him that night.
And the Brazilian crowd was booing him before his jump.
Because you'll want the momentum to keep going, won't you? I mean, actually in LA they're going to flip it, aren't they? Athletics
they were talking about it.
Think, there's a thought that
which
athletics
is huge.
go first.
Start with the athletics.
Athletics go first and swimmers go second.
Yeah, it'll be interesting.
So, but you don't want the momentum to go if the stadium isn't rocking every night with something.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess that could inspire this young team, because it's a good young generation, but they're still quite young. Gabriel Tual, for example. So there's a few chances
Tual's
of medal. Maybe the biggest hope we have. But let's hope that it carries on.
Okay, we are maybe 20 minutes away from Kimberley Woods. Well, that kayak single final getting underway. That's when it starts. She will go third from last after a brilliant performance in the semi-finals. We're going to talk boxing next. Obviously, you would consider Paris to be one of the culinary capitals of the world, wouldn't you?
Yes.
Bunsey, where did you have lunch this afternoon?
Chappers, I can always rely on you. Well, we're a bit stranded out here in this industrial wasteland out by Charles de Gaulle. So Conor McNamara arrived, and I had no idea he was such a culinary expert. Here I was about to head into town, find myself a bistro on the corner and get myself a Caesar salad. And he said, "You know what, Bunty? I won't do his Irish accent. I won't be accused of that." He's found 1.2 kilometres from us the greatest IKEA in history with a French twist. Imagine
I've been there, Bunty.
Laurent, it's unbelievable. Jules, it's unbelievable. It's incredible. I'm taking Freddie. I'm taking Freddie next time. I'm taking Syriax. He's coming with me. I've already sent him a text. The place, they did a lamb cutlet, right? A lamb cutlet that you couldn't get in a Michelin restaurant. I got it in IKEA for $5.95. I had 8 meatballs on the side.
Plus a few Allen keys.
Oh, it's
unbelievable. So when Fred Syriax joins us with all his suave sophistication, you're going to take him to IKEA by Charles de Gaulle, are you?
I'm hoping that by the time he joins you, he's already been with me and converted over there. And I swear to you, he'll come in and I'll have him have for all of you something sensible, like those clips that you always need for your coffee. Like, you understand me? He'll come.
Get a bedside cabinet while you're at it.
Ali, you've got it. He'll come bearing gifts. It was very funny.
Now let's get to the serious stuff, because it's been a painful earlier session, hasn't it, Conor and Steve, as far as Britain are concerned, not being good.
Yeah, no, big disappointment for Rosie Eccles from Newport in Wales, who, and this is the agony of Olympic boxing, because you don't get a second chance. In other sports, I was watching interviews last night with some swimmers who didn't do well in the relay, and they're like, oh, well, we could do well in our individual events tomorrow. For the boxers, it's done. You lose one bout, you get three-minute rounds, and if you lose, and virtually all of the Team GB boxers, there are 6 of them, have been given really difficult first round draws. You're up against real contenders, and all that being said, Rosie Eccles put in a great shift on the judges' card, had won the first round. floored her opponent, albeit, it was probably more of a slip than a flooring. But, the opponent hit the canvas in the first round. Then there was a point deduction for the opponent in the third round. So we were feeling quite confident, Bunsey, that Rosie Eccles was going to have done enough to go through to the last 16. But
yeah, I was looking at the way the scores were, and I noticed that there were two judges that the expression we use is they fancied the Polish woman. They liked what she was doing, and the other three judges really didn't like what she was doing. And in the last 20 or 30 seconds, chappers, I thought we were home and dry. I did a rare thing. I nudged Connor and I smiled. And I was very disappointed, and I don't get that emotional over results. I get emotional over most things, you know that, chappers. Yeah. But I don't get emotional over results. I have to stand cold. But it really got to me because she deserved the decision, and there's a couple of parts about the way the points were tallied that I don't know. I want to get hold of the 600-page rule book and look at it. Basically, two of the judges at the end couldn't separate either of the women, and that means that those two judges have to put a tick by one of the names as to suggest that's the one. Even though I've scored it a draw, that's the one I think deserved the victory, and they both ticked the Polish woman who had been given a 1 point deduction in the final round for an infringement, for a foul. Now, I just can't get my head around why two people who scored it neutrally would then favour a woman who'd been penalised. And I grabbed Rosie outside. It wasn't for recording. Connor was with me. I walked away and had 5 minutes with her under a tree just having a chat. And she said the same thing. She was still crying an hour after the game. It was fairly emotional in here, chappers.
You know, Mark, I know we've said it on air this weekend already about how you go to the Olympics and you look around, you see someone who's having the greatest day of their lives, and you see that regularly. What you also see is you see people having the worst day of their lives, and your heart really did go out to Rosie Eccles there. She was completely distraught.
Well, let's hear from her, because Bunsey did actually record part of a conversation with her, so here she is after that result.
Just disbelief, absolute disbelief. Like, when you're going in, she's a bit of a messer, like just wants to steal the rounds, but I really don't think I let her do it. And when it wasn't going her way in the last round, she's holding, even gets a point off for it. She didn't land anything clean, and I just feel really shocked. I'm really shocked. I don't know what to say.
She was warned at least 8 times before she had the point deduction.
Yeah.
And once she had the point deduction, 2 of the scores at the end were even. I'm not sure if you saw that because it was emotional in the end. Two of the scores were even, and then they decided to vote for her, which I find quite staggering.
Well, I went to count back, did it?
You went to count back on 2 of the scores. You won on 2 scores. She won on 1 score. 2 were even. I would have thought that the penalty, the public warning, would have overpowered that. I know it's raw at the moment, but just try and talk me through what happened in the fight.
Well, I didn't know that from then. Like, the idea of the fight, my game plan going in is she doesn't want to win a fight convincing this girl. She wants to steal rounds, and the idea was not to let her steal it and get on the end of the jab and then let my hands go. And I thought I did that. Yes, first fight is never perfect, but I done it, and knowing the score was going in, I was just like, right, yep, sound. And then the coach just said, when she's holding, just punch, try to punch, do anything, because you can't. And then he eventually took points off. So I was like, then it was like a dead cert to me. Like, well, she also had a whole point off. I didn't have a doubt. When it started to take a long time, I started to worry. I thought, what's going on here?
What about at the end, Rosie? What was going through your mind at the end when the decision was announced?
I don't know. I still don't really have any. I feel like I'm in a dream. Like, you know how much I pushed to get here. You know, I was so ready. I've overcome everything, and my dream's over. You know, there's not another cycle in me. My body won't do another cycle. So that's over for me. Yeah, I'm sorry. I just want to say thank you to everyone, because I've had brilliant people. I'm so lucky. I just can't believe it's ended that way. But do you know what? It wasn't meant to be. You know, for whatever reason, and my family aren't even all out yet, so I feel like really sad.
Your heart goes out to her, Steve, doesn't it?
Whew. Does it ever, chappers? And as he said there, her body hasn't got another cycle in it. She was very unfortunate not to qualify for the last Olympics. COVID floored her in every which way. She was going to a qualifying tournament and COVID struck. By the time it came around after COVID, she'd had COVID about 5 times and then side effects, and there was nothing left. So she missed out on Tokyo because of COVID. She was broken-hearted then. She came back. She won the Commonwealth Games. And she did win today, chappers. I'm not a sour loser. I don't sit in the stands throwing programmes on the pitch or at officials and screaming and shouting. Of course, it's not corruption. It was just a couple of judges today at the boxing had a bad day, because I always like to be positive. They had a bad day, and it cost Rosie a dream.
And by the way, Connor, you've got a fight that you're about to commentate on, haven't you? So when that starts, jump in, because I can't see you. You've got the Irish welterweight Gráinne Walsh, who's going to start her bid to follow in the footsteps of people like Katie Taylor in just a moment in the women's 66 kg. But if she was ahead, if she won 2 cards, one went to the other woman and 2 were equal, then that means she wins 2.5 to 1.5.
Yeah, you know what you're thinking about is a split decision or a majority decision, as it might be. It's just that they insist, if there's a drawn score, that you have to nominate a winner. And because we no longer have, thankfully, the computer scoring system, so what happened in the computer scoring system, we'd have something called a countback, chappers, and they'd look at the computer and they'd see that more people had pushed for X fighter than had pushed the button for Y fighter, but they couldn't do that here. And as I say, so 2 people at ringside, I've got their names, I'm not going to name and shame them, they decided they would go with the woman who'd lost the point in that last round. When I'm with you next, I'll show you the mathematical stuff if we get 5 minutes over a coffee, and I think you'll be stunned. I think Rosie got badly served here in Paris this afternoon, I really do.
Okay, Cuba's Julio Cesar La Cruz has gone out. He was looking to become only the 4th man to win 3 Olympic boxing golds. He was in the men's 92 kg, but he's gone out against a former Cuban, actually, in Lauren Alfonso Dominguez, who now fights for Azerbaijan. So that's another story in the boxing. But Connor, set up what you're about to watch in front of you now.
Yes, Gráinne Walsh is out. Plenty of Irish amongst the crowd here at the North Paris Arena. This is her Olympic debut at the age of 28. She's from Tullamore, County Offaly, not a million miles away from the golfer Shane Lowry hails from. 4-time Irish national champion, and up against Anna Luca Hamori of Hungary here, who's a younger boxer, 23 years of age. They are both in the ring, and Gráinne Walsh will be out of the red corner. Walsh, a very prominent name in Irish boxing. She's not related to Aidan Walsh or Michaela Walsh. His sister, Aidan Walsh, who was beaten earlier on today. But Gráinne Walsh getting ready to show what she can do inside the ring. And a fighter who's had a succession of thumb injuries, had this freak problem with a toe injury that needed surgery because a dumbbell fell on it in the gym, but recovered through all that. And here in Paris now, and as we've said a few times already today, Steve, there's no second chances. All the preparation for Paris 2024 comes down to 3-minute rounds now for Gráinne Walsh.
It does. It's 9 minutes to decide your life and your future. In fact, throughout this bout, I'll tell the story of her selection and her qualification, because it's a story straight from the Cold War. It's got so many angles and so many twists. We'll do that. By the way, I think she's an excellent fighter, and she's deep in the heart of a top Irish team, the biggest Irish team. They've got a full female complement, all 6 of them.
So the referee from Kazakhstan gives the final instructions. The bout is underway. This is the women's 66 kg. This is the round of 32. And if you get to the semi-finals, you're guaranteed a place on the podium. Both losing semi-finalists get bronze. So technically 3 wins to get on the podium. And here, Gráinne Walsh trying to get control of the centre of the ring. You can hear the thump of the crowd. It's virtually full inside the boxing arena here, and the crowd have been enjoying what they've seen so far. And this is the final bout of this session, so plenty of good atmosphere in here at the moment.
Yeah, there's something about this boxing arena. We talked about earlier on. You and I worked together in Rio, and it didn't seem to be the same atmosphere. It didn't seem to be the same closeness. But for some reason here, they've created inside this cavernous arena, it's like an aircraft hangar, they've created a bear pit, which is absolutely fantastic. By the way, can I just say how much I like the look of Anna Luca Hamori, the Hungarian. She's moving and fighting like a 1950s American professional boxer. Don't ask me how, but she is.
That is the style, that is the verb. She's got a few inches height advantage on Gráinne Walsh, does Anna Luca Hamori. Got that long reach of arms. They're both tussling inside the centre of the ring. We haven't seen anyone pushed up near the ropes yet. They're both trying to get command of that central area. Gráinne Walsh, who tries to get in low, get the work done and escape before the response punches could come. Hamori now beginning to get a dominance. The ring strikes with with a very firm left to the head, and there's a clinch between the two of them, and the referee thinks about stepping in, but hoping that they'll settle themselves, and the referee does now step in and points to the head and looks to Gráinne Walsh and tells her to keep that head up because she is shorter and she ducks as well, which makes that target very low. They go into a clinch once more and have to be separated once more. Just over a minute remaining in round one.
It's quite a messy round, actually, and I think that if you want my opinion, I think that suits Gráinne. Of course you want my opinion, that's why I'm sitting next to her. I don't know why people say that, it's a ridiculous thing to say. It suits Gráinne to make it as ugly as possible. The uglier it is, the better it is, because if Amori can keep her distance, keep flying with that loose left hand and that big loose right hand, then Gráinne's going to be picked off all day. She needs to get in and make it ugly, and I think the referee's going to be busy this evening.
Yeah, we've been watching some of the bouts today, and sometimes it is a lot of shadow boxing, and they dance in front of each other, and it almost becomes a staring match, and then others go in hell for leather and start plummeting. These two have been occupying central place in the ring, trying to tease each other out, still sort of testing the waters. That's a little bit better now for Gráinne Walsh, but excellent response from Anna Luca Hamori, and this is a proper bout now as both boxers fall to their knees.
Both tumbled over there, and I'd say Gráinne there just decided, I'm going to get close, I'm going to go for it. She got countered a little bit, but she also landed an awful lot there, Connor. It's going to be sorry for the judges. It'll be really interesting to see how the judges are scoring this. Are they giving it to the boxer or the aggressive boxer?
There you heard the hammer into the final 10 seconds of round one. Two boxers here who believe that they could dominate this one, and they're not being defensive. They're both going for it. There is the bell for the end of round one. Gráinne Walsh makes her way to the red corner. Anna Luca Hamori makes her way to the blue corner, and we wait to see the opinion of the judges.
It's Amori's got it 3-2 that round, but that's tight. That's what you'd expect. It's a tight fight. One thing that's interesting, remember, is that in the women's game and in the men's game, there are vast gaps between the weights. So you go from 60 kilos to 66 kilos. Now, traditionally in boxing, you'd go 60, 63 and a half, 67. So it's a massive gap. And then after 66, you go to 75. So what I'm looking at, when I see Amori, I see a woman who's a 70-kilo woman who's come down 4 kilos. When I look at Gráinne Walsh, I see a woman who's 62 kilos who's gone up 4 kilos. You see what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
It's one of the inequalities in both for men and women, because there aren't enough weight divisions, because there isn't enough space. So the men and the women are both having to give a lot of weight away.
All right, here we go for round two. Two of the judges gave that opening round to Gráinne Walsh, but 3 of them to the Hungarian Anna Luca Hamori. All the differentials with 10-9, which means it's a very close round between the pair of them. And again, they go into an almost wrestling clinch with the arms and shoulders wrapped around each other. And Gráinne Walsh there, I think, screaming out to the referee and saying that she's not the one doing the holding. But there's very few points on merit here in terms of artistic endeavour here. This has become a real clinch, a real battle where they both flinging punches at it, and it's almost like all offense. There's very little defense from either. They're trying to land those punches and impress the judges in round two.
And also, perhaps they saw the Rosie Eccles fight earlier on, and perhaps they've been told, make sure of this. Don't leave it. Make sure under no circumstances let this be a tight fight, because they're both fighting, but this is the last round of a final.
Yeah, Hamori connected with a really solid right there, and that will have stunned Gráinne Walsh as she tries to keep her composure. Referee is in again, and this time speaking to the Hungarian, and very quickly sets the bout in motion once again. We've had a minute of round two. Gráinne Walsh of Ireland against Anna Luca Hamori of Hungary. We're close to Charles de Gaulle Airport. We are inside under the ultraviolet light. It could be the middle of the night here. It's so dark. I know it's a sunny day in Paris, but you wouldn't have any evidence in here as the crowd watch the two boxers get into a clinch again, arms wrapped around each other, hanging on, and they almost both tumbled over again.
Well, I said the referee's going to have a busy night. He's calling them together now, and I think he's going to have a talk to them. Oh no, this is harsh. Oh, that's really harsh. He's taken a point away from Hamori, and I'm not sure how you work out who was holding the most there, Connor, but hey-ho.
I would agree. They were both holding on to each other, but it's Hamori who's been penalised. Now, can Gráinne Walsh turn that to her advantage? Just over a minute remaining in round two at the women's 66 kg. As they again go into this clinch. It's close to the ropes on the right-hand side, which is near the Hungarian corner, and they're bellowing on the encouragement towards Anna Luca Hamori there. Gráinne Walsh tries to get a combination going, lands with the right, misses with the left, then quickly brings those gloves up in front of her face to create a barrier, goes again with another 1-2 combination, and into that clinch that we've seen so often in the bout again.
So there's no way, looking from here, I know we're 30, 50 feet back, but there's no way I can tell, or you can tell, who's initiated the actual clinching. They're both enjoying clinching.
It's been difficult for either to cut off the ring from the other. They're territorially keeping that central space to themselves. That's a good attacking lunge by Gráinne Walsh, who's trying to find a second wind here and finish this second round on a high. But Hamori responds. Every time Walsh goes in, Hamori's got answers to it.
Did you see what she did there? That's an old Cuban trick. You land a big right hand, then you throw your hand up in the air just to let the judges know you've done it. That was a classic old Eastern Bloc trick. It was a beauty.
Closing seconds of round 2, and we're about to find out what the judges have made of that. And once we do as well, don't forget your Amy Broadhurst story to tell us as well,
Absolutely.
Steve.
So we've gone there. We've got three of them again, once again. No, all five. But then she loses a point. So it actually makes it fairly tight. It's only 3-2 in scores. 3-2 in scores. This is all, sounds like a cliche, it's all on the last round. Now, the Amy Broadhurst story is ridiculous. This is the darling of Irish boxing, the European champion, the world champion, but she fell foul of the Irish system. She wasn't selected at 60 kilos, understand, because Kerry Harrington, the reigning Olympic champion, is going at 60 kilos, and she lost to Gráinne Walsh in the Irish championships. She was denied a box off, so she defected to Great Britain because her father is British, and then she went to a last qualifying tournament in Bangkok, and I've got to be honest with you, we thought it was a shoo-in, and she lost. Otherwise it could have been her in the ring here today against Gráinne Walsh, which would have been absolutely sensational.
And that is wonderful timing of that tale from Steve Bunce as he finishes his anecdote just on the bell for the start of round 3. I mean, that's what you get paid the big bucks for.
That's what I'm the king of 54 seconds.
That is absolutely beat the intro. Right, we are underway. Round 3. Gráinne Walsh. There was a few puzzled faces towards the big screens when they put the scores up because people were trying to counter in where the points deduction were going to make things. Bottom line is this is still close, Absolutely. But the Hungarian has the slight advantage.
It's quite simple, and it comes down to this, Connor. You win this 180 seconds, this 3 minutes, you don't get a point taken off, and you win this fight, and you advance to the next round. It's that simple.
All the years of preparation getting ready for this, the early mornings in the gym, the recoveries, the sacrifices have been made, but it could be coming to an end in just a couple of minutes' time for either Gráinne Walsh or for Annaluca Hamori, and they both will try to get big, strong finishes here to impress the judges, to land a few clean punches in a bout that's not had too many. There's been a lot of holding on, there's been a lot of grappling, there's not been many clean hits as both try to fulfill that requirement now, but they're wrapping arms around each other's necks and the referee has to step in again.
They're quite incredible tussles, these two. They're actually tussling and rolling around each other, almost like they're doing fake wrestling.
Yeah. Well, we've got 1 minute 45 seconds remaining in round 3, and Gráinne Walsh out of the red corner lands a powerful right there, tries to get to work down below, but her arms are being lifted up by the arms of the opponent and into the armpits and lifting up, and again the referee has to come in to separate them, and there's a sense of frustration from both fighters who probably wish this was a bit more open now. That's a good response though. Gráinne Walsh forcing Hamori back. Hamori trying to spring up on her toes, trying to show that didn't put it off her stride, but I think it did.
I think it did. It called her 3 or 4 times going back, but the problem with that is Hamori comes back with big, loose, easy shots, and those are the ones that often impress the judges. One thing that's going to happen in the last 30 seconds of this fight, someone's going to throw an awful lot of punches and steal it in the last 30 seconds.
There's a grace and an elegance about Annaluca Hamori. Even when she's been struck, she manages to look light on her feet as the referee again steps in, and we've got 50 seconds remaining in this bout. It's the round of 32, but it's an elimination bout, and Gráinne Walsh has got work to do in these closing 45 seconds as the referee stops it again.
And for these two, it's the round of their life until the next round. It's that simple. That's what it is. You talked about it at Chappers. It's absolutely cold-blooded. It's brutal the way you get eliminated in these tournaments.
Strong left from Gráinne Walsh, who does box in the orthodox stance, but then she followed it up with a really strong right, and now she's trying to pound into the side of that. Even while she's being held onto there, she's trying to keep that points tally going, to get in, to get some points, but running out of time now with 15 seconds to go.
And being warned there, Hamori. Walsh might have just done enough here. There's not a lot in it, Connor. She might have just done enough.
Walsh, who's up on her toes, tries to spin away, not to be hit. Now replies. 5 seconds remaining. 1 or 2 points could be all the difference. Very strong from Gráinne Walsh. A combination decision. 3 punches were landed there very late on as the bell goes, and Hamori brings both clubs in the air to celebrate. She believes she's done enough, the Hungarian. Gráinne Walsh is more muted as she returns to her corner. It was close going into the last round. Who's done enough to win it?
Well, you know the crazy thing is that last 5 seconds, Hamori, she lifted her hands up to celebrate, and as she lifted her hands up, she got caught with at least 3 clean shots. In my opinion, that could just turn it. It's not going to be a screamer if it goes either way. It could have just gone. She could have just won it in the last 5 seconds, Gráinne Walsh.
The referee brings both boxers into the centre of the ring. Gráinne Walsh in red, Annaluka Hamori in blue. Woo. Here's the decision. Hamori is kissing her fist. She's holding up her nation's badge, the flag, on her shirt. And Gráinne Walsh looks very pensive. She stares down onto the lilac-coloured canvas and prays that this decision goes her way.
The winner on horseback split decision. Victorieuse de point par décision partagée. In blue.
In the blue corner, it is Annaluka Hamori who wins for Hungary and who proceeds to the last 16. And it's heartbreak for Gráinne Walsh from County Offaly. Her Olympic dream is over after the very first bout.
29-27, 28-28, and then the judge voted for Hamori. 29-27 to Gráinne Walsh, then 29-27, and another 28-28, even just so twice there. The judge, again with the point deduction, did exactly the same thing in the Rosie Eccles. 2 of those scores are identical, and the judge, male or female, I won't reveal, decided that they preferred the woman who'd received a point deduction. I'm going to check that 670-odd page rule book tonight, Connor, because I find that mystifying. It's happened twice now, once to Gráinne Walsh and once to Rosie Eccles.
Yeah, so just to confirm, 2 of the judges deemed it to be a draw, 28-28. 1 of the judges gave it to Gráinne Walsh, and then the other 2 giving it in the favour of Annaluka Hamori.
That's it. It's as simple as that. There's nothing more complicated than that. I find that really strange.
Right, well, there you go, Mark. Unfortunately for Gráinne Walsh, her Olympics are over.
I don't understand this.
Yeah,
Steve. I don't understand. I don't understand how you score it equal, but are then asked to give a tick for one or the other. If you've got 5 judges,
yes,
then it should. Unless all 5 of them mark it equal, in which case then you probably do have to work something out.
Well, the problem we had here is that one judge gave it to Gráinne, so put up your left thumb. Okay, one judge gave it to Hamori, put up your right thumb. Okay?
I am actually doing this.
There we go. So in the end you have it completely even with the 2 even. So someone at some point, we can't box an extra round, someone at some point has got to cast a decisive vote. So that's what the two neutral judges had to do. The 2 judges that had scored it even. It's fair. It's the way they do business. It just so happens that 2 of the boxers that we're interested in today, this afternoon, have suffered from it, and that's a great shame.
I've got the wording in front of me here, chappers, and it really is confusing. It says a judge who has the same final score for both boxers needs to nominate a winner if the total scores of all the judges are evenly split. So, if that one person says it's a draw but all the others say one fighter wins, well then that just one fighter wins. But if it comes to a case that you add up all the judges and their level, then they go back to the ones who said it was even, and they basically say, okay, which side is the shadow a little bit further on, which side is the sun beaming on them. I mean, it's the penalty shootout version of boxing, isn't it? I'm sure many feel it's unfair.
But with that point deduction, I think that should overrule the ability of the judges to have say, to return to their gut feeling, to their senses. That should be overruled because, in my opinion, with that point taken off, the public warning, the point deduction, surely that should be a factor before we allow judges to actually do their own interpretation. That would have been my feeling, chappers.
All right, Steve, Connor, thank you very much. We'll look ahead to the evening boxing in a little while. The canoe slalom course is where we'll go next. The women's kayak single final. Kimberley Woods is in this. She goes 3rd from last. John Akers, how have the first few begun?
Yeah, first couple I don't think are going to trouble the medals. 12 have qualified for this final, so they were the 3 slowest from the semi-finals. 28 from rugby, Kimberley Woods qualified 3rd quickest, as a reminder, in the semi-final. A brilliant clear run. Will that give her the confidence to get on the podium after finishing last in the final in Tokyo? The ones to look out for are Jessica Fox. She is brilliant, world number 1. It's her 4th Olympic Games there. Was 8th slowest, Jess Fox. So we're going to watch her go out pretty soon, and it'll be interesting to see what kind of time she puts down as the favourite.
OK, thank you. We'll be back with John. We'll get news of how Jess Fox goes, and then obviously we will take full commentary of Kimberley Woods' run, 3rd from last. When she goes, she'll know exactly what she has to do for a medal. If she goes fastest, going 3rd last, she will be guaranteed a medal in the women's kayak single final. Tonight, set to be a huge night in the pool. Adam Peaty and Leon Marchand, one of the faces of the Games, both going for gold medals. Steve Parry and Alistair Bruce-Ball will be there.
Well, I don't really think we need to work too hard to sell the swimming tonight. 3 finals in total in terms of the British interest, saving the best till last this evening for our listeners on 5 Live and BBC Sounds. 8:44 p.m. Don't be late. Adam Peaty is going to try and achieve something very special in the 100 metres backstroke. He's attempting to win the gold medal in this event at a 3rd consecutive Olympics. Steve Parry, bronze medalist, Athens 2004. What do you think? How confident should fans of Adam Peaty, fans of British swimming, be about this potential 3rd gold medal? It's not as certain as the 2 previous Olympics, is it?
Confident is not the word that I would use. Let's put this in perspective. Adam Peaty's world record, 56 seconds, 88 hundredths of a second. He qualifies with a 58 high. So he is 2 seconds, which is light years away from his best performance. But you know what? It doesn't matter. He's in there. He's the fastest qualifier. He got through the heats. He got through the semis and qualified fastest. That's going to give him confidence, because the rest of the field, and in particular his nemesis Chin Haiyang, he's fallen back as well. So I can honestly see Adam Peaty winning this tonight. I can also honestly see him getting 4th, because it's brought the rest of the field in. You know, the Dutch are no slouches in Arno Kaminga. Nick Fink won the World Championships, the American, earlier this year, and also the Italian Martinenghi. He can go 58 high as well. So confidence isn't the word. I will have no fingernails left by the time we get to quarter to 8 tonight.
Yeah, excitement and drama are definitely the words. From what you're saying there, Steve, it sounds like if he's going to win it and win this 3rd consecutive gold, it's going to be in a real sort of gritty, dirty kind of head-to-head battle, whereas previously, with his speed, he's just been able to blast the field away. So he's almost got to do it in a different way.
In Rio, we had the popcorn out. It was like, right, let's watch this. It's Adam Peaty against the clock. You know, and they were coming up with stuff, him and his coach, Mel Marshall, they were coming up with stuff to motivate themselves. They called it Project 56. You know, can they go 56 sections? Because there was literally no one physically for him to race, because he dominated the field so much. This is totally different, and I would use the word dirty. He's going to have to dig really deep tonight, you know, inside him. What is he about? And he's going to have to be mentally strong as well, because it's going to hurt, and it's going to hurt bad.
And that's a really interesting point, Steve. It's going to be a hugely emotional race tonight as well, because I think a lot of our listeners will know the backstory, but he's had a really tough time over the last couple of years. Adam Peaty obviously dominated this event for nearly a decade, has had struggles with the mental health, is back, you know, seems happy, seems to be enjoying the swimming again, but you could see a lot of emotion coming out at the end, whatever happens tonight.
Yeah, and you know, he's had physical issues as well. He broke his foot a couple of years ago, so he's had to deal with that as well. He said something last night on the interview. He said, I just want to perform well in front of my boy. You know, his little boy George, he says to him, can you imagine him saying to him, are you the fastest man, Daddy? You know, and I think Adam is taking a lot of motivation from that as well. You know, he's done it for Britain. He's done it, you know, to be a motivator to the next generations of kids. He's talked about those things before. I think now he's trying to prove it to himself, and in particular his little boy that'll be in the crowd. So I think it'll be a hugely emotional night for Adam as well. But he's got to put everything out of his mind and just concentrate on executing 2 lengths of the bats. Just in terms of how the race is going to break out, Ali, he is the world record holder on the 50. and Haiyang is the world record holder on the 200. So he needs to get out there really quick, and Haiyang will be chasing them all the way and probably finishing stronger.
In terms of the other British interest in the pool this evening, so not racing for medals tonight, but racing for a place in the 200 metres breaststroke final. Great Britain won gold and silver in this at Tokyo, though Tom Dean, who won the gold, didn't make the team this time round. Matt Richards and Duncan Scott go in the semi-finals tonight. What did you make of their swims? How do you feel about their chances?
Yeah, I mean, the 200 freestyle has been something that's been really strong for Great Britain, as you mentioned. Tom Dean won gold. Duncan Scott won silver. You know, Tom Dean was so strong as Great Britain in this event. Tom Dean didn't even qualify in April. But that leaves Matt Richards, Duncan Scott. They did what they needed to do earlier this morning. It was workmanlike conduct from them. It was a professional swim. And in particular, Matt Richards was like, I'm just conserving energy. You know, I just want to get through the round, save as much energy as I can, because he knows he's going to have his work cut out from the likes of David Popovic, who just looks sensational from Romania.
Now, in terms of the atmosphere in this Paris La Défense arena, it will explode right at the start of the session tonight. It's going to start with a real bang, because the poster boy of the Games, or one of the big figures of the Games for France, Léon Marchand, is going to attempt to win his first gold medal of the Games. He is the red-hot favourite for the 400 metres individual medley. The atmosphere as he swam in qualifying was something pretty special, Steve, but that is going to go up a few notches, isn't it, for the final?
Well, he is the face of the Games for France. In fact, you walk out of our hotel, you look to your right-hand side, he is plastered all over a 40-storey building. The pressure that he has got on his shoulders to deliver for France is unbelievable. And I just think it's quite fortunate that the French team won the sevens yesterday. I think that's taken a minor bit of pressure on them, because otherwise he would have been sitting here and France wouldn't have had a gold medal as a host nation. But the tickets are going for £750 tonight. You know, it is a sought-after ticket to see Léon Marchand win, and he probably will win, barring a disaster, because he is so much better than the rest of the field.
Yeah, I was quite struck in the qualifying run in the breaststroke leg, the third leg, where they're giving it the Olay. So every time his head bobbed up from the water and he made the stroke, they're giving it the Olays. They seem to be really enjoying it, and he was certainly relishing it. I mean, Max Litchfield of Great Britain, you know, I think we'll be really encouraged by the way he swam against him in qualifying.
It's quite a story, isn't it? The Castleford lad going up against Léon Marchand. He was by far and away the second best person in the field. Posted a really strong time, but there's some great veterans in there, like Daya Saito from Japan, strong American in there as well. It'd be agonising if he didn't get a medal, you know, because he was fourth 2 games ago. He was fourth in the last games. More than anyone on that British team, I hope Max can post a performance that gets him some hardware.
Just to finish on Marchand as well, Steve, 22 years old, obviously competing at a home games. So much can happen in an athlete's career. Do you think we are watching the start, well, not the start of the career, he's well into his career already, because you swimmers start so young, but potentially one of the very greats, an Olympic legend here?
Absolutely, and I'm glad he trains out in the States, out of the limelight, because if he does what we think he can do, not only on the 400 individual medley, but in the other events that he's got, he could well get carried away in a lifestyle of celebrity over here, you know. But I think it's good for his swimming career that he has to pack his bags, go back to Arizona and ply his trade under there, ironically under the tutelage of Michael Phelps' old coach Bob Bowman.
Yeah, well, don't miss it. That is the first race of the evening session. Léon Marchand, the poster boy of Paris 2024, going for gold in the 400 metres individual medley. That is 8:30 French time, 7:30 UK time.
Alistair Bruce Ball and Steve Parry, they did actually record that before France picked up its second gold medal. That came from Pauline Ferrand-Prévot in the mountain biking cross. So they've got 2 golds for France going into the swimming tonight. 7:30 is Léon Marchand's final. Adam Peaty at 8:45. Kelly will be in the La Défense arena from 6 o'clock. Right, the world #1 favourite for gold is going in the kayak singles. John Akers.
Jessica Fox of Australia in her 4th Olympics is on her run, and she is quick and she is penalty free in the first section. Anything under 100 seconds is good as she goes through another downstream gate and powers on, the 30-year-old, through another 2 green gates. She's looking for anything under 100. One more upstream gate, a red gate to go. She's through it clean. No penalty, she'll be in the lead, surely. Through 1, then 2, then she puts the hammer down and paddles for the line. Jessica Fox, oh, it's quick. It's 96.08 seconds. That is more than 3 seconds quicker than we've seen anyone else do this course so far. And to put it into context, it's 3.5 seconds quicker than Kimberley Woods of Great Britain went in the semi-final, and she went penalty free. She kisses her hands and waves to the crowd. She knows that could well be good enough for a gold medal. Wow, what a run.
What a contrast to her semi-final run as well, John.
She was really taking it easy in the semi-final. She just wanted to make sure of being in the final, and she was slow, and then she picked up a penalty, and she only made it by 4 places. She was 8th out of 12 and only about 1.5 seconds away from not qualifying for this final. So she didn't go for it in the semi. She played it safe. She's gone for it in the final, and that will be tough to beat. Still got the Olympic reigning champion Ricarda Funk to go. She was quickest in qualifying, but she is a world champion, 2-time world champion and a gold medalist from Tokyo, so she's got a real chance. But it's all to do now to try and beat that mark from Jessica Fox for Kimberley Woods of Great Britain.
I have to say, the way that Jessica Fox's camp, coach, family celebrated that would be to suggest that they think it is going to be very hard to beat. Whilst we wait for Kimberley to go, let's go back to the boxing. Steve Bunce can help us look ahead to tonight. Should we start with Pat Brown?
I think we've got to start with Pat Brown. And bizarrely, Pat Brown's chances of advancing, assuming he wins tonight, improved this afternoon when the number 1 guy, a guy who everybody was afraid Pat had no chance against, a guy from Italy called Aziz Muhaddin, he got beat and handily beaten, and he was the man that Pat was going to fight next. I know I'm getting ahead of myself, but for psychology, in boxing especially, Pat Brown knows he's got a hard enough task tonight, and it is a hard enough task against the Brazilian Kino Machado about 8:15 our time here in Paris. That's a hard enough task. But in the next round, he thought he was up against the world champion and the number 1. He's not. He's up against the guy who, wait for it, is beatable. So that will send Pat a message. Pat's very confident. In fact, there's a hotel about 3 miles from here that I've been told by a man called Nigel Travis, who runs the Moss Side Fire Station Amateur Boxing Club, which is Pat Brown's a member of. Apparently, if you're in this hotel now, you think you're in the Crown Plaza in Manchester city centre. It's absolutely banged out. There are hundreds of Mancunians properly having a session over there, half of them with bucket hats on. I've seen the pictures. It's like a Liam Gallagher gathering, and it's near, wait for it, it's nearly IKEA. You can't invent this stuff. You can't invent it.
Do they do a Paris 24 bucket hat?
If they do, Chappers, I'm going to buy one for you and I'll deliver it next time I see you.
I mean, history's not on Pat Brown's side, is he?
No.
He's aiming to become the first British heavyweight to win at heavyweight, the Olympic gold at heavyweight since 1920.
I mean, he is, and there have been some good guys that have failed to do it, who went on to win proper titles and are still winning proper titles. Henry Akinwande, a good few years ago, fought Lennox Lewis for the world heavyweight title, won his own version of a world heavyweight title. And Patrick Brown, to give him his full name, because we had his mother on Tony Livesey's show the other day, so Patrick Brown, he's a guy that a year or so ago was on the fringes, and then the guy that was the number 1 guy suffered an injury, and Pat came in and he went away to a qualifying tournament in Italy in March, and he strode around there. Have you ever seen, Chappers, have you ever seen Bradley Wiggins when he cycles, when he walks onto that track, the track?
No.
Well, I tell you, he comes on the track with more attitude than all of Oasis, right? all of the greatest pop stars you've ever seen put together. He comes on last with his chest out, a bit Mick Jaggerish, a bit Paul Wellerish, a bit Liam Gallagherish, and he strolls and he looks at all of them as if how dare they think they can race him. Well, Pat Brown's got the same attitude. Don't ask me where he got it from. Perhaps it's a Manchester thing. He thinks it's a mistake that the Cubans have bothered sending and the Uzbeks have bothered sending. You've wasted your time, boys, because I'm here with my fans.
Jack Marley's in this as well, isn't he?
Yeah, the Irish kid. And I tell you what, they've got a lot of people in Ireland talking a lot about Jack Marley, 21 years of age. And again, history is not on his side, but he's got a following. And of course, the Irish do something. We talked about this, what happens with Katie Taylor when she was in the Olympics. Suddenly, the 8,000 in Rio, the arena there was full of 8,000 Katie Taylor fans. So that'll be a very lively night tonight with Jack Marley boxing as well, if I'm not mistaken. And the Irish will be in here. Pat Brown and his bucket-hatted fans, they'll be in here. It'll be a lively night in here. Chappers, what I'm wondering is, when you're coming down, when are you going to come and see me? We're in the same city and we don't even see each other.
I know. I will try and get to the boxing at some point. They both could do with a bit of a boost, couldn't they? The camps, do you not think?
Absolutely. 3 Irish have been in so far. 3 Irish have gone out. One of them mildly controversial. Two GB boxers have been in so far. The fighting mum, Charlie Davison, last night. It was tight. She could have got it, but she lost it. Today, Rosie Eccles, the queen of all South Wales. I thought she got harshly treated. So the Irish and the great British boxers are 5-0 at the moment, and they're 5-0 the wrong way round. So I guess they're 0-5. Let's hope that Jack today, and let's keep it familiar. Let's hope that Jack and Pat can reverse that and make it 5-2 by the time we go off air.
Okay, let's just go back to the canoe, the kayak single, and just to final, and just to put this in context still, John Akers, Jess Fox, with other people, other women going after us, that run is still 5 seconds faster than anybody else.
Yeah, still 5 seconds quicker and 3 seconds quicker than we saw in the semi-final. They usually do get quicker once they've seen the course once, but we're just watching a replay of Jess Fox right now slapping the side of her canoe, and you're right, her team, they think that might well be good enough. We've just seen the big home favourite Camille Prigent of France go down. Now she is on this water all the time, been practicing on this water. It's a home course, obviously, and she got a penalty and only made 101 seconds. So that isn't as quick as Kimberley Woods of Great Britain was in her semi-final. We're about to see Mintalova of Slovakia. The Slovaks really are very good in canoe K1 and kayak K1. We're about to see her run right now, and we're still waiting for third last Kimberley Woods to just see what she can do in this final.
How many have we got before her?
It's a good question, Mark, but we got two more before Kimberley.
Two more. Yes.
The website that controls all the results has gone down.
Yes, it has, because I've been trying on my app, but Alison Kirbishley has got hers working. So there are 3, and then it's Kimberley. So at the moment we've got the Slovakian, then we have Anna Setila, the Brazilian, then Stephanie Horn, the Italian, and then it's Kimberley Woods.
Exciting. I wonder, she'll be feeling very, very nervous, obviously. She completely froze in Tokyo.
Not as nervous as you did when I asked that question.
Well, yeah. It is challenging when you haven't got it, when you haven't got those details at your fingertips. But when she's competing, we will be there and be all over it. And let's hope she can shake off the nerves that she felt in Tokyo. She's had some really, really interesting results in World Cups and in World Championships. She's really good at the kayak cross. This is a bit of a bonus event for her. She just wants a podium finish. And let's see, can she put down something close to Jess Fox?
Yeah, good. Got to love the technology in the app when it doesn't work, but there we are. So we'll be back with the commentary of Kimberley Woods' run very shortly. So we do have time, Bunsey, for your Olympic hero story today.
Oh, you'll like this one, Chappers. It was, my friend, the dead loop that changed sporting history. You know the dead loop as the Corbett flip, so you know where I'm going with this. I'm going back to Munich 1972. It's the gymnastics, and the girl that absolutely changed the way we view sport. She was 4'11". It's Olga Korbut, obviously. She was in the gym at 8, Soviet champion at 12, Olympic golds at 17, and finished really by about 19. Today, her dead loop is gone. It's been banned. Her special thing was banned because it's deemed too dangerous. But Olga used it in 72 to change the way we viewed gymnastics. And I mean change the way we viewed gymnastics, okay? She wasn't even meant to be part of the Soviet team. This is one of the things we don't know. She wasn't even meant to be there because the real ice queen was a 19-year-old called Lyudmila Turasheva. Now, Turasheva had literally dozens and dozens of the world's greatest writers drooling over her. It's quite obscene to read some of their stuff, which is quite obscene. The nicer stuff is they refer to her as elegant, feminine, classy, a lady. Whereas poor little Olga, on the first day when she fell off the bars, fell off them, crashed on her bum, was in tears and not being consoled by anybody. And you know why? Because she looked like a refugee from Dr. Zhivago. Tiny, shivering, starving, poor, hungry and wide-eyed. But she slept on it and she came back the next day and with a wink and a couple of smiles she won that crowd over, and then she performed it, the dead loop. And I listened to some American commentary chappers just to get a feel for what it must have been like to have been in that 11,000 arena. I've been there for a world title fight 13 years ago, so I know what it's like. The hair stood up on the back of my neck then. And she walked out, she got on those bars, and she performed her thing, her Colbert flip, as it's known, the dead loop. And the American commentary, I swear to you, if you find yourself with 5 seconds in a Parisian cafe, have a listen to it. They were stunned, they were awed, they were silenced, and then they just burst out. They could not believe it, the commentators, what they'd seen. And as one of them said, no human has ever done what we've witnessed here today. And the reason why I did Olga Korbut, sure everyone knows Olga Korbut, but I didn't know she ended up in tears on the first day. I didn't know she was frozen, frosted and was only meant to be a reserve, and I didn't know that the thing she patented, the thing that won the hearts and minds, not just of the fans but of the sporting world, which we know as the dead loop, was banned because it was so dangerous. The woman weighed about as much as a heavy bottle of water. She was 4'11" in her high heels. Olga Korbut, that's who I'm giving you today on a day when there's been a little bit of gymnastics.
There's been a lot of gymnastics. Thank you, Bunsey. Another Bunsey Olympic tale tomorrow across our coverage. Simone Biles was in action today. She tops the all-around as well, does Simone Biles. We will have all the gymnastics for you all over the next couple of days. Tomorrow we'll also be in the Palace of Versailles for the third stage of the eventing, the team eventing, which Team GB lead at the moment. We'll be doing the show jumping there tomorrow. They have the cross country there today, and we are just 1.5 runs away, aren't we now, John Akers, from Kimberley Woods?
Yeah, we're seeing Satilla of Brazil, who put down a good time in the semi-finals. She is clean so far through 75 seconds of her run. We're about to see the next split. She's 4 seconds slower than Jessica Fox. So Kimberley Woods will be looking on now, hoping that no one puts down a fast time and gets anywhere near that. She's going to be hoping people are putting down times of over 100 seconds. A reminder that Jess Fox put down 96.08, and she's powering home here, Satilla, and it is over 100 seconds. She's second as it stands, the Brazilian, and she looks pleased with her run, but Jess Fox still leading, and Kimberley Woods has gone quicker than that in the semi-final.
And what you can hear is a sort of deflated crowd at that run, because it knocks the home hope down into the bronze medal position, and that's Camille Prigent. So she goes down into bronze medal position. The Brazilian goes into silver, but still way off Jessica Fox's time of 96.08. So the Australian leads. She is the current kayak single world champion that she won in Lee Valley back in 2023. We still have to come, and actually the fastest in the semi-finals is the current Olympic champion, John.
Ricarda Funk of Germany was very quick in the semi-final. I mean, still 3 seconds slower than Jessica Fox was on that run in the final. But yeah, world champion 21-22, Ricarda Funk, and won the gold in Tokyo, and very, very capable of putting down a fast run. Prigent was one of the others who was a favourite because she's on home water, and we've seen with some of the other events the French have been really quick on this course so far, so that is a bonus for Kimberley Woods as Jessica Fox, they sit in order of medals. So she's sitting in the middle chair at the moment, and then if you get knocked off, you have to get up out your chair, and it means you're not in the medals anymore.
They've done this, Alison Kirbishley, at a few events now. They did it in the time trial as well, which is, I mean, again, it works visually and it is quite good, and everybody can then see, you know, if you're there actually and can't see a leaderboard, but there's a big screen and they show that, you can see who is on for gold, who's in danger of being knocked off. But from an athlete's point of view, that's quite brutal as well.
Brutal, isn't it? Yeah, and my sport are trying it. Track and field are doing it with fastest losers or non-automatic qualifiers, but actually these games are the first time we're going to see repechage in the track and field. So if you do not qualify outside of 100 metres, 100 metres will have prelim,
right?
But 2, 4, 8 and 15, if you don't qualify in that first heat,
you get a second go.
You get another go, which is really interesting because it's getting rid of that, what we used to call fastest losers. We're not allowed to call them that now, so it's non-automatic qualifiers. We're not going to have any of that. So it's going to be really interesting to see.
So it could be the first 3 in each heat, and it won't be the fastest, then the next fastest 4 across the 8 heat. Exactly. It will be right. The rest of you're going to go again. Exactly,
and it's trying to move to what swimming have always had, which is your top 16, because obviously in athletics it's been really unfortunate if you're in a heat where it's gone very slow, it's very tactical, and you miss out, but you still run quicker. So it's trying to get rid of that tactics and kind of that, how that plays out, and you know, that unfortunate nature. But it theoretically means that your best 16 will make the semi-final.
The thing from the athlete's point of view is you need to stay warm in that situation as well, don't you?
Well, when they're doing this, I mean, obviously, it as you say, it makes for a great visual.
Yeah. Less so if you haven't got a towel and are shivering and kind of waiting to find out whether you're going to be knocked off bronze or whether you're going to be bumped down into silver. And in fact, that run there from the Italian, I think, has knocked the French home hope, John, out of the bronze medal.
Silence at the Vers-sur-Marne Nautical Stadium, because the home crowd know what that means, that they have had their great French hope knocked off the top. And it was a really good run from Stephanie Horn of Italy. She was actually quicker than Jess Fox in the top section. She knocked a bit of time off and then just lost some time in that bottom section. But she will sit in third, still over 100 seconds though for that run. It was 1:01, and a reminder that Kimberley Woods has gone quicker than that. She is next.
And then after her, there are just 2 more to go. So as we were saying, if she does go fastest out of everybody so far, which is going to take some doing given Jessica Fox's time, but if she is fastest, then that means she's guaranteed a medal.
Top four.
Yeah,
because there'll be 2 more to go, won't they? So she'll be guaranteed top 4. Doesn't want to be 4th, obviously, but if she comes quickest, I think she'll get a medal. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, Mark, because Jess Fox's time is just so much quicker than everything we've seen so far. She's definitely got the speed. It's all about penalties. If she can go clear, and Zwolinska of Poland is just getting ready now. She's quick too. She's second quickest at the moment. But here we go then for the great British hope, Kimberley Woods from rugby, ranked 10th in the world, ranked 9th in this competition. Can she cause an upset and grab herself a podium? She looks focused in her purple helmet. She pumps out the paddle in front of her, then gives a little nod of approval to herself, and in her purple canoe kayak, off she goes, and she's into the white water and down the first drop. She made a mistake on gate 1 in the heats, and she's not on that one. She's clean through the first upstream gate, and then she's clean through the first 2 downstream gates as well, through gate 4, through a drop. White water all around her. You just lose that kayak for the moment. This is seated, double-ended blade. She's quicker than Jess Fox. At the top is Kimberley Woods. She's backwards through that gate. Between 6 and 7 is where she lost a little bit of time last time, and she's been really good through that section this time. She's got such powerful arms and shoulders. This is such a great story. Bullied at school for having big arms and big shoulders, and now they are trying to propel her to a medal here in Paris. Here comes the next split. for Kimberley Woods. She's quicker again than Jess Fox. Come on, Kimberley, through the next gate and now into reverse. She wasn't too quick around that, but she's tight around the upstream gate. Still no penalty. She's sideways through the next, having to limbo ahead. This is an important transition now into the next upstream. Across the white water again. Oh, she's got it slightly wrong. She's going to have lost a load of time there. Puts the paddle into the water again. She's lost a bit of time. She's 1.63 seconds slower than Jessica Fox through there. Through the next two cleano. A clean run could give her a medal here if she goes well. Last upstream gate. Come on, Kimberley. Across the water she goes. Into the next. She ducks through that one. Now she's got to put the power down. Come on, Kimberley. 67, 68, 68. It's 98.94. She thinks that might be good enough. She goes into seconds, 98.94. She's in silver medal position with two more paddlers to go. The Union Jacks waving in the crowd. She can't believe it. She's in tears. She's in tears, and these are good tears, not like the ones we saw in Tokyo when she came last in the final. She has put that demon to bed. Whatever happens, she's guaranteed fourth. We'll watch and see the next two to see if they can beat that time. But what a brilliant run. It's her fastest run from Kimberley Woods. Wow, well done, Kimberley.
Goodness me. So she's in silver at the moment. Again, for half of that, John, she was quicker than Fox as well, wasn't she? And it shows the fine margins. It's so it looks so tough against the current, that just that one gate and it just a little bit out of position, as you say, and yet the delight on her face and of her family and her supporters who are there. She now, and I have a feeling the Australian, by the way, was a little worried halfway down there. There are now two to go, and if one of them is slower, she'll be guaranteed a medal.
She is, she's in
sobbing.
Tears. Sobbing, absolutely sobbing. This is a woman who's had a really hard time of it, self-harming when she got an ACL injury when she about 9 years ago, and then considered taking her own life, and has just battled through that run. And you can see what all those hours of training mean to her. And now we see Zwolinska of Poland, second quickest then in the semi-finals. And let's see what kind of run she can put together. She's really quick through the top, wearing the number 4 for Poland, through another downstream gate, gate 5, gate 6. She's through all of those clean. First split, she's a second quicker than Fox, 1.32. Kimberley Woods is going to be, well, needing a mistake here, because this is a brilliant start from the pole, who powers down through another drop and through another downstream gate. One side then the other, paddle into the water, 43 seconds into an upstream. She's really tight round that. That's a good turn, and down into the next. She has lost a little bit of time. She is 0.06, 600th of a second quicker than Jessica Fox. Tight round the next upstream gate. She's lost a little bit of momentum here, has Zwolinska of Poland. She's got a good angle though. This is where Kimberley Woods lost a bit of time as she went across from gate 17 to 18, but she's through 18 clean. She's 0.17 seconds slower than Jessica Fox at the moment, so this does look like a time that's going to be quicker than Kimberley Woods at the moment. She's just really got to avoid a penalty here on these last 3 gates. She's through the last upstream red gate, she's across the water and through the green and another green, and now she'll put it down. I think this is going to be quick. How quick is it? It's quicker than Kimberley Woods, who drops down into bronze medal position. 1.45 slower than Jessica Fox, who stays in gold medal position. That is a brilliant, brilliant run.
It is. So it puts her into silver. It drops Kimberley Woods into bronze. And the final woman to go is Ricarda Funk. Now, she used to have a reputation, did Ricarda Funk, of nerves getting the better of her in big races. Since that reputation, she won gold in this event in Tokyo and then followed it up with back-to-back world titles in 21 and 2022. However, she has had problems with illness and injury. So I've given you both sides of the coin there. If you're a Kimberley Woods fan, if you're a Team GB fan, if you're hoping for a medal, there are positives and negatives about it being the Olympic champion Ricarda Funk doing the last run in this K1. John.
It is fine margins. Just a reminder, you get a 2-second penalty if you clip a gate. If she clips any of these gates here, Ricarda Funk, I don't think she can win a medal unless she is very, very, very quick. The champion, as Mark said, the Olympic champion from Tokyo 2021, quickest in qualifying. She knows exactly what she has to do. Jessica Fox with 96.08 is quickest. Then Zwolenska of Poland with 97. And then Kimberley Woods, who at the moment is sitting anxiously, nervously in a bronze medal chair. And they've got them lined up, gold, silver and bronze in the chairs. And now she just has to watch this run through her fingers of the world champion from 21 and 22, Ricarda Funk, who is clean through the first upstream gate, and she looks quick through the next two downstream. She's going for it. She's going to have a real go. She's been in this position before in her pink and orange kayak as she paddles through the water and down to gate 7. This has caused a few problems, this transition. Oh, and she's not got that completely right. 6 into 7, where you have to do a spin and you have to completely change direction so that you can get into gate 8, which is the upstream gate. We're about to see a split to see how quick she is through 10 and 11 green downstream gates. Kimberley Woods watching on into the upstream gate, gate 12. She's done well through there, really nice tight turn. Here comes the split. She's quicker than Jess Fox, the Olympic champion at the moment then. Kimberley Woods will be watching on anxiously into an upstream gate. She's done well through there as well. This is a really good top section of the course from Ricarda Funk of Germany. Through the downstream into the next. She's got a really good angle to power across the white water. This is where Kimberley Woods went wrong a little bit earlier on. She's good through there, but she's lost a bit of time. She's 0.85 seconds behind Jessica Fox. I think Kimberley Woods is going to need her to get a penalty, and she has. She's whacked the gate. It's going to be a bronze medal for Kimberley Woods. Ricarda Funk knows what she's done. She got it all wrong into a downstream gate. These last two aren't going to matter. She's missed the gate completely. It's a 50-second penalty. Funk misses out on a medal. She can't believe it, the Olympic champion. But Kimberley Woods from rugby is on the podium. She's won bronze at Paris 2024, and she cannot believe it. Jessica Fox is the champion. What an athlete she is, Jess Fox. She's won another gold to add to her collection. She's going for 3 in this Olympic Games. But Britain are on the podium with the brilliant Kimberley Woods, who will get bronze.
I mean, I don't know what the German is for face like thunder, but that is what Ricarda Funk has at the moment. I mean, she's missed one and she's clattered one. Is that right, John?
I think she might well have clattered the one she missed. I don't think her head went through the gate. I'm just watching a replay, but I think the one penalty is for the one she whacked, and I think her head was the wrong side of the pole. The only bit of you that needs to go through, just watching the replay now, Mark, she's missed the gate because she's completely head-butted the wrong side of the pole, and we're watching the replay, and Jess Fox puts her head in her hands knowing she's got gold as soon as she hit that gate. We haven't seen the close-up of Kimberley Woods, but I don't imagine she can speak. Her grandparents are here. Her grandparents, when she was 8 years old, Kimberley Woods, told her that once you can swim 50 metres, we'll buy you a canoe. And they did, because she loved it. And they are in the crowd along with her boyfriend, her firefighter boyfriend, Elliot, and her best friend from school. And there she is, Kimberley Woods, with the rest of the team. Joe Clark's there, and Adam Burgess. Oh, that is fantastic, with the coaches and all the support staff. Fantastic.
I mean, you've talked about some of her history and some of the stuff that she's gone through, and she came last in the final in Tokyo in 2021, and they got a picture of her after that, of her crying on television. There was a picture of her crying on television, which she called afterwards ugly crying. on television. And she said it became her favourite photo of those games because it had her teammates and her coach supporting her, and it gave her a lot to learn from and not to be too hard on herself. And she's used it to kind of inspire her and has kept it to get her to where she is today. And you hear stuff like that, and I mean, it's just heartwarming, Alison Kirkbride. I know you've stayed and watched all of this, and you know from an athlete's point of view, you have to use the hurt and the disappointment to fire you. And if you can do that, God, it must feel so sweet.
Yeah, and I think the key with these athletes that came out of Tokyo with, absolute terrible experiences, they've only had 3 years to wait rather than 4. The likes of Dina Asher-Smith in athletics, she was the same, bawling her eyes out on the shoulder of Jeanette Quatchi in the mix zone. You put everything into it, and anybody, we watch sport because of these moments, the highs and the lows, and to be able to see Kimberley, I mean, it was reflections back to, I remember Helen Reeves, who I've got to know really, really well since she took the bronze in 2004 in Athens, and it's just... You hate watching somebody coming down and you want them to fail. That's what I hate. I'm watching the German, and she started so well, but we're willing Kimberley to, and she'll have been thinking the same, I'm sure. But that's what sport's about, isn't it? It's makes it so special, and what a moment for her.
And we mentioned earlier as well that she makes paper medals, does Kimberley Woods, and she takes the paper medals with her, and then hopefully replaces the paper medal with the actual one. So a little later on, she will be able to replace that bronze paper medal that she's made with an actual bronze one. It's another medal for Team GB. Thank you very much, John.
Cheers, Mark. I'll see you for the kayak cross and the canoe tomorrow. And we've got Mallory Franklin still to come, another great British medal hope. Adam Burgess in the final tomorrow, going for a gold. He was second quickest in qualifying. And Joe Clark, the Olympic champion from 2016 as well. So lots of medal hopes on the whitewater for Team Great Britain.
And that was gold in that for Jessica Fox, who is half French through her mum. So maybe they'll claim that here today as well. Maybe they'll celebrate it a little bit at the course there. Alison, thank you very much as well. So that's the first medal of the day for Team GB. Kelly will be at the Aquatic Centre in half an hour's time, building up to all the big swimming races, which includes Adam Peaty going for gold in the 100 metres breaststroke. They'll also have updates of Andy Murray in the tennis. But for now, we're going to move away from the Olympics and head to Spa, a live edition of the Checkered Flag podcast with our F1 team of Rosanna Tennant, Harry Benjamin and Mark Priestley. After George Russell claimed the win, but Rosanna, it could all change.
It certainly can, Mark. Yes, there has been a twist here in Spa-Francorchamps. We were racing in Belgium this weekend. George Russell took the win for Mercedes. He took the checkered flag and he celebrated wildly, but he has now been referred to the stewards here in Belgium. He and a team representative were asked to report to the stewards at 6:10 because when his car was weighed, it was found to be underweight. They weighed it again on 2 different weighing scales, still underweight. So as things stand, it looks like George Russell will lose that victory and will be disqualified from the results. We're going to keep up to date with what's going on. We're refreshing our emails furiously, trying to get an answer. George Russell has actually just run past me to go and get his transport out of the circuit, as has the team principal of Mercedes, Toto Wolff. So I think they've left their sporting director, Ron Meadows, in the stewards' room to do battle and try and argue their case. But it's been a big twist and a turn. Oh, Harry, Mark, we just recorded some of our best work, I think. We'd recorded the Checkered Flag podcast. We were just finishing up the day, saying goodbye to each other, giving our driver of the day opinion. And then this email came through from the stewards. Mark, weighing the car, I mean, it sounds quite a simple process. What did it need to weigh, and why is it such a big problem in Formula One?
Well, Formula One's regulations are massively complex and complicated, but the one that we're interested here is the minimum weight of the car. It's 798 kilos, so at any point throughout the competition, so any time a car is competing in an event, it cannot be below that 798 kilos. So it's standard procedure at the end of a Grand Prix that a number of cars, particularly those that finish in the sort of medal, if you like, medal positions, will be weighed by the stewards. That's happened today, and when they got to weigh George Russell's car, having drained the fuel out, that's a key factor here, it's empty of fuel at that point. Having drained the fuel out, they found that it was about 1.5 kilos under that minimum weight limit. So what's happening now is that's been referred to the steward, so officially the race officials will do the weighing procedure. They found it to be under the weight limit. They then pass that on to the stewards, who can then make a decision. Now, the most likely decision, because this has happened before in the past, the most likely decision is that there will be disqualification because the car was effectively illegal. If it's underweight, of course, if you're running light, that effectively translates into performance. So that's why it's such a strict rule. It's black and white normally. But of course, Mercedes right now are trying to argue everything they can to suggest there might be mitigating circumstances. They're having the scales checked. They're having the calibration redone. They're reweighing the car multiple times, trying everything. And it's now in the hands of those stewards to decide exactly what they're going to do.
There are a couple of arguments to say why the car might have been a little lighter. George Russell did a formidable job to get the car to the finish, having only taken one pit stop. Could that be a reason, Mark, that perhaps the car was a little lighter because the tyres had been worn down more? And we have a weird scenario here in Belgium because it's such a long lap, over 7 kilometres the circuit here. The drivers don't do a full in-lap. They just sort of duck back into the pits and come in sort of anti-clockwise. Could that be a reason that he didn't have a chance to pick up tyre marbles, potentially to add to the car weight?
Yeah, that's standard procedure that all drivers are told on the radio. The teams do this as standard. They tell their drivers on that cool-down lap to run off the racing line. So you often see them sort of running over the curves, just running in slightly weird places. And it's to pick up all the little pieces of rubber that have come off all of the tyres during the Grand Prix. And that's really just a little safety net. So you gradually stick all that soft rubber to your heated tyres on the way in. It just gives you an extra kilo or so. Could it be 1.5 kilos that could have made the difference? Because we don't have that at Spa and everyone just peels straight into the pit lane without doing the cool down lap, they didn't get a chance to do that. So those two things you mentioned there could well be contributors. Heavily worn down tyres, and they were extremely worn on George Russell's car, and the lack of his ability to go round and do another lap and pick up the extra rubber.
Toto was asked that in the press conference that Mercedes held just a short while ago, and he said he couldn't comment because it was with the stewards. And as I say, it is still with the stewards. They've been in there for nearly half an hour. As I say, we will keep you posted. As soon as we hear anything, we will let you know. So on track, the race finished like this. George Russell ahead of Lewis Hamilton, and then Oscar Piastri completing the podium. Then it was Charles Leclerc and Max Verstappen who made it up to P5 from having started outside the top 10 in P11. He was taking an engine penalty this weekend, which meant that his pole position that he got yesterday was taken away from him. Charles Leclerc inherited it, and Max dropped down the order by 10 places. But if we take George Russell out of the scenario, guys, if he does indeed get disqualified, that promotes his teammate Lewis Hamilton to the top step of the podium. He was a little bit disappointed after the race, guys, wasn't he? Because I think he felt he could have maybe pulled off the same one-stop strategy as George Russell. Maybe he's happy he didn't do that now, though. But he may well be inheriting that win from his teammate, Harry.
Yeah, he may well do it. And we said in our initial recording of the podcast that either driver deserved the win, to be honest. Russell got the option of a one-stop because he kind of had nothing to lose. He was starting from 6th place and he was thinking a bit more broadly on the radio, and it was actually Russell's decision to go for a one-stop strategy. And there will be talk, Mark, won't there, about, well, will Hamilton feel that he's been a little bit shafted slightly by Mercedes? But actually, his battle was with Charles Leclerc in the early stages. Hamilton had a phenomenal start to this race, taking the lead, and Mercedes had to react to Leclerc's stop.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, Lewis did nothing wrong today. I actually don't think Mercedes did anything wrong, and I'm saying that with the caveat that they could well be about to be disqualified, so that might
we'll just
not
park
come
that to one side for the moment.
But in terms of the race itself and strategy, they actually delivered excellence on Lewis Hamilton's car. Got a great start, got himself up into the lead of the race, drove a perfect Grand Prix, really, managed his tyre performance, but it was only really when George Russell had this inspired moment when he realised he might just be able to get his one set of hard tyres all the way to the end of the Grand Prix. No simulations or predictions had the one-stop strategy as viable in today's Grand Prix. Nobody had done that. And even Mercedes, when they ran that simulation during the Grand Prix, it suggested that if they did that, George Russell would finish 5th. So it wasn't really an option that anyone was taking seriously. But George Russell, in the car, sat behind the wheel, of course, he could feel there was still performance in his tyres. He thought it was clouding over and it was getting a little bit cooler, which might help prolong that tyre life. He had a clear track in front of him. And he made that call. He asked the team if they could do it. They said, yeah, go for it. And then he executed it absolutely brilliantly.
We'll talk more about George Russell and the goings-on here in Belgium in a short while. But first, let's join Russell Fuller at Roland Garros because Andy Murray is about to head out on court.
And that is the ovation, Rosanna, for Andy Murray and Dan Evans, who are walking out onto the Suzanne Lenglen court at Roland Garros, possibly for the final time for Andy Murray as a professional tennis player. This is his final event. He elected not to play in singles, having had an operation to remove a spinal cyst just 9 days before Wimbledon. But with Dan Evans, they're concentrating on the doubles. 5 matches needed to be won to win a medal. They may start slight favourites against the Japanese pair of Kei Nishikori, who's had a lot of injury problems over the last 3 years, and Taro Daniel. It's the first time the Japanese have played together. Nishikori, a bronze medalist at the Olympics, having won bronze in the singles in 2016. Andy Murray beat him en route to the gold medal match, won the singles title for the second time, having also won gold in London 2012, a 5th Olympic Games, a final Olympic Games for Andy Murray, and alongside Dan Evans, he's hoping to make progress into the second round of the doubles over the next couple of hours. Rosanna.
Thank you very much, Russell. Yes, so back to what has been going on here in Belgium. The Belgian Grand Prix won by George Russell on the road, but it now looks likely that he will lose that victory due to his car being underweight when it was weighed after the race itself. Guys, let's talk about the race then as a bit more of a whole. Lewis Hamilton looks likely to inherit the win from his teammate. Oscar Piastri was the person who completed the podium. Of course, he won last time out in Hungary. A good, would we say, performance from Oscar Piastri and McLaren, or were we expecting a little bit more from the team, who look like they have the fastest car in Formula 1 at the moment?
I think we thought that they were odds on to get another 1-2 off the back of that fantastic result for them at the Hungarian Grand Prix. Qualifying mixed things up a little bit yesterday because of the rain and the mixed conditions, but we all knew that it was going to be dry, a little bit hotter today, and that would suit the McLarens, and on paper they are the quickest car at the moment. But Piastri did a good job. I think he drove a great race. The thing that cost him potentially a chance at initially taking on Hamilton for second place in the closing stages and then perhaps fighting for the win a little bit sooner was a mistake he made coming in for one of his pit stops, where he ran long in the box and almost sent the front Chapman flying. Mark, he was fine, the front Chapman. It was his final race for McLaren, so I think he'll remember that one for a long time. But that stop ultimately cost him a couple of seconds.
It did, yeah. It was an oversight by the driver, by Piastri. He just came in hot, locked the front tyres up and skidded effectively. And of course the front Chapman, who's standing right in front of the pit stop crew, that's the guy you hit. You know, I've been in that situation myself. I know what it's like. It's terrifying. Luckily the team dealt with it very well, but everyone had to shuffle about a metre along from where they were supposed to be stopping, and it did cost him a couple of seconds, and that meant that he was just put a little bit further behind the Ferrari Charles Leclerc. He had to work a little bit harder to eventually get past him, so that did compromise his race. I mean, look, he only finished just over a second behind Lewis Hamilton, and that pit stop cost him a couple. I'm not suggesting that's the sole reason, but it definitely didn't help his day, did it?
No.
It was so tight, that final lap, wasn't it? But Oscar Piastri did come home P3 on the road, but perhaps it will be P2 for the Australian driver. I spoke to him earlier just after the race, and I asked him if he felt he'd got the maximum out of the car today.
I think we pretty much got the most out of it today. I think it would have been incredibly tough to get any more. As George proved, having clean air was massively important today. So, I think a couple, the pit stop obviously could have been a bit better from my side, but I don't think it really changed much.
I loved the overtake around Charles Leclerc. Do you feel like the drivers know what you're about now? You've kind of proved your worth in Formula 1.
I sure hope so. Yeah, I mean, I always try and race hard but fair and take my opportunities when I can. And, it was a risky move, but felt like I had enough grip to be able to pull it off. And Charles, to be fair, was very fair and gave me a good mentor.
Are we impressed with Oscar Piastri? Because I feel like it was a little bit of a slow start for him in this second year of Formula One. I feel like he's found his groove now, guys.
Yeah, it was underwhelming the start of the season. I wouldn't say I had, big question marks, but for a man who was lauded coming into Formula One, he won in Formula Renault in his first year, then he made the step up to Formula 3, won that in his first year, then he did the exact same thing in Formula 2 whilst also testing heavily for the Alpine Formula 1 team. Alpine let the man slip through his fingers, McLaren nicked him, and he had a brilliant first season at McLaren as a rookie, but of course there's always a little bit given to a rookie in their first year, and going up against someone like Lando Norris, a future world champion, you're always going to have that little bit of a grace period. Second year, that grace period disappears quite quickly in Formula One, and to be honest, don't think Piastri was taking it enough to Norris, but I think he's turned that around now.
Yeah, I agree. He won last time out, but there's always going to be this tiny little sort of asterisk, perhaps in the back of his own mind, let alone that of other people, that he was effectively gifted to some extent the win in the Hungaroring because his teammate Lando Norris was told to move over and let him through. Now, I fully think he deserved the win, but he might always have this little question mark. So he needed to come out today and do something really strong, and he did. He dominated well over his teammate today. Lando Norris was not a match for Oscar Piastri today. There were lots of reasons for that. Bad start again for Lando Norris. Bad start of the Grand Prix compromised him, put him into traffic. But from Piastri's point of view, I think he did pretty much everything right. The one thing they'll be questioning now, should they have done the one-stopper as well?
Yeah, but that's so hard to question. It's always easy to question that in hindsight, as you said. But you pick up on a good point, is while both McLaren drivers are highly rated, today and throughout the last couple of Grand Prix, even in that 1-2 in Hungary, both drivers making little mistakes.
Yeah.
And they've been lucky not to be punished a little bit harder for them. Piastri running wide in the lead of the Hungarian Grand Prix. And today with the pit stop error, but also Lando Norris and another bad start, whereas it wasn't on the initial getaway, but it was coming on the exit of La Source. That's the first turn. Kind of unnecessarily running wide and dipping a wheel onto the gravel, which cost him 2 positions. It nearly cost him 3 more. And they hadn't even got to Eau Rouge yet. So they've got to iron those out.
As have the team, haven't they? Because we've seen a few little sort of tactical or strategic errors. But I think this is part of the process of when you find yourself in these leading positions, which McLaren have done very successfully over the last couple of months. They're now under more scrutiny. We're all analysing everything they do more than we did before. And they have to learn how to think like champions. And I think that's the process they're going through right now. It is a learning process, and I'm pretty sure they'll be happy with the way the first half of their season's gone.
Well, absolutely. And moving into the second part of the season, you'd like to think they are now the main challenger to Red Bull, closing that gap in the championship. All the while, they are the ones to watch, aren't they, for the second half of the season, Mark?
I think so, yeah, because they've developed the car in a really strong way, and that's the race we're in right now. It's a development war. The cars and the technology that's in the cars will carry over from this season into next. No major rule changes. So everything that's being learnt now is not just building performance for this season, but also into 2025. So McLaren are looking very strong in that sense, because they're on this trajectory that's putting them right back up to the top. And as Harry said earlier, there's a very strong argument to say they've got the fastest car in Formula One right now.
And also, look at some of the stats that people have plucked out. McLaren have been on the podium for the last 10 races. They are now consistently up there. They have to almost readjust their mindset now, having not won for so long. They've been on this upwards trajectory over the last couple of years, and now it feels like they are maintaining that trajectory, and they are coming for Red Bull. Disclaimer, this stat was before a potential disqualification for George Russell, but McLaren have outscored Red Bull today by 22 points. This is a team that have 2 drivers in the fight against a team that only have 1, and I'm sure we'll come on to that in a little bit.
We certainly will come on to Red Bull, but I'd like to touch on Ferrari just briefly, because behind Oscar Piastri in P4 on the road today was Charles Leclerc. I'm just watching him having a little chat with a few people in the paddock before he heads off on his holidays. Ferrari seemed to have slightly dropped the ball. What is going on there? Charles said to me after the race that the car just wasn't fast enough and that they're going to be working on some new parts, but he doesn't know when they're going to be ready. So are we sort of counting Ferrari out of this battle right at the front now?
Well, there's 4 teams teams really that we would say are the top group, and it's Mercedes, McLaren, it's Ferrari, and of course it's Red Bull. But right now Ferrari are the fourth of those four teams. We've only got to go back as far as Monaco, albeit a very different circuit to the one that we're on today, but in Monaco they dominated, Charles Leclerc winning his home race. It was an amazing weekend for them. It looked like they were back. But you know, everything I've just said about McLaren developing in the right direction, the developments that Ferrari have brought in recent races just haven't worked in anywhere near the same way, and that's their biggest problem.
Well, let's turn our attention to Red Bull, because they've been making headlines all year long, even before the season got going. This weekend, the spotlight's been on Sergio Perez, about his future, whether he'll still be here when we come back from the summer holidays. And also, they were making headlines coming into the weekend because we knew that Max Verstappen was going to take an engine penalty, a 10-place grid drop for him. But in years gone by, the last couple of years here in Belgium, he's taken a penalty, started down towards the bottom end of the field, but made his way forward and taken the victory. But today it wasn't possible. The Red Bull car is just not fast enough anymore. What do they need to do to ensure that they walk away from 2024 with the Constructors' Championship, guys, and ultimately the Drivers' Championship too?
Well, they need to find some sort of harmony within that team, and they need to have two drivers who are both picking up points. Look, Verstappen, if he had qualified on pole position and he was fast at the end of Q3, I think would have well and truly been in the hunt for victory, because he would have had the benefit of clean air. I think multiple things went against Verstappen and Red Bull. In fact, a lot of other drivers who were starting effectively out of position, because overtaking was harder than expected here. We're so used to being quite easy, but the DRS zone was slightly shortened this year, perhaps a little bit too much, overcompensating from last year when it was almost too easy, and tyre degradation was less than expected as well, which is why we saw the likes of George Russell initially doing that one-stop strategy. But the biggest quandary that Red Bull will have to solve now is, what do they do with Sergio Perez? He started on the front row today. Okay, that was one box ticked. He was there, should have really been on pole position, but so be it. But he lost a position on lap one, never really found himself challenging moving forward, and was falling back, and demonstrated how he could not match what is required in terms of race pace to be in that second Red Bull.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, starting on the front row, we just talked about how Max Verstappen was sort of hampered today by being in the middle of a pack, didn't have clean air. Well, Sergio Perez had the perfect opportunity to run in clean air. If he'd got a good start, if he challenged Leclerc off the line, he had the ability to win this Grand Prix today, and that's exactly what he needed to do. He needed to become Formula One's 8th winner in this brilliant season that we're having, but actually finished just inside the top 10, down in 8th on the road. May make his way up to 7th if there is a penalty, but that's not good enough for a second Red Bull driver, and McLaren are coming for Red Bull in this Constructors' Championship. Sergio Perez is not helping that. In fact, he's hindering it, and I think there's going to be some major discussions over the summer break at Red Bull. I think we may have seen the last of Sergio Perez in a Red Bull car, and I think we might get some changes coming very, very soon.
I tell you what, he was so frustrated talking to us all after the race earlier on. I asked him if he felt he'd been treated unfairly by Red Bull, by the media, and he was quick to say that, you know, he has a contract and yet he keeps on being asked these questions, and then he followed that up by saying, I've said all I want to say about this situation. But I do think there are going to be some talks. People are saying that it'll even be tomorrow. I'm not totally certain that that's sure, but you know, we'll have to wait and see who they replace him with. I mean, who's really a proper option for them, guys?
Well, Red Bull have a junior team in Formula One in the form of the RB team, where Yuki Tsunoda and Daniel Ricciardo drive, and indeed many people think Ricciardo was brought back into Formula One as a potential replacement for Sergio Perez, but actually Yuki Tsunoda has been the man to beat Daniel Ricciardo. Equally, there's another driver called Liam Lawson, who some might remember made his debut in Formula One last year, actually replaced Daniel Ricciardo, who'd only just replaced Nick de Vries, but then Ricciardo crashed in Zandvoort and broke a bone in his hand. Lawson got a few outings and performed very well. He's currently the reserve driver for Red Bull in RB, and he is chomping at the bit. Red Bull have options, but actually, how many of them are going to be better than Sergio Perez?
Well, you know what you've got with Sergio Perez, and it's not good enough. So I think you've got to make the change, because we've got half a season in which you can try a driver out in the heat of battle, in competition. That's a rare opportunity that most people don't ever get. There's limited testing, very rare that you actually get the chance to put a driver in your car and try them out. And yet this is a real chance for them to do that. So I think you move I think it's going to be Daniel Ricciardo. You move up to the main Red Bull team, and then I think you bring either Liam Lawson in to the RB team, or you move Sergio Perez down, depending what they do. But I feel really sorry, by the way, for Sergio Perez if that is what happens, because he's had an amazing career. He's a lovely guy, but he's not doing the job that Red Bull need him to do.
What a sad end to a career it could possibly be. You know, I know this is sports, and this is what happens at the very top level. It's a results-based environment. But you think a couple of years ago when he was down and out back in 2020 and got that amazing win in Sakir from last at one point to winning in a racing point, which many referred to as a pink Mercedes. Nonetheless, he got the win, and then Red Bull threw him a lifeline to replace Alex Albon, who was another one of the Red Bull drivers who couldn't hack it against Pierre Gasly, against Max Verstappen, Gasly being the previous operator of the second Red Bull car. And so this just makes me wonder, why does anyone want that second seat? Because you're going up against Max Verstappen, who has proven time and time again that he is effectively a teammate crusher.
It does feel like a conveyor belt of drivers that have sort of been binned off as a result of being Max's teammate. But if you're Daniel Ricciardo, you're coming towards the end of your career. I don't think you're looking to prove something necessarily. I think he's the one guy that's actually, although it was some years ago, that's really taken a proper fight to Max Verstappen. So, look, there's no perfect solution for Red Bull, and that's partly what their problem is. They haven't got another Max Verstappen. Even if they wanted one, they haven't got one. So they're looking at compromising and making the best of what is currently a situation that's not good enough. They're in danger of losing at least one of the championships this year, maybe even moving into next, something similar happening. They might even lose both.
I'm afraid I have some breaking news, and if you're a George Russell fan, you're going to be disappointed. The FIA have just sent out their email, their communication about the disqualification of car 63. Of course, George Russell, he has been disqualified because the weight of the car was below the minimum weight required, and that is a breach of Article 4.1 of the FIA Formula 1 technical regulations. So he loses that victory, and his teammate inherits the win. Lewis Hamilton winning then the Belgian Grand Prix. We thought it was coming, guys, didn't we? And here it is, disqualification for George Russell.
Well, actually, quite a quick result in the end. Normally these things can drag on for hours and hours, but the fact that it's come within the recording of this show, I'm actually quite impressed by.
Perfect timing.
But what a shame. Look, rules are rules, and you have to follow them. There will be questions asked operationally on the Mercedes side how this can be allowed to happen. But it does happen, and it did happen. And for George Russell, he has lost 25 points.
It puts a real taint on what was otherwise a pretty perfect day for Mercedes going into the summer break, doesn't it? Because this is an operational error. There's no way around this. The team have to be prepared for this. They have to meet the regulations. They can't have a car that breaches those. It's one of the basic fundamentals of operating a Formula 1 team, and they've somehow got that wrong. We'll wait to find more details, but it's a real shame, because otherwise it was just such a brilliant day for the team that wasn't expecting a result anything like this today.
I'm just reading through the communications from the FIA, and it says that the team also acknowledged that there were no mitigating circumstances and that it was a genuine error by the team, because we were trying to work out why it may have been underweight. But that is the communication from the FIA, that car 63, George Russell's Mercedes, is disqualified from the race classification. Well, I said earlier on that we'd already recorded our Checkered Flag podcast, and then the news broke, or the potential news broke, that perhaps George Russell would be disqualified from the race. So we thought we'd start all over again.
Don't give away the secrets.
I did ask you before for your driver of the day, and I think we were unanimous in George Russell being our driver of the day. Do you stand by that despite everything that's gone on, or do you want to change? You are allowed to change.
I stand by it, because he had no control over the overall weight of the car. He wouldn't have known what the situation was. Indeed, the team didn't know it until they drained all the fuel out and then measured it. So I stand by. I think the call for a one-stop strategy and making himself a factor in this race is what tips it over the edge still for George Russell, in my opinion.
Yeah,
Mark.
Yeah, totally agree. I mean, I think he hasn't really done anything wrong today. He's done a lot of stuff right. I said earlier on when we recorded this, I think either of those two Mercedes drivers could have rightfully claimed both victory but also driver of the day. So the fact that Lewis now does have that victory, which is wonderful for him, congratulations to him, of course. But I think between the two, I would still give it to George, because it was a fantastic execution of a real difficult strategy today.
Do you know what? I'm going to change. Why not? Ooh. You know, I've got the prerogative, I think. I'm going to say Daniel Ricciardo because he finished 11th on the road, but he is now promoted up to P10. So he takes a sneaky point. And could that, who knows?
Really? Daniel Ricciardo?
Yeah,
really?
But could that make the difference? Could that make the difference when it comes to that Red Bull seat? Has he now done enough? Has he scored an extra point to chalk up on his tally to say to Christian Horner, I am the man you need to partner Max Verstappen once more? Look, I'm being controversial. I do think George Russell drove a brilliant race today, a real intellectual display from the British driver. There you go. I'm in agreement with
Maybe
you guys.
Maybe your Driver of the Day award be the thing that tips it over the edge for Christian Horner.
We do know they listen intently to the pod.
Maybe that's the thing, you know. Yeah.
Crunch talks tomorrow. Helmut Marko is going to play this clip back and go, Rosanna said Ricciardo was driver of the day, therefore he's our driver for the rest of the year.
Can you imagine? Well, Gunter Steiner's just walked past me and told me not to work too hard, so I think I'm going to take my cue and head off on my holidays, as is the rest of the Formula One paddock here. Busy packing down. A couple of weeks off now, and we meet again for the Dutch Grand Prix. Mark and Harry, thank you so much for helping me digest what we've seen here in Belgium. George Russell then, first on the road this afternoon, but he's had his win taken away. Disqualified in Belgium, promoting Lewis Hamilton to race winner. How about that? This 2024 season just keeps on giving. Next up on 5 Live, Kelly Cates is in Paris. She's at the pool ahead of Adam Peaty, getting in the water to go for gold. But first, let's get the latest BBC News.